You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Oh, hi. How are you? Are you still eating?
No, I just lit a joint.
Just a little joint. What are you smoking?
Oil.
No,
like
but
I always smoke.
what brand?
Oil. Does it matter when it becomes oil?
No.
Right.
It does not. I'm trying to find. Been a lot of changes on Facebook this week.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. I'm trying to find our event on our page, and it's not showing up. I'm sure it will. But
I just shared it.
Yeah, I did too. I shared it earlier, and it's there. It's on my page. It's not on the 420 radio page. There it is. With a goofy look. So as you can see, Santa's gone.
Yeah.
I got sick of staring at an old man in there.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I shave about once a week.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun for me. The kids are still young. I think 6 and 7 now. So they get a kick out of seeing Santa at Christmas time, I guess. Hello? Is this thing on?
Yeah, sorry. I was just reading something here from a preppers group.
So you guys get snow this week? Finally?
We get fucking snow now.
You got what Toronto got? Yeah.
No. We left this morning. It was supposed to be cloudy all day. Went to Halifax. On the way to Halifax, we get to Darcy's at Truro, and it's just a fucking blizzard.
Darcy's still in Truro?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
That's where he lives.
I know.
And so it was a blizzard all the way through there until the other side of Truro, and then it was nice and sunny again.
That's what happens up here.
And then we come back, and it was the same thing. We hit snow just before Truro, all the way through Truro. Once we get past Truro, it was fine again, cleared right up.
Yep.
Then just as we started getting close to here, it started snowing again. So
we get that because of the lake effect. It will snow in Marathon an hour away. It will snow in Schreiber 10 minutes away, and we get nothing.
Well, Darcy's an hour away from me, and we have completely different weather.
Yeah.
Well, I had sunshine. He had snowstorm. We're supposed to get hit Sunday night or Monday.
Yeah, it was snowing a little bit earlier.
Monday we're supposed to get hit with a big storm that was supposed to bring us 40 centimeters. I got this morning looking, and now it's down to 10.
Yeah, that happens here too.
I'll take that.
Or like this afternoon, it snowed. I'd say it snowed from about 8 o'clock until 2, and it wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was,
Yeah, we got half a centimeter snow right now.
we got about that earlier today, right?
Yeah.
The weather as a whole year worldwide is messed up. We had an earthquake in Toronto this week. That it was
really?
3.7. Well, most people don't know that there is a fault line that runs right down the middle of Lake Ontario, almost border where the border is. Almost, not quite.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there's a fault line that runs right through Lake Ontario, and in a believe it was Aurelia, that area had a 3.7 magnitude magnitude earthquake on Tuesday, and people were like, "Hey, what happened?" You know, so
yeah, but I mean that's just enough just to shake things. Like
well,
a big truck going by can do the same amount.
Yes, and they have them. You feel them. I mean, I felt the last one that I felt in Toronto. I had a basement apartment at Bathurst and Lawrence, and I felt a rumble and some things kind of rattled in my kitchen, and that was it. But that was the first time that I can remember feeling one. Right. My cousins in California have been through big ones. Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I was in BC, I went to my first one in BC, and we were in a meeting upstairs in a building on the second floor, and I seriously thought somebody ran into the building because that's what it felt like. It felt like a truck ran into the side of the building.
I'll tell you a funny story, Marcel.
You drove a truck into the side of a building?
No.
Because you got high.
Moved into a new house at Bathurst and Ossington, the top of just on the Jewish side of Little Jamaica. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And I had just moved in the next day, and I feel the house shake, and I go outside, and my neighbor drove his fucking van into the corner of my house. Turns out he's a drunk.
Oh
yeah. Yeah. I was like, dude, I just bought the fucking thing. Don't ruin it. Yeah. So Darcy will be along eventually, maybe. Otherwise, we're going to listen to some tunes and talk about stuff. What, Marcel? You huh?
Don Lemon got arrested today.
You know what? I saw that. Tell me what that is about, so I don't have to read it.
Don Lemon basically went to a protest at a church.
Yes, that I know.
And he videotaped his whole thing.
Was he working, or was he there just representing?
Well, that's the problem. He claims he was working, but none of it was actually working. It was more representing and protesting.
Okay.
And that's
kind of heard that as well. Yes.
That's basically why I watched it, and I mean, I have no use for the guy to begin with. So.
Well, yeah, I'm not a fan. I used to watch him. You know, when CNN started, it was actually a very good outfit to watch. Okay.
Yeah.
But and then as years went by, when Ted Turner left and the networks got a hold of it, then that changed. But CNN, they are responsible for news in Iraq, in Desert Storm. They were there, so it's a shame to see that happen. I used to watch CNN religiously. I'd go to bed with it on. I'd wake up with it on. Now I don't have any time for it. I don't like even Sanjay Gupta. His representation to me has faltered as well, because he just outright. I know facts about things, and he's telling everybody different.
Yeah.
So I don't like it. I mean, he's tried, I get, but I'm. It's not like I watch Dr. Oz or anything. But anyway, so the Donald got upset with Don Lemon and had him arrested. Is that what's happened?
Well, that's what they're claiming, but I would imagine it wasn't the Donald, as you call him, that got upset. I would imagine it was pretty much everybody in the U.S.
Everybody else, yeah. Well, I mean, like Fox, CNN does not have a very good reputation anymore. So, and even, I can remember many years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago now, that 60 Minutes, who I used to watch every Sunday with my mom, I grew up watching it, was fabricating stories,
Yeah.
I still check out every now and then. I still watch 60 Minutes, but what I enjoy is 60 Minutes Australia. I don't like the 60 Minutes, the US 60 Minutes anymore.
I like Lefties Losing It from Australia.
I don't know that one.
Oh, it's funny. Sky News Australia.
Oh, Sky News. Yes, I know Sky News. Yes.
And they make fun of pretty much all the lefties out there. They don't hold back.
I enjoy Graham Norton out of England.
Yeah.
And he's huge there now, but he only does a show once a week. I did not know. I thought that he did one every day. Right. But I mean, everybody's been on that show. I still enjoy Letterman. I mean, he's still very active. He still makes posts and does blogs and stuff. Letterman's it. Right. Grew up watching that man. I enjoy Letterman even more than Johnny, and I like Johnny. I don't mind Jimmy Fallon, but I can't get him. I don't have that channel. I watch the other Jimmy Kimmel, and I watch Stephen Colbert, which is new, just about a year now. Right. I don't like Seth Meyers. Do you like Seth Meyers?
No, I don't watch it.
You're not up that late. You're not up.
Well, no, I don't really fucking follow any of them.
Jon Stewart is kind of like a mini Letterman, right? He's a little more mouthy though. I like Jon Stewart. I'm glad that he's.
No, he pulls some dick shit too.
Yeah, no, they all do, but right? That's what they're there for.
It used to be at one time that as soon as Nancy Grace's voice or so-called Dr. Phil voice come on the television, I just turn the TV off.
Yeah, I don't watch that shit.
Now I don't bother to turn the TV on because I really don't want to hear any of their fucking voices.
Well, but you see, that's the nice thing about having streaming services, and depending on, like, I like the live feature on Prime, and on Tubi and all that, right? Because you can watch what you want, and if you don't like what's on, then you change it. But what I've been watching lately is YouTube travel stuff.
I think I've been watching UK Come Dine With Me on YouTube.
I watch, there's a couple of channels that I watch. One, I can't remember the name of the channel, but it's a couple who's built a container home, and they've been streaming for many years now. And so I've watched them go from there's the start of their build to now they've got 3 kids. So you get attached to the people if you like them. You know what I mean? There's a couple of Walk with me Tim is one of the shows that I watch on YouTube, and he goes and he flies here and he flies there and he takes you on the flight with him, or he goes with his lady on a cruise and he walks you through the whole blah 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 blah. Usually about half an hour, 45-minute videos, and they're making a mint on these things. Oh yeah, they get sponsors. Like, come on, there's another guy, I can't remember his name. His name's Dan, but he goes on $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 cruises and train vacations and stuff like that. How the hell that he gets that to be able to do that, I don't know. But
a lot of them basically talk or guilt the business into giving them something so they can get this free advertising.
Yes, they do. But so my
it's not free.
No, it's not free. But they, even though they in most cases they say there is no sponsorship from this blah 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 blah, there usually is something. They've comped them or something.
Yeah.
I know that because we used to do that back in the day with What's Up Toronto magazine. We'd go to everything and everything was comped. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyways, my point is the internet is growing.
It sucks.
The internet is growing. So what I've done is I'm getting sick of being the only one that's not making anything at all off of what they're doing, because I need to raise $1,000 for a new computer. So I turned all the monetizing things on Facebook on, and now I've made $1.96 so far.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got my first invoice from Meta this morning.
Nice.
So we'll see what happens there. I've
been playing games.
What I did was I turned the stars on.
Yeah.
So if you like what we're doing, give us some stars if that's your shtick, and help me raise some money for a new computer.
Don't know what stars are, so.
Stars are a way for you to tip people, kind of like when you go on the porn sites and watch the live girls, and you can send them tips. Now you can send us tips. I'm one step away from joining OnlyFans, people.
Please donate and send stars to whatever you can to stop Al from going on to OnlyFans.
Cheers. Thank you, Marcel. Now, on that note, would you like to listen to a new song I made for the show that I'm going to use for stuff? Or would you like to listen to a song about hash? Or, no, we'll save that one for when Darcy is here. Would you like to listen to a song that I've called Munchie, Waters, and Weed? Mostly reggae.
Almost all of them are, aren't they?
I think no. I've been playing with that. Like for instance, this afternoon, and we can listen to it in a little bit if you like. I did a song called "Proudly Canadian." Cool. Yeah. Trying to promote our A-ness.
Do the Friday 7 p.m. one.
All right. So you can make your comments after.
I'm not going to say a word.
I will.
Fuck AI.
Yeah. Friday evening, turn up the sound. Yeah, man. Story time on the airwave now. Hey, all my
Marcel on the mics, let the scene out, snap back, coffee in a one and steam, laugh loud, say fam, we go deep tonight, turn on up, red light, studio so bright, Mary Jane stepping with a notebook full ice, half moon but her mind stay full, talk straight, name turf, talk so sweet, make science feel like lime in the street, oh gosh.
It's the 520 radio show, Friday, 7 on the dot, we roll, turn the dial, let the good vibe grow, from the north side snow to the island glow, we there you live, belly bus with Joe, healing talk, mix up with smoke, tell a friend, let the whole town know, it's the 520 radio show. Bro guy Darcy with the silent name nail, phone full clip about from sea to scale, talk like talk you, plan patience, harvest me sure Lenny.
Hot matches with the grin so sly, drop big word make the doctor them shy, from caps till tincture, rub down rub, it flip textbook into street side love.
It's the 520 radio show, Friday, 7 on the dot, we roll, turn the dial, let the good vibe grow, from the north side snow to the island glow, we there you live, belly bus with Joe, healing talk, mix up with smoke, tell a friend, let the whole town know, it's the 520 radio show.
Oh wait, ay 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 ay. Oh wait, ay 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 ay.
Who they on the line?
Color speak,
What they on your mind?
we reach.
From first time puff to lifetime pain, we reason clean, take off the shame.
One heart, one love, one plan, one light. Same schedule every week, same time, same vibe. When the world feel heavy and rough outside, touch that dial, we there, yeah, we ride.
It's the 520 radio show, Friday, 7 on the dot, we roll, turn the dial, let the good vibe grow, from the north side snow to the island glow, we there you live, belly bus with Joe, healing talk, mix up with smoke, tell a friend, let the whole town know, it's the 520 radio show. 520 radio show.
520 radio show.
I said please, Darcy Laflo,
Lenny drop last gem.
Mary Jane said time to go.
Same place, same laugh, same flow.
Friday, 7, 520 radio show.
520 radio show.
I like that.
Whoops.
Little preview there for the next one. I like that. That came out really well. And now, unfortunately, because of the way I wrote it out, it combined your name and my name and your name together. So it didn't use your name in the song because I guess it's assuming that Marcel was my last name because I had them together. I didn't put a apostrophe or anything in between them or an and or anything. Because when I write it out, I'm just like, you know what I mean? So, but anyways, I'm going to chop it up and use it as a new promo and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I like it. Did you like it at least?
Yeah, it's all right.
I know it's not your genre. I know you don't like it. I should make some things in your genre.
Rock.
Well, I got another one
Like
for when Darcy is here, called grow shit loud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, man.
Oh, excuse me.
No. Burping on the air, there's no excuse.
It was the chili. I blame the chili.
The chili. Do you medicate your chili?
No.
But you could.
I can medicate anything.
I know. So, do we
except water?
Did we
I
already?
refuse to medicate water.
Did we already make mention of Catherine O'Hara dying?
Yeah,
Did
I think
we?
so. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
yeah. That was before we were talking about Don Lemon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
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 No, I play games and make money playing games.
Do you really?
Yep.
I signed up for growing up in Toronto, I had the access to go to surveys and stuff like that. We go to beer surveys, smokes, chocolate, groceries, whatever. You spend the day eating stuff and telling what you thought about it, and you make $100.
Yeah.
So I thought that I'd sign up. There's one website that you can go to, and I don't know, Life Hacks or something like that. And basically, you can go and sign up for all these survey companies, and it's still the same. It's just online. And sometimes you get products that they want you to review that you can keep. And a lot of people are doing that now, just because they can't afford to buy things that they think are neat, right?
Right.
So I might continue doing that. I don't know. It got boring after a while. I mean, they ask questions like, "Do you use diapers?"
Yeah.
It's geared to seniors, right? Most of them are geared to seniors, right? So, but it's a way for products to get the word out and do reviews, like we were talking about earlier. The podcasts that they go and they film their trips and get them paid for and stuff like that. Used to be a lot easier to do that. It's not so much anymore. I mean,
No,
25 years ago, we were doing that, like in the beginning of the late 80s, early 90s. We were doing that with What's Up Toronto magazine. My sister and I, and we had writers from University of Toronto and Ryerson, journalism people. And my sister and I, we would literally, she would work during the day, and I would make arrangements during the day to go to stuff in the evenings, and we'd go to concerts pretty much every night. I'd take my mom to the theater, and we'd write about it. Sharon still writes concert reviews. We still do What's Up Toronto magazine. 36 years, dude.
I'm going to send you a link.
Okay. About what?
It's called Free Cash.
Oh, I'll just sign up and play games.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gaming services that pay you to play, and they're just really gambling.
No. What these are is it's basically you're being paid to watch ads.
Oh yeah. It was the same with my games. I do that. I've got a few games like Mahjong and stuff like that, Tetris even, that in between games, if you want to watch video, you'll get double credits or whatever it is that you win, right?
Oh yeah. Well, with this, what I like about this is they always have different games. The money you can be paid through PayPal.
Yep, as you can with Facebook, your bank account, your credit card, whatever.
Yeah, PayPal, credit card.
I just have an issue putting my credit card information on anything.
No. What this does is it sends you a prepaid Visa. So that's what I do is I get prepaid visas, and that's what I use for Temu shopping.
Oh, cool. I like Temu, but I don't like that fucking game.
No.
So if you don't want to play this, you don't want to play the spin game, you got to go right onto the Temu website.
That's what I do. I don't have the app. I don't like apps to begin with, but with this,
one of Elzora's and Dean's kids, she is a master at Temu. You should see the stuff she gets, mostly free, because she wins the fucking shit, right?
Yeah. Actually, can withdraw into cryptocurrency as well. Dogecoin.
Oh, really?
Bitcoin.
For the game?
Yeah.
Neato.
But what have I got here?
I don't use crypto stuff. Did you sign up for what do you call it now? What was it called? The
No.
first one, Bitcoin. You know, and now Bitcoin's faltering, from what I understand.
Yeah.
A lot of when I was in the city just before I moved, a lot of the corner stores were putting in the Bitcoin machines. By the time I moved, they were all out of there.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't stay in the stores very long. No, I don't get it. I I understand it's invisible money, but when you get into making art that's worth money instead of cash, like what was that called with the art, the digital art thing that was worth millions?
Oh, it wasn't worth anything, but
no, it wasn't. No, I mean, neither is a painting.
No, well, Darcy and I get into this all the time because Darcy will say, he'll say, "Oh, well, such and such got a baseball card and it's worth $20,000."
Right.
To who?
Exactly. Somebody
right?
who's crazy about baseball cards.
It's a piece of paper. Yes, it might be worth $20,000 to somebody, but it's only $20,000 if somebody is willing to pay it.
Correct.
Until then, it's just a fucking piece of paper. Art's no different. Art is just a painting that's worthless until somebody agrees to pay for it.
My mom, now we don't know where it's gone, but my mom had a Kerstead, and very, very old painter. She bought it. He was still alive. She also bought some of the Group of Seven artists' pictures because my grandfather used to go up there and paint with them, with A.Y. Jackson?
Yeah.
And some of the others. That's where my grandfather learned how to paint. They're only, like, the minute they die, they're worth more. I'll give you an example. My mom was an American, born in the US, moved here when she was 14, and has been in Canada ever since. Her sister moved back down to the States. So I've got family here in Canada and in the US. But she was on a cruise and saw a painting which was a hand-painted oil painting of the US flag. Okay. She paid $3,000 for it. We can't give it away. Okay. So, yeah. It depends on the artist and the name, and if the artist is still alive or not, right? Like, would a Rembrandt be as valuable if he was still alive and kicking?
If Rembrandt were still alive and kicking, his paintings would be
pretty cool, wouldn't it?
His paintings would be worthless until somebody is willing to pay for it.
Exactly.
Right.
Do you think Michelangelo, if he was still alive, would have been painting the 16th Chapel? Oh, wait, 1 minute. He did. Kidding, of course. I'm kidding, of course. That was funny, though. Another song?
Sure. I'm trying to figure out what this delicacy is that somebody's talking about, because I see a can of smoked mussels.
Well, you figure that out, and we'll talk about it when you come back. Here's a song called Chunk of the Hash.
Pass that. Break that. Roll that. Hey, shake that.
Whole crew laughing at the ash on the placemat.
Got a chunk in my pocket. Wrap it tight, then we tap it on the tabletop. Little flame, then we watch it. Turn the room into syrup, let the chatter stop.
Male voice.
Eyes low, still I'm locked in the pocket. Beat knock hard, feel the rattle in the floorboard. I'm the one with the lighter and the locket. You the one with the smoke and the encore. Chunk of hash in the ashtray. Pass that big laugh. Whole squad lay back. We don't rush, just groove and crash. Every joke hit hard off a chunk of hash. Chunk of hash in the ashtray, pass that, pass that. 2 hands on the cup, lean back, lean back. Life too fast, let it slow and splash. Every night feel light off a chunk of hash.
Socks off on the couch, I'm the loud in the lounge. Got a crumb on my lip, brush it off, then I bounce.
I'm the bass in the floor, I'm the thump in your chest. Got a cough in the grin, call it smoke in a vest.
We trade lines like we passed that glass, yo.
Talk fast, I just let time drag.
Half burnt piece in the cheap old bag.
Whole day heavy, but the night we laugh. Chunk of now.
Shut them out.
One little spark, whole mood tilt. One little cloud, wash off guilt. One more pull, then I'm off this planet. One more joke, then I swear I can't stand it. Friends on the floor, records on repeat. Crumbs on the table, rhythm in our feet. Chunk of hash in the ashtray, pass that. Big laugh, whole squad laid back. We don't rush, just groove and crash. Every joke hit hard off a chunk of hash. Chunk of hash in the ashtray, pass that. 2 hands on the cup, lean back. Life too fast, let it slow and splash. Every night feel light off a chunk of hash. Every night feel light off a chunk of hash. Every night feel light off a chunk of hash. Chunk of hash.
What kind of hash are you smoking, buddy?
What kind of hash do I have? Oh, I have purple satellite hash.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
So, hey. My plants
are growing.
Oh God. I'm gonna top them and let them go.
Wash
and
them up.
then and put them under the big light.
Yeah.
And then I'll decapitate them for outside in April, the mothers.
So you're gonna put your mothers out.
No.
When you're gonna start cutting clones?
That's what I'm gonna do with the mom. I'm taking the tops off to do now.
Yeah.
And then by the time about halfway through, I guess, I'll start clones for outside in April or June, whatever. April, May. I've lost 3 windows already this winter again on my greenhouse. So and I'm not going to use the pots outside. I've got big 20-gallon ones that I'm going to sit outside. And I'll keep the auto pots inside. Right?
Oh yeah.
I was not impressed by the size outside with those. And I think that's just because of the length of time that you can grow out there.
Yeah.
Right. So this year they will be going out as the minute I can put them out. But I've just read this morning that it's going to be a very chilly spring with a lot of frost. So that might be an issue again. But the good thing is I'm learning downstairs is I can do whatever the fuck I want with them.
That's right.
So, because I'm God.
You are God.
I am God. Downstairs.
God.
Anyway. Downstairs, anyways. Yeah.
Yeah. At that house. You're God.
At that. Yeah. But no, they're doing really well. I'm really surprised because, as I told Marcel a couple of weeks ago, every time I go down there, I'm like, they're going to be fucking dead. Because they look dead. I'm sorry, but they look dead.
Are you going down there every day?
Once a week.
Go every day.
Why?
Well, one is exercise for you.
Fair enough.
Two, go in and manhandle your plants. Touch them. Touch the leaves.
Well, there is a fan going. What I did was I set up my blower, my drying rack.
Yeah.
And I have that in there because it blows the whole plant around, blows everything around. Because I set up a closet for mumps.
Yeah.
Right. And then I've got the big room for when we're flowering.
Right.
So I'm excited to see where they go. I've got the lights set up so that I can move them along and get them out of the way when I want to work.
Yeah.
I
Go in
just
and
move
touch
them.
your plants. Let them know they're still there.
I will. I try. Like I said, I try. The stairs, as you know, are an issue for me, and I'm working on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So it's not just it's a phobia thing. I have a legitimate phobia of dying on a flight of stairs because I've fallen a few times on stairs, right? So, and if you, I'll post a picture of my basement stairs. It's like going up a ladder. Okay.
So are mine.
Oh, it's fucking unreal, dude.
I hate my stairs. And I know about falling on downstairs. That's how
I
I
know.
dislocated my shoulder.
I know. So, as you know, it takes a little bit to get over that. I've not been a fan.
Yeah,
I've-
you never get over that.
No, you don't. I've
My
not been
arm
a
will
fan
fall
of
out.
stairs for a long time, and unfortunately, around the same age, my mom started falling a lot. It was attributed to the medicine that she was on, though. It was making her off balance. She was taking heart medicine and stuff, right? And other stuffs. What MAOIs, is that what they call them? Brain stuff, right? Where'd
Yeah,
you go?
I'm here.
Somebody distracted you.
I'm lost. I'm tired.
Why are you lost?
Because I'm tired. It's been a long day
Oh,
and a long week.
you know, I've had a long couple of weeks,
Yeah.
and I'm getting that. What is it? SADS, seasonal affective disorder. Is it called? It's starting to affect me. Just being inside all the time. I don't go out much because of, again, the fear of falling. And there's not really anywhere to go in the winter here. If I was a skier, oh, I'd be there every day. If I was 18 years old, I'd be skiing every fucking day.
Get a
You know?
snowmobile. Lots of snowmobile trails there.
Again, yes. And actually, my driver's license now has snowmobiling on it. So
What?
I can drive my license has that says I can drive a snowmobile.
I
Right?
didn't know you had a license for snowmobiles. Oh no, you guys can drive snowmobiles on the roads up there, can't you?
Oh yes. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
all the time. Yeah, along the side of the road, yes, but on the
Yeah.
highway. And I think they do that because this is the Trans Canada highway that goes right through town. So,
Oh yeah.
but and they've got street signs and that on the trails are monitored, and the cops are out there on their sleds.
There's a
And
town in New Brunswick that snowmobiles and four wheelers were like Tim Hortons drive-throughs.
oh yeah, here that they're all over the place.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Well,
and golf carts here because we have a
got to
golf
drive
cart.
down the road to get to the drive-through at Timmy's.
We don't have a Timmy's yet, but we don't have anything other
You should put
than
one in. Put
uh,
one in. Get yourself some foreign labor workers to work there for next
they
to
don't
nothing.
they don't want fast food here. Even though there's really nothing else, we have
I
a.
wouldn't call Tim Hortons fast food. I wouldn't
No,
call
I know.
Tim Hortons food. So
They're trying, but we've just they're just finishing up on a truck stop just outside of town because they don't want the trucks parking on the side of the highway to go shopping and things like that, right?
yeah, that makes sense.
What they will have out there for them, I don't know. Nothing right off the bat. They haven't even put bathrooms in yet. So, but apparently there's going to be bathrooms with shower stalls so that they can do night stops and stuff like that, because they always stop at the gas station when they're closed. And sometimes you go by there in the middle of the night and there's 20 or 30 fucking trucks parked in there for nothing. Right.
It might be like one of the ones they have in the U.S. where it's full of vending machines.
You know, I watched a documentary on YouTube about the largest truck stop in the world, which is in, it's on one of the internets or interstate highways in the U.S. down south. And they have hotel rooms, like the new thing in train stations and airports are these mini hotels. They're like bed and breakfast. It's just a room with a bathroom. That's it. Like they used to have. So lots of that stuff is popping up. There's restaurants in this truck stop. You can have shower. You can have a nap, like a lounge at an airport, right?
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm just looking at the largest truck stop in Canada.
Where's that?
Belleville.
Makes sense. Yep.
It's
Makes sense.
called the 10-acre truck stop.
I've been there. It's right near the Apple place, I think.
8 diesel lanes, a truck wash, repair shop, extensive parking.
I don't know how elaborate they're going to go up here. I know one of the kids works for the company, the construction company that's doing it.
Iowa 80 is the world's largest truck stop.
That's the one that I watched the documentary on.
Yeah.
Which I'd say pull it up, but we'd get in trouble.
Probably.
Yep. Trying not to get in trouble. So do you want to try
It's
and
massive.
get not? There's a what?
It's massive.
It's huge, dude. Like it's a couple of miles to walk in from the fucking parking lot kind of thing. Huge.
It sits on 220 acres.
Right. That's what I'm saying, dude. And there's everything. There's a mall, restaurants, shower facilities, everything, which is good because, if it wasn't for truckers, we wouldn't get the stuff we need, right? In a lot
They
of
get
cases.
5,000 visitors a day. They've got parking for 15 trucks.
Only 15.
Or sorry, no, 15 diesel fuel pumps. They're parking for 900 trucks.
I was going to say, yeah, because it's the lot that it sits on is mostly parking lot.
They also have dedicated pumps for dispensing the bulk diesel exhaust fluid.
Cool.
450 employees to staff the place. And they got buffet, food court, a movie theater, dentist, chiropractor, church, a museum.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
I remember the dentist and the chiropractor kind of made me giggle.
Yeah, me too. But hey, why not?
One of the channels that I watch is a couple who are truckers, and they went in there for the first time, and they were just flabbergasted. Like they go around in their truck to different truck stops and countries, and not countries, but around the U.S. and stuff, right? Your brother's a trucker, isn't he?
Nope.
No, must be Al's.
No.
I know somebody whose brother is a trucker.
No, one's a carpenter and one's head of IT.
Huh.
Must
be Al.
Blue collar worker and a
Al's
nerd.
brother. Yeah, I think it's Al's brother. What?
A blue collar worker and a nerd.
And you're right in the middle?
No, I'm not the middle. I'm the oldest.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, out of us two, Sharon is a bookkeeper and office manager for now. They do, I want to say, kitchens and stuff like that, like fabricating.
Yeah.
But she used to work for a company that made dyes. She ran that company, did the bookkeeping and stuff like that. But now she's got several clients on her own now too. It's tax time, so.
Oh, good for her.
If you're in Alberta and you need a tax person, Muse Bookkeeping.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's tax time, eh? That's again already this year. 2025 went just flew by. Marcel.
Oh yeah, time is just. The older you get, the faster time goes.
Oh, yeah, because you sleep more. Although I'm unable, I don't remember the last time I had an 8 hour sleep. I go in 2 hour, 3 hour spurts. Every now and then, if I'm not feeling well, it's all day. Right?
I consistently live off of 7 hours sleep a day.
I wish I could. I can't. Every time I move, I wake up because of the pain.
Oh man, I make sure I'm not in pain when I go to bed.
If I had enough product to do something like that, I would, and I have.
Yeah.
When I become God downstairs, and then that will happen.
There you go.
For now, I'm just
be a god.
I'm trying. I'm being a demigod, a demigod, a fake one.
I'm gonna message Mr. Darcy.
Yeah, he should be on his way soon. He said he should be home by 9:20.
Between 9 and 9:20.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, question: did you see Wrecking Crew yet?
Where's it at?
The Wrecking Crew. It's on Netflix. I know you don't have it, but that doesn't mean you can't watch it.
No, I'm not watching it.
Okay, I'll give you a site where you can watch it. But anyway, okay, fine. No, then you can wait until it's on another service that you have.
What's it about?
The Wrecking Crew is John Batiste. Is it
Batista?
Dave
Batista.
Dave Batista and Jason Momoa. And that's
on Prime.
It's hilarious. Is that what it's on? Okay, so it's on Prime, but it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, we were going to watch that tonight, but then we had a show, so we didn't watch it tonight.
Well, I'll let you go right now, and I'll go watch it again.
Darcy will show up, and we'll all be gone.
But anyways, I in my ADHD-ness wasn't able to watch it because it was during the day, and I was doing other stuff. And so I've only seen maybe a quarter of it. So it's something I'm going to watch, but what I saw was hilarious.
I thought it was a movie.
It is a movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is a movie, and it is on Prime. Yes. Do you want me to here?
No, see, I'm not a big Jason Momoa fan.
Neither am I. But they work.
Like Batista.
I like Batista as well. And I'm gonna pull up the trailer, okay?
Sure.
All right. Or I'm gonna try anyways. If I leave, I wasn't able to do that.
I got kicked off trying to share YouTube videos on YouTube.
Well, it's mostly because my computer is it's the computer that I'm doing this on right here is an old MacBook Air, which was my mother's.
Oh.
And it's
a MacBook. Oh, geez. That's all you had to say.
No, it's old, dude. Like it's ancient, and I can't even upgrade it past what it's upgraded to. It's upgraded to
all MacBooks, like beyond their upgrading after they leave the fucking store.
No. Like Windows, you can upgrade to when the company says we don't want to upgrade you anymore, like they're doing with 10 right now. Right? They do the same thing at Apple. Exactly the same thing. But what they also do at Apple is, and this is what happened with my iPhone, is they will I don't want to say purposely. It just seems like this because I've heard the same story from many people. Once they start getting to the point where they want you to upgrade your phone, they will downgrade your phone battery till it dies. And then your phone just, like, that's what happened with my last iPhone. Why I left iPhone, and I like Apple. It's what I started using. But and it's happened now. This is the third time with an iPhone where they downgrade the phone to the point where it can't be upgraded, and then the battery dies. Then they forcibly make you upgrade, and I don't like that. They don't do that so much on the Android. It's the carriers that do it. I'll give you an example. Kelly bought a phone, and a couple of years later got a message from her provider saying that she had to upgrade her phone because they were no longer offering services to the phone that she has. Did you ever get an email like that?
No. But there's a lot of apps that won't work on older phones.
Yes, there are. There's usually a runaround, that you can do.
Yeah.
Right. At least with computers, I know there is, because I've been doing that for years. But I'm looking for the review. What did I say it was called?
I forget.
The Wrecking
Crew.
Wrecking Crew trailer. Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Oh, that was pretty cool. Our police force presented awards to themselves.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
For going out and raiding Indigenous shops.
No, for the mass shooting that they handled so perfectly here.
That's going on, way too much around the world now. These shootings and people going out and assassinating people, essentially.
Al, how long we've been friends?
Yeah, I know.
I've been telling you for that long.
Listen, I'll tell you.
Was coming.
When we went on our European vacation, it was at a time when there were snipers hiding in small towns, shooting to kill tourists. Do you remember that? In Europe.
Yeah. But you got to remember my last European vacation.
Oh, hold on. 1 second.
There was still a wall.
Hold on. Stop. Okay, what?
My last European vacation, there was still a wall.
Well, there was a wall there when I was there. We're talking the 70s, dude. I was 14 years old. So,
what year did they tear the wall down?
You know what? When we flew to London, we took the train to Amsterdam. We rented a VW camper and drove around London. We went to Kilcampton, Brighton, places like that. We drove the camper down the Rhine River. We camped in the Black Forest on a logging road, and the truck scared the fuck out of us at like 4:00 in the morning, barreling down the road. We drove all the way down to the French Riviera, down the Rhine River. So there are places where you go from Italy to France, back into Italy or Germany or whatever. We pulled up to the border, and it was myself, my mom's boyfriend, my mom, my sister, and my mom's boyfriend's son, Rob. We pulled up to the border in the middle of the night to a single man standing there with an AK-47 asking us for papers and what we were doing. Larry said we were tourists. He said, "Terrorists," and put his gun up to Larry's head. Okay. That was our
terrorists.
No, tourists, children, he said. Okay.
They're fucking terrorists too.
So, but I remember that. Yeah. But it was, I am appreciative for my mom to do that. We spent a summer in Europe driving around staying in nudist camps.
I spent a week We used Germany as a home base because we stayed there for free.
On the base,
And
or just off base, right?
no, on the base.
Oh, okay.
They had quarters for us to stay at if we wanted. But when we went to Germany, we went to Lahr, and we didn't want to stay in Lahr because it's an American base, and there's a lot of U.S. there. And we're not that we're prejudiced, just that they're not as friendly. So then we went to Bad Solingen, which is a Canadian base, which is a lot of our friends were there. So we went out and hung out with them, and then we went to Amsterdam and Paris, and then I woke up in a snowbank in Pittsfield, Austria for the World Downhill Championships. And I had no idea how we got into fucking Austria because we didn't even have passports. We traveled everywhere on a Canadian military ID card.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I had a few friends that were in the military when we were kids, and I've seen those cards. Yeah. I had one stationed in Germany, and actually both of them were stationed in Germany, and then went from there. Right?
We
were doing.
We went to Paris in the middle of the night. Just jumped on the train. One of the guys said, "Hey, let's go to Paris." Oh, okay. So we jumped on the train and fucking went to Paris. We get to Paris. We get off the train. Well, we better find a hotel. So just down the street there was a hotel. Went in, grabbed a couple rooms for the night. Went the next day, Eiffel Tower, checked shit out. Bought a bunch of French wine, a few souvenirs. Got back on the train to head back to Germany. And when the train is getting to the border of Germany, it stops right on one side of the river. And the French police get on and they go through the train and check everyone's papers.
Before the border.
Yeah, but they didn't do that to us when we went into France.
They were looking for somebody.
No, it was normal. We were talking to the guy so what happens is, all the cars that are there, all the cops that are there, 2 cops get on per car. So one goes in one end and one goes in the other end, and then they work their way towards the middle.
Looking for somebody.
Yeah, whatever they're looking for. So in the car that we were in, there was like probably 30 fucking seats, but there was 4 of us sitting together, and there was 2 Turkish soldiers down the other end of the car. Guy comes in, the gendarme comes up, and he said, "Papers, please." And I pulled out my military ID card, and he started reaching for it. And I said, "No." I pulled it back, and I said, "You can look at it, but you can't touch it." And he just looked. He's, "Oh, Canadian." He says, "You guys are Canadian." He said, "How did you like it? Did you have a good trip?" And all of this. Meanwhile, the gendarme down the other end is pulling these guys' suitcases apart, ripping clothes out. They're screaming and yelling and pointing at us. And this guy that's talking to us, he says, "There's always got to be one of them." He says, he turns around, he goes down, helps the guy rip all their luggage apart.
Well, back then, Bud, I mean, they would travel agents would tell you when you went to book your vacation to put a Canadian flag somewhere on your clothing.
Oh yeah,
because Canadians, even now, Canadians are respected around the world, as far as traveling goes. And
the first night we landed in Lahr, we went to a bar. Like, we left the base and decided we'd go and get a beer. And we went into this bar and we sat down and we just sat there, and the waitress walked by us several times, totally fucking ignoring us. And one of the guys said,
they found out that you were Canadian.
Well, one of the guys said, he said, "We might as well go to another bar." He said, "These people aren't going to serve us, I don't think, at all." My other friend is sitting there and says, "No, fuck this shit." Takes off his shirt, and he was wearing a Canadian flag T-shirt.
And then yeah. Well, that's
the waitress was there with pitchers of fucking beer. We never paid for a drink all night. They were apologizing to us. "We thought you were American. We were so sorry. We don't like having the Americans come in here. All they do is cause trouble. We love Canadians. Sorry.
Sorry, eh? So,
For
okay,
any Americans that are listening, I'm sorry that I have to pass this on, but the rest of the world doesn't really or didn't really think highly of you before, and probably even less now.
yeah, but that's the way it was, and it still is.
Yeah.
You know, um, uh, we've been warned here in Canada not to travel to several countries, and I'm ashamed to say
One of them lately has been the U.S.
Yeah, they have warned us off the U.S. and they're making arrangements for Canadians with Canadian passports to be able to travel and not have to go through U.S. security when traveling to other countries. Because in Toronto, anyways, when you go to France, for instance, and get on a plane in Toronto, you're still going through customs. You're still going through U.S. customs because they run.
No. Regardless what country you come from, if
Or
you
go
land
to.
in a you land or even where you're going to. So for example, I'm here and I want to go to Mexico. I can't get a direct flight from here to Mexico.
You can now. That's what they're trying to change.
Right. But before I'd have to go to Chicago to O'Hare.
Yes.
And then transfer on O'Hare. Well, as soon as I land in the U.S., I've got to go through U.S. customs.
That's right. And did you know, I'm going to just throw one thing at you. Did you know there's no physical border between Canada and Alaska? None at all. You just walk across. There's no significant crossing signs or anything. It's just Canada. You don't even know you've climbed into Canada or into the U.S. up there. I did not know this. Alaska. There's no Canadian-Alaskan border.
There's no real Canadian border, Canadian-U.S. border anyways.
There's no...
We have border crossings, but in between border crossings, there's nothing. There's no fucking wall.
That's what I'm saying at, Marcel. There is no border crossing, as of now anyways. There is no physical or otherwise border crossing, anything to do with a border at all at the border of Alaska and Canada. There's no reporting. There's no booth. There's nobody standing going, hey, how's it going, eh? Nothing.
And you know why?
There's too much bush. How would you protect?
No.
How would you stop that? There's nowhere for somebody to go into the U.S. once they're in Alaska.
No.
Why?
For them to get there, they had to go through Canada.
That's what I mean. Like, you can't go anywhere else.
For them to get there, they had to go through Canada. So they went through Canadian customs. Right?
When they came into Canada from the U.S., yes.
Right. To going from Alaska back into Canada, I don't think it's going to be much of a matter because Alaska ain't got anything more than Canada.
I'll give you another example. If I was to go to Alaska, or I would not have to go through any kind of a border check, fees. Did you bring anything? Nothing. You just go. Yeah. I learned this watching that border show.
Yeah.
Right. But I thought that there would have been some. I know that in the very south end of Alberta, there are a couple of towns that are right on the border where literally are split in half, where you're walking on one side, it's the U.S. and the other side, it's Canada. And I'm sure it's different now, but back when I was exploring moving out that way, there was just a reporting station where you filled out a card and put it in a slot and just drove on your way. Now I believe it's an electronic reporting center where you go, you turn on the screen and talk to somebody. Right. But what happens if you're refused entry? Do they swarm you? You know? I'm sure that they have officers around somewhere.
Al,
It's like it's like the conservation officers around here. They're everywhere, but you don't see them.
There is 4 key border crossing locations between Canada and Alaska.
I'm talking about the 90s. Oh, what? Really? So that's
Yeah.
new then. That's new
Nope.
because
Nope. Alcambrever Creek is Alaska to the Yukon Territory. Little Gold Creek and Poker Creek is
and there's a reporting
Yukon
center
to
there.
Alaska.
And there's a reporting center there, or it's just a boat. Yeah. Okay.
No. And then the Haines
obviously,
Highway.
the show I saw
I
was
knew
that.
the Haines Highway from Alaska to BC had one.
But there's no border checks, right?
Define border checks.
Nobody's standing there going, "Hello, are you Canadian? Are you where are you going? How you doing? Blah 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 blah."
Yeah, because there's a U.S. border guard standing there wanting to see your U.S. passport, your citizenship.
Okay.
Because you're going into another country, so they do have them.
So, but is that new or is that
no?
Okay. Well, live and learn, right? Do you want to watch this now?
What is it? Oh,
It's
the ad or the trailer. Yeah.
The wrecking crew. Yeah. So let's
Darcy's
watch this.
still waiting for his drive, so sure.
I'll be right back. Well, we'll be right back.
I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving either. I'm just pushing buttons.
This doesn't happen here every day. I can't have 2 guys who look like they eat steroid pancakes for breakfast, turning my island into Beirut!
Detective, that is uncalled for. Are you gaslighting us?
You want to tell me why the Yakuza want you dead?
You have to ask them. Yakuza? That's who that was? You blew up my car. I blew up their car, and then it landed on yours. They just blew up your car. You just stir up trouble. That's what you do. That's what I do because I'm a cop. Not here, you're not. Our father was murdered. Was it hit and run? I don't think so. Whoa. They tried to kill me. Sword fight. Well, this should be fun. Yeah, I'm pumped. We gotta find out who killed him.
I guarantee you'll end up poking a bear that doesn't want to be poked.
Take my word for it when I tell you that I'm the bear. Ninjas on bikes. Let's talk more shooting. You got fat. You got old.
So, don't have to see the movie. We just all the best part.
In a minivan.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good, but
That's not what happened.
Me at all.
like I said, I've only seen about half an hour of it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. You can watch it tomorrow.
I'll watch it when I get off of this thing.
Nah, I'm not staying up that long.
I have no choice now. I have no choice
But to stay up and watch that movie.
but to stay up and watch that movie now. Yeah. Yep. There's been a few movies and shows that I've enjoyed, but I just can't remember what they are at the moment. So I want to move on since we're waiting for the Darcy again. You always seem to be waiting for Darcy.
Yep.
Do you have a scale handy, Marcel?
No?
No.
Why?
I'm gonna.
You
I
were
want
to get me to weigh a joint.
Yes,
What joint were you going to get me to weigh?
the one that you're gonna roll right now.
I'm not rolling joint.
You don't have a joint rolled?
No. No, and my joints are going to weigh completely different anyways, because I'm not rolling a pot joint.
I rolled a joint and weighed it earlier. I'm still smoking it.
That's good.
And
it's almost a gram. I would hope you're still smoking it.
0.8.
Yeah.
And it's so probably 5.5 of a gram of weed and a nice chunk, or snake, as I like to call them. I don't like breaking up hash because I always end up with holes in my shirts.
They're called inevitable pinhole burns.
Well, you know what? People fucking pay good money for those fucking things now.
What? The burns? Oh, fuck, I got tons of clothes.
I got holes in shirts. I got holes on holes on holes on shirts. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I still have car cigarette lighter scars on my fingers. So.
Oh God, yeah.
That's where a lot of them holes came from in my shirt.
Well, yeah, I have one or two shirts that don't have any holes in them yet. And that's about it. Everything else has holes. But like I said, I mean, you can go out and spend $200 on a shirt with holes in it when you can just start smoking hash.
Yeah. It's a hell of a lot cheaper, and you can get a lot of hash for $200.
You sure can. You could make a lot of hash for $200 too.
Yeah.
I have my bags. They're sitting right there waiting for me. My bags. My bags are
sitting with the machine.
I just haven't taken them downstairs yet. That's all. I haven't had any. I haven't used them since last year. No, it wasn't even last year. It was 2 years ago. No, I didn't have enough to use them last year.
I used mine in October. I think October is when I made that.
So I got a question.
Yeah.
I'm getting comfortable, so I'll move the mic over here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. My plants downstairs, I've got so far I have the auto pots set up in the grow room and the tank all hooked up and everything.
Yeah.
I ran a full tank of just water through it.
Yep.
I want to run another full tank with the maintenance in it.
Yeah.
It's a 15-gallon tank. I think we worked it out too.
Yeah.
How much maintenance should I put in and let it run through to clean everything out?
It'll say on the back of the bottle, and I think it's 1 mil per liter.
I think Darcy said it was 120. I have it written down somewhere.
I'd have to go and dig out a bottle and look.
It's the one I pulled up. This is what we're talking about here, people.
Yeah, system maintenance.
The Flomax. I'll have to get my take a picture and look at it. But I think he said it was. I got it written down in my book now. So, but a good idea to do that. Yes, it was my point.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it cleans all the lines and everything.
Just without the plants in it, right? They're all full. They've all got dirt.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt plants.
No, I realize that, but I want to run it through before I even get to the plants because there's nothing in the soil yet. Yeah. My next question is should I take the tops that I'm going to put out to flower? Should I put them in cups first, or should I just put them right in the soil?
Well, wait now. What's the difference between a cup and the soil.
I'm asking because a lot of people would just assume to put everything in cups before you put it in. But I know that once you put a replanted top or a clone, you should not move it again, right?
No,
No?
that's autoflowers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Autoflowers, you germinate your seed and you basically put that germinated seed into
Right in the soil.
finished pot of what you're going to use for a finished pot.
It's because, and that's because they're so quick.
Right. Clones,
Okay.
you can start them in rock wool cubes or peat pucks.
I have peat. Yeah, I have peat. But these are going to be tops, not just little clones. The little clones
It's
for
still
outside.
a fucking clone. It's still the
I
same
know
thing.
that. I know that. But I'm not going to put a 1 foot top into a tiny little peat moss thing.
I would hope you don't have a 1 foot top.
Well, it's maybe 8 inches. 8 inches, maybe.
Cut it into 2.
Well, yeah, I don't need that many, Marcel.
Then don't
Right.
bother rooting them. I mean, cut it back. It doesn't have to be that tall. It only has to be.
They're all about boob height right now, right?
Well, when you go ahead and cut them back, cut off what you want, root those, and throw the rest of it out.
That or give them to somebody else. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the plan. Yeah.
But ideally, if you're going to give them to somebody else, root them first.
Why?
Because
I know.
because when they can't get them to root, they don't get mad.
Yeah, no, I realize that. But and that's happened because I did that. That's what happened to the stuff that I took over to Dean's.
Oh yeah.
Right. A couple of them didn't root and died, and a couple of them got eaten by the squirrels or chipmunks, or maybe the dog, or maybe the cat. Somebody ate them. Yes. Or a bear, maybe. So I've got. Have you got any wildlife chirping around over there? I've got some kind of a canine is sniffing Rose's poop, and it's culling season, so it's probably a wolf or a coyote.
Wolf or a coyote.
Yeah.
Could
be a fox. Could be a fox as well. I've seen them around.
What was a white, pristine backyard without any tracks looked beautiful for a whole day.
And then you're like, fuck, man.
Now it looks like a highway system that the fucking deer have been using back and forth and up and down.
So we don't have deer here. Not in town anyways. And every now and then a moose will wander into town. There's a bridge on each side of town.
I'm going to send you some deer.
And unless there's a moose that wanders across the railroad tracks, or goes for a swim across the river, they don't usually come into town. Now and then, the bears got no issues getting around town. Of course, I saw deer just literally just on the other side of the bridge a couple of years ago when my sister was here. We're coming back from shopping in the next town. And there was a moose just came out of the woods out of nowhere. And I was like, get your camera.
Yeah.
I've had 2 moose sightings since I've been here. Once coming into town when I was coming here with David. And then a couple of years ago. Mostly bears. See the odd wolf. Coy dogs, because there's a lot of them around here, because the wolves mate and the coyotes mate with the female home dogs, right? And then all of a sudden, wolf puppies, which I don't know if you remember Charlie. Charlie was a puppy that Kelly got from her sister who bred, she doesn't anymore, and he was an Alsatian, which is a German Shepherd. And a timber wolf cross, and her sister had both the mom and the dad, right?
Yeah.
And beautiful. Do you remember Charlie?
No, never saw it.
Beautiful, beautiful dog who literally broke toe chain going after the mailman.
I know a guy that had two huskies that were crossed with wolf, and these things were beautiful, the
Oh yeah,
friendliest,
and they have a
friendliest.
mane.
Yeah, but the friendliest dog you'd ever meet
Yep, Charlie was awesome.
until it saw another animal.
Charlie was really well behaved. Other than the whole other animal thing, but he zigged when he should have zagged, and he got hit by a car right out front on the highway.
Yeah.
After looking for him all day, the guy who hit him came by after work and told us where he was. And he was in tears. He was so upset. But he was a beautiful boy. He was only a couple of years old. And I miss him. My buddy had his husky. They were playing ball on the street, and a car hit her and smashed her hip, and she was never the same after that.
Why would you be playing ball on the street with a dog?
Because you're in the middle of
Parks
nowhere.
are
You're not expecting a car to come barreling down the street when you're living in a small town in the middle of fucking butt-fuck nowhere.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be playing on the fucking street with my dog.
I don't either. I mean, I play with my dog in my backyard.
Yeah.
But I'm bound and determined this year to get the fence finished and get it so that I can let her out when I'm out there without a tether. But I don't think I'll ever leave her out there unattended without a tether on, though. I don't think I will do that. She's taken off twice since I've been here, and luckily somebody was. She broke her lead twice. Once, and then got out of her harness another time because she got stuck under the porch and took off after some puppies that were across the street.
My dog must just like me more because my dog doesn't leave my side when I go outside. She stays with me the entire time. If I go into the garden, first thing she'll do is she'll go all the way around the garden, inside and out, check everything out, and then she'll lay down with her back towards me.
I'd like to be able to do that with Rose,
Yeah.
But I can't do that until it's fenced in, because the minute she sees somebody else, an animal, especially a dog, she's gone. And once she trips into that, I'm going mode, there's no stopping her. The odd time, Rosa is like, when I go, she'll stop in her tracks, right?
With Sadie, all I do is I just say stop, and she stops dead, and then turns around, looks back at me, and then usually she'll come back to me, or she'll just stand there and growl at whatever she was going after.
Well, that's what I'd like to be able to do, but Rosa is a twat waffle when it comes to other dogs. She'll walk up to them all nice and friendly and then just go in and attack.
No, not Sadie. Sadie won't even attack. Sadie looks at me before she does anything.
Well, unfortunately, I got Rose. She was 2. And so there was not a lot of puppy training there. Although I've known Rose since Kelly got her. I've known her since she was 11 weeks. I wasn't there every day doing the training thing. It wasn't my dog.
Yeah.
She wasn't my dog until Tim and Kelly split, and I had Buster. I had lost Buster recently, so that's when. Yeah. And Rosa and Buster were so. My God, she went into a false pregnancy twice because of Buster licking her up and schmoozing and stuff, and I miss that guy. He was literally all over Ontario, as Rosa's been with me all over Ontario, a travel dog.
Oh, yeah.
I just discovered that I can take the Canadian train. It's called the Canadian. Via runs it. I can take it from Toronto to Vancouver and possibly have them pick me up here.
Well, they're going to go by there.
If they go by. If they may not go by here, they may go up 11 and around. I don't know. But I can definitely get on a train because anyways, so the Canadian is a route that Via Rail has been doing forever. And it's Canada-wide, well, from Toronto to Vancouver. And it's an expensive trip if you get a room on the car, what do you call them?
A sleeper car.
A sleeper car. But I've been watching, one of the shows I watch on YouTube is about trains and stuff. So they also service all these little towns between Toronto and Vancouver, because there's a lot of towns in Ontario that you just can't get to other than by train. And so you can request, what I'm hearing, you can make requests to stop at certain places along the route. So I'm hoping that maybe, because I'd like to take a train, I've been on a train before, I'd like to see if I can find some way of getting on a train around here and going and visiting my sister in Alberta. And I can take a train to Edmonton, and then she'll come and pick me up.
She in Edmonton?
No, she's in Clive, which is about halfway between Alberta and Edmonton, I believe. I may be wrong there, but it's not close. She flies out of Alberta when she flies.
Out of Calgary, you mean?
Out of Calgary, yeah. Sorry, Calgary.
Yeah.
I've never been there. I've been to the mountains. I've been skiing in BC, but we flew in. We went to Banff when we were kids with my mom for a week.
I drove across the country, so I got to go through all of it.
I want to drive from here to Alberta so I can bring Rose, because I get bad anxiety when I'm not with my dog. Like in all
honesty, Al, from your place to Alberta is the most boring part of the entire fucking drive.
I know that. We've been looking into different ways, but it's also I think a 5,000 kilometer drive, and no, not that far.
No.
Okay,
no.
But anyways, my point is the gas alone. Like, it costs me about $500-600 to drive down to Toronto last summer and back, right? With food and things, not including weed and plants that I brought back, but it wasn't cheap. Luckily, gas was down when I went. It's down even more now.
But you know what? You thinking about taking a train? You can't smoke weed in the train.
No, you can't.
Yeah, that would suck.
But I can't. They do stop when they have smoke stops, and that's when they stop to refuel or get new passengers or drop off people or pick up food, whatever. Right. So you can't. They call them smoke stops, and and that's the only way that you can smoke while you're taking a train. But here's the other interesting thing. I can bring Rose. They have cabins. They're not cabins, but they have cars that are pet friendly.
Oh, yeah.
You just have to put up with other people's pets.
Yeah.
And babies. I don't know if I could do the babies. All the way.
No different than a fucking beagle.
Or an airplane.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, so I'm wondering
the
if we're
days
boring
when
people. Nobody said anything. They haven't said hello or anything today. Kind of offended.
Where are they all at?
I don't know. Nobody said anything today.
Podcast.
Nobody.
No.
No D. No dog.
No
I can hear Rosa. Rosa's bugging because she wants more food. Actually,
They all knew Lenny. They all knew Lenny wasn't going to be here, so they didn't show up.
Yeah, that's what it was. I got another song to play, and then we're going to come back. And I'm leaving the last song there for when and if Darcy ever shows up.
Sure.
Because he's late now.
Yes, very.
Yep. Let's start from the beginning, shall we?
Pass the jar around the couch, ashtray leaning on a plate. Somebody laughs at nothing hard, spills their drink, says I'm okay. Playlist on a perfect run, every song hits like it knows. We just nod, we just sink deeper into old clothes. Munchies, water, and weed, everything I need. Friends on the floor, talking like we'll never leave. Munchies, water, and weed, slow breath, slow speed. World far away, right now it's just you and me. Chips open like a firework, crumbs falling on the rug. Someone hugging on a pillow, like it's long lost love. Hiccups from the plastic cups, cold hits the back of my throat. I swear this couch just grew, or maybe I just shrank in my coat. Oh, munchies, water, and weed, everything I need. Friends on the floor, talking like we'll never leave. Munchies, water, and weed, slow breath, slow speed. We're far away, but now it's just you and me. Oh, who needs a plan when the speaker's still playing? Who needs a cure for the way we're all swaying? Yeah, eyes half closed, but the heart feels wide. Nothing tastes better than this lazy night. Munchies, water, and weed, everything I need. Friends on the floor, talking like we'll never leave. Munchies, water, and weed, slow breath, slow speed. If this is all we ever get, it's all we'll ever need.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
What the hell happened there?
I don't know.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
There. That's better. Now I've done my due diligence posting other things now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you were talking about there for a minute. Oh my god.
So you're gonna watch that movie, huh?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Did you like Landman? I enjoyed it. I
never watched it.
No, you should. You might like it. It's kind of like it's kind of like Yellowstone genre kind of thing, but with oil. And they brought in Sam Elliott and Demi Moore, and of course Billy Bob Thornton is the lead. It took an interesting twist this second season. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it next. And apparently, there's another Yellowstone thing that Kevin Carson is going to be a part of, and they're trying to bring the Blue Bloods crew over to the to Danny Wahlberg's new show, where he's in Boston now. Boston Blue, I think it's called. Have you seen that?
No.
You don't watch network stuff, so you wouldn't see
really.
that. There are shows that I enjoy, that I watch. I enjoy the Law and Order stuff, except for SUV. I don't like that one, but I enjoy the Law and Order, and the new one, the Law and Order Toronto, which I don't know if they're going to do any more of. And I like the Chicago stuff, on Wednesday nights. Fire. I don't like Med, but I like Fire and PD. PD I really like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're really good. I enjoy those. Right?
I don't know. I tend to watch more comedies than anything.
Well, there's a new version with the same actors of Scrubs starting in February. I'm looking forward to that. Let's get rid of this, shall we? I enjoyed Scrubs, and I was sad that they left, but the whole bunch of them are coming back, so that's kind of cool. There's a spin-off that they're just talking about now of from Penny and what's his face. They are going to be a part of it from Big Bang Theory.
Oh
yeah, that's a comedy that might be good, right? I like the tongue-in-cheek of Scrubs. It's a lot of one-liners, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a big Zach Braff fan, except for when he's on there. The combination of the two guys, the main characters there, are very funny, and then you throw in a bunch of other people.
Yeah.
But,
well, I would say Darcy stood us up.
That's twice in a row.
Yeah.
Why does it even? Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say in mid-sentence.
Just as well.
Probably, yeah. So I got what?
Safer that way.
I think we'll wait and we'll play this song when he's here. So I'm going to say goodbye to that song. We're almost done anyways. I was going to bring up a thing. The guy who owns Raw and recently bought High Times, the whole High Times outfit. He's like, it's like he's just walked out from a curtain, and he's so visible now. He's out and about. He does videos and stuff. And so he did a video called 3 Seconds for the Win. So you can obviously figure out what it's about. For a long time, people would tell you that the longer you hold it in, the more stoned you're going to get. Now, I used to do that. I used to do that with tobacco, and I would have seizures because of it. And the minute I stopped toking my tobacco, because I quit smoking tobacco, they stopped. I still get them every now and then, but from other things. So this is Josh is his name, right? Josh. I can't remember his last name.
I don't
know. But anyways, he did a video on how long you should inhale. And it might be a little bit choppy just because my computer sucks. But, here you go. You can watch it and you be the judge. Be the judge, Marcel.
Sure.
How long should Bob and you hold your breath? At 1 second, you're going to get the majority. At 2 seconds, you get 95%. But at 3 seconds, you get 99%, which is the goal. What happens if you keep holding it? At 4 seconds and beyond, you and Bob are going to get more carbon monoxide, tar particulate, and lung irritation. If it feels stronger, that's just oxygen deprivation. This is according to John Hopkins linked type research and the National Institute for Health studies on breath hold. You might have funded that. This ain't bro science, bro. It's real science.
That
So
wasn't
that's
anything new.
no, but to us, yes.
No, I've been telling people for years that you hold your breath, get really high. No, it's oxygen deprivation.
That's
It's
right. Like
brain.
when I was a kid, our thing was okay. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh,
Excuse me.
so you could go unconscious and wake up with a headache.
Exactly. And that we used to do that all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Not no more. In and out. And sometimes, I'll be like, but no more than 5-8 seconds, maybe, if.
I don't know. I never even hold that long.
In and out. Well, but this is what I'm getting at.
No, not in and out either. I still hold it for a little bit. I'd probably do 3 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's what I do now.
That's what I've always done.
I don't want to be down there, Marcel.
We're leaving in a minute, Al. Doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't matter now. But yeah, no, I just thought I'd bring that to light for people who didn't know, because it is one of those I get that moments.
Yeah,
right.
I know what
You
that
don't
feels
need
like,
to
man.
hold it in that long.
No, don't.
You're just harming yourself.
I saw Darcy shared a cool thing earlier. About
Darcy's not here, though. We're not talking about Darcy.
Yeah, I know, but it was about whole plant stuff.
Oh,
Where did you share that?
where is it? I got one more doobie in me, and then I'm going to the couch to watch that movie. I got a big bag of bud thing.
Yeah.
Which is, a half and a half, right? A half ounce and a half ounce. So 2 different strains for $128. The prices are going up, because when I first started getting them, they were like $109. Unfortunately. But I'm finding that depending on where you go, the legal stores, they have $100 ounce now, and they're not bad. They're not great. Some of them are. I find a strain and a product that I like, I stick with it, because then I'll go and I'll try something else and I won't like it. For instance, I tried something middle of the month that I got a half ounce. It was, $120 or so. But the buds were really small. They were smalls, which I don't mind. There wasn't a lot of them, and they were very, very dense and not puffy.
Yeah.
Right? Didn't like it. I like the big bag because every bud is very puffy. So I'll take 2 nugs of this one and 2 nugs of that one, mix them up together, and I like that. It gives me 3 strains, basically. Add some hash, 4. Although hash is usually made from multiple strains, is it not?
Can be.
It depends on what you
On
have.
who's making it. Well, it depends on who's making the hash.
Yeah, who's making it. Speaking of I friended Mila, Hash Queen.
Oh yeah.
And I've invited her to come on the show.
Cool.
So hopefully one day that will happen. I've met her before at one of the events that I went to over the years. Yeah. If you'd like to be a guest, hey, say something. If you don't say anything, we don't know, right?
Yeah.
So we do like talking to guests. I just don't think guests like talking to us. Actually, we know this is not true because most of the time guests have a lot of fun, and because we're unexpected people. We don't know what we're really doing. I mean, we do, but we don't. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I'm winking. 13 years Marcel's been here. We found this out today because I got a post on Facebook, a reminder post, or what do you call memories? Memories.
Yeah.
But I think it's been a little bit closer to 15, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we've only been Facebook friends for.
Well, when you started, I don't think we were doing much social web. We were, because when Brian was around, he started us on Twitter. He was doing our Twitter stuff, and then when he left, I kept doing it. We've got thousands of people on Twitter follow us. But when you started, we weren't using social network like we were now.
No, not really.
We were doing, blind radio. Although we saw each other because we were in Zoom Hangouts. We were using Hangouts. We used Skype at first. Dave and Brian and I use Skype, and then we moved to Hangouts, and then you came along, and yeah. What a journey, eh? I want a divorce.
Yeah. Yeah. I want alimony.
So we're going to wind things up, and I'd just like to send a message out to Don Lemon. Good luck.
Yeah. I'd like to send a message too. I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Not that he'd ever hear it. Hey.
Kind of like picking up a flashbang that doesn't belong to you. You find out, right?
Don't touch. So, you know that we were talking about it earlier. What's Up Toronto magazine is a magazine that my sister and I started way back in the Coon's age. Okay. When you were allowed to say Coon's age, you can't say that anymore. And yesterday, I found out that John Cena follows us on the Tweety. The wrestler, actor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. A few people follow me on various Twitters. Gordon Ramsay follows us, the show, on Twitter.
Yeah, why?
I think that's really cool. Well, you know what? He added me because I shared my thoughts on a show. He did a series of shows where he got complete access to the cartels and went into the jungle, and they made cocaine in front of them. They showed them how they harvest it, make it right from fucking crop to streets. And the reason he did that was because I believe his brother overdosed on cocaine, and Gordon Ramsay does stuff kind of like Anthony Bourdain used to do.
Yeah.
Anthony Bourdain was a chef as well. I don't know if people know that. Before he was a journalist, he was a chef. Right? And I loved watching his shit. He did a lot of really cool shit. Right? But again, drugs got him. Right?
Yeah.
It's a shame,
Oh.
Hey, guess what? It's time to say bong bye.
Yeah, and I plan on being a little more awake for next week.
Well, that would be nice, especially when it's just the two of us. Because you kept nodding off like an old man.
Well, my eyes didn't close. They stayed open.
Marcel?
Yeah. I'm here. What?
But you know what? I do that on a daily. So in the mornings, sometimes when we do Hi Guys, Tuesdays at 10 a.m. right here at 420radio.ca. Al and I are, sometimes he's even unshaven.
Oh my God. I've got to get off Facebook because these people are just pissing me off.
I don't enjoy Facebook as much as I used to. I use it for station stuff and posts and stuff like that. And I talk to people that I know personally, and that's it. I don't usually engage other than when we're doing a show or in comments with people I don't know anymore.
Yeah, well, Trump is now arresting Black and LGBTQ journalists for doing their job.
How do you like him now, people? That's all I got to say on that one.
So, Black, gay, fake news actor starts a protest and incites a protest, and everybody thinks he's a fucking hero. This fucking
Because
world
Trump said so.
Listen, bring on the fucking asteroid. Kill this fucking species off because it doesn't deserve to live. Fuck.
It's a pretty negative thing to say at the end of a happy show.
No, I'm sorry, but it's just a fact.
Well,
this species is a bad species for the planet.
We are 5 steps away from another world war, and we've been like that for a while now, and that's not going to stop, unfortunately.
I disagree. I think World War III started.
Oh yeah, no, it's going, but that's what I mean. We're 5 steps away from a full-blown thing. The only thing we haven't seen yet, I guess we have seen it in Europe, is a nuclear attack.
Yeah, we haven't seen one in Europe yet.
Well, no, but in Yugoslavia, they're in Ukraine and down there, they're bombing people, and Russia's, I don't know what Russia's doing, but
nobody's gotten nuked yet.
That's the only thing that hasn't happened yet. Thank God.
Fucking aliens haven't shown up yet.
But soon we're gonna have China in our back pocket, so it won't fucking matter. Come and get us, Trump.
China's been running this country for fucking years, ever since Trudeau got into power.
Probably. Yep. But they don't run me. I run me. I also run this station, and we have to go.
Well, but just remember the Project Bluebeam.
Project Booby?
Bluebeam.
Oh, Bluebeam.
Bluebeam.
Another
conversation. We will have an alien invasion.
Please come and say hi.
Aliens will come out of the sky and
bring some smoke with you. I want to try your shit.
It will be terrible. They don't have any.
They don't. Why?
Because that's why they're fucking coming here, man.
They're coming here to get ours.
Yeah.
So they're coming here to steal our weight, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah.
Say goodnight, Marcel.
Good night. Why else would they come? There's nothing else here.
See you next week.
All right, talk to you.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed. Well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Oh, hi. How are you? Are you still eating?
No, I just lit a joint.
Just lit a joint. What are you smoking?
Oil.
No,
like
but
I always smoke.
What brand?
Oil. Does it matter when it becomes oil?
No.
Right.
It does not.
Low glow in the lab, white coat, dark shades, beakers on the table, science on parade. I pull it from the plant, drop it in the vial, charting every change, every little smile. CB1, CB2, talking to your brain, slide into your system. You never feel the same. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your veins, so smooth. From your head to your shoes, every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Got a map of your nerves laid out on the wall. Lock meets key, now the dominoes fall. Pain takes a seat, worry drifts aside. Tiny little molecules taking you for a ride. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your vein, so smooth from your head to your shoes. Every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Smoke or undertongue, either way that signal spun. Tiny switch flips your mood, turn a static into attitude. Heart slows down, thoughts get wide. All your edges soften on the
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VAC Roundtable. That's right, we're up to number 75, and we have a very special guest as we keep up with what's actually happening in the rest of the world. There's still things happening here in the United States, and we have a veteran and EMT with us today, Carmine Fiore out of New York. Is one of the social equity applicants in the state of New York. And of course, the state of New York promised to honor disabled veterans that were service connected as they passed out their initial permits. However, what happened and what was promised did not necessarily meet with reality. So we're joined by one of the lead plaintiffs in this situation, Carmine Fiore. So again, Carmine, thank you for joining us today. And I'm just going to kind of go right into it, which the first question is also a multi-tiered question because everybody has a different experience when they first came to it. So how did you first come to cannabis? What made it the trajectory in your life that it is today? So thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Etienne. I appreciate that. Thanks for everyone for having me. And yeah, great question. How did I originally come to cannabis? Well, I originally came to cannabis when I was 13 years old. And me and some neighborhood friend of mine that lived around the block from me were introduced to cannabis through an older kid that was in high school at the time, and he smoked a joint and shared it with us. And at the time, I didn't know what I was embarking on when I tried my first joint, but at the time it was rebellious. It was rebellious, and it went against the status quo of what the community was, and especially what my family stood for. So it was very nerve-wracking and full of anxiety. And I don't even remember if I enjoyed it the first time. I tell you, if I didn't enjoy it, it didn't scare me enough away to try it the second and third time. But I could definitely remember it bringing my friends closer together. In acquiring it and figuring out how to smoke it and who's going to bring the lighter and where we're going to smoke it. It brought us, our friends, together in that sense, and we had a bonding moment. But yeah, and then I took a few years off from cannabis to join the military and become a first responder, and then finally get reintroduced back to it in 2021. When New York State legalized it again for adult use.
Thank you for that. That's always unique. I always love that question because smoking circles and our friends, that's also a bonding over doing something against the law together is something that can build its own unique community, to say the least. So thank you again for that. Next up will be Council Member Peggy Jones. Council Member.
Thank you, Etienne. Thank you, Carmine, for joining us tonight. My question is, during your time as an EMT, did you see times where cannabis could be used in emergency situations?
I've been thinking about that as a cannabis patient, and I believe it does have its purposes in emergency medicine. More specifically, I think it can be useful in seizures, in seizure control for certain type of seizures. especially for pediatric patients when nothing else is working, except heavy duty narcotics. I'm always someone that would rather opt out of heavy duty narcotics, especially when it comes to pediatrics, just because of long term effects it may have on the cognitive ability of pediatrics, over the course of their lives, because their brain stem and brain is still developing. Yes, you want to stop the seizing, to get the airway back open and, resume, normal breathing, but, you don't want to do it at the cost of permanent damage. So I definitely could see cannabis being useful for seizure control. As far as pain management, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be the one to say if it would be good for emergency care. I do believe cannabis is excellent for pain management. Myself, I went through 2 surgeries without taking any painkillers, and the best way I could describe cannabis for pain management is it changes the perception of pain for me. So I do think it does have its medical benefits, but I'm not too sure about emergency medicine for sure. But it could definitely also be helpful in nausea and vomiting cases. It's definitely helpful with that, because I know certain times for nausea, when I take it, when I'm about to feel like I'm about to vomit, some cannabis oil, really settles the stomach and really puts me back at a homeostasis, in my, regarding my gut health. But yeah, I mean, and I think that would be my best answer for cannabis and emergency medicine, especially as an EMT.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter. Council Member Laughter.
Yeah, thank you, Carmen, for joining us here. Really want to call out your willingness, not just as a military veteran, but as an EMT, to be in service to the community that you find yourself in and the country that you live in. So thank you. From one veteran to another, well done. I also want to call out your willingness to stand up for how the New York legalization scheme is going to play out. And I note that you were removed as the Veterans Committee Chairman of the Cannabis Association of New York State. Can you tell us a little bit about that and why that happened and what it's like going forward for you and your activism? Thank you.
Thank you for your support, first off, and it's my pleasure to meet another veteran, and thank you for your service as well, sir. And yeah, I was elected as the chair of the Veterans Committee for Cannabis Association of New York after the first committee chair stepped down. She stepped down, and the committee elected me to become their chair. And as chair, I became very engrossed in the law and regulations of licenses for veterans, because the law, gave veterans prioritization. But unfortunately, the state wasn't prioritizing veterans. They were only prioritizing one group of that was in the law, that was written in the law, and they were somehow forgetting us. So, I told the Veterans Committee, how I felt about this, and they all agreed that there should be some representation for veterans in the law, whether it's on a regulatory body or at least in action via licenses. And that wasn't happening. And I became a very public advocate about how the New York State regulators were not following the law and were not prioritizing veterans as the law stated. And the Cannabis Association, we didn't have the same opinions on that. Their opinion was that the law was created and the licensed program was created to help those that had justice involved history. And that's great. And I am in support of that. I am in support of social justice 100%. But unfortunately, the law wasn't written that way. And I was just an advocate for the law. As a veteran and first responder, we know what the op guide looks like. We understand how that looks, how we have to read it and memorize it. And those are the bounds in which we could act. And me, with this coming into the same mentality into that cannabis industry, I looked at the law and the regulations as my bounds and what my operating orders were. And they weren't being followed. And so I stood up for veterans across New York State and be like, hey, we're not being heard, just like the law states we should. And I was removed, and it was okay. I took that. That's fine. And after I was removed, the committee re-elected me as committee chair, and then at that point they removed me from the association completely after I was re-elected to chair. So then they removed me completely from the association for differences of opinion, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But I do think the Cannabis Association of New York is doing phenomenal work, and they really are advocating highly for a lot of cannabis entrepreneurs in the state.
Thank you for that. So, how did your community around you respond to these situations when they happened to you? It had to come as a shock, not only to you, but as those around you. So, did you find support, or what did you find when that trend transpired?
I found a great deal of support in the veteran community, and that I got a lot of messages on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on emails, text messages, on the other platforms, all in support of veterans, and thanking me for advocating on their behalf. They, because they knew by me advocating on their behalf, I might have been risking my old license, because sometimes the greasy wheel in politics doesn't always get the grease, the squeaky wheel rather doesn't always get the grease. Rather it gets removed and replaced, especially in government. So I took that risk, and I was getting, I really try to surround myself with people who are positive, and I surrounded myself with people that loved and supported me and understood what I was doing.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Next up will be Council Member Davis.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. I'm trying to get over this respiratory thing for like a month. I got a follow-up question about your cannabis administration thing for the seizures and such. Maybe I may have missed it. Did you say that you actually administer cannabis for like seizures and such, or?
No. The question was, how do I see cannabis could be used in emergency medicine scenarios? And I think cannabis could be used in a seizure scenario, especially for pediatric patients. I could see the benefit, because I've seen, not firsthand, but I've heard that cannabis oil can stop pediatric seizures fairly quickly. So I do believe cannabis can be used for that. But yeah, I have not done that myself.
Okay, all right. I was just kind of wanting to clarify on that. Yeah,
No, I can't.
I think that would be
admitting to any medical malpractice.
I have personal experience with that in helping children with seizures, either a nasal spray and or a sublingual tincture. And it's dramatic how quickly relief happens when you have the right chemistry for that child's needs. That's all I'll say. I'm not a doctor, but I've seen it happen again and again.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Wade. Mike?
So my question, sorry, apologize, the cough again, is could you please give us the backstory of the lawsuit, as in how you navigated the system? Have you been received by the powers that be, by the movement, and how did you get into the conversation?
Yeah, great question. A lot to that question as well. Well, in 2021, New York legalized adult use cannabis. Prior to that, it was only cannabis patients were allowed to possess cannabis and purchase cannabis. It was through a doctor, and PTSD and addiction were on that list as approved ailments for cannabis patients. So there was already some veteran advocacy on that end. But in 2021, New York legalized adult use cannabis via the law, the MRTA, the Marijuana and Regulation Taxation Act. Through that law, It laid out the framework of how adult use cannabis was to be rolled out in New York State. And it laid out the framework of how which licenses were going to be administered, and how they were, and who the goal was for these licenses to benefit. They had a goal of 51% of all adult use licenses to be issued to social equity classes. And the law stated 5 classes were such as social equity. There were distressed farmers, minorities, women, service disabled veterans, and people who lived in communities disproportionately impacted by the prohibition of cannabis. So think zip codes and areas like that when I mentioned it. Okay. So, but there were also 2 caveats to that. There were bills that were passed called the conditional processors and the conditional cultivators. These bills were added to this law to jumpstart the industry. They understood that in order to start the adult use cannabis industry, we need to grow this cannabis. So these 2 bills laid out the framework of who were supposed to grow the first cannabis in New York State to be sold, and they created a conditional cultivator and a conditional processor license, and this was passed, via the state and via the assembly. So when in 2022, when they started issuing these licenses, they first issued them to cultivators and processors, so they would, build up the supply chain. Great. Then the next step was, as per the law, that the New York State was supposed to issue retail licenses to the social equity classes that I described before, the 5 classes. But New York State did not do that. New York State instead created their own conditional retail license that was nowhere written into the law, or there was no conditional bill written, to support that. This conditional bill that they created was for those who were justice involved individuals and those who had previously owned businesses, meaning those who had a business history of running a successful business, as well as been convicted of a cannabis crime in the past. That sounds great. I love that idea. Social justice is a great idea, and I'm a supporter of that. But unfortunately, that's not what the law was written for. The law was written for social equity, and veterans were part of the social equity law in this case. So I spoke to the New York State regulators, more specifically the executive director of the Office of Cannabis Management, and I explained to them what was going on, and they took my words, and they said, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Then I went over to the legislative branch, and I started speaking to the senators and assembly members who passed the MRTA, and explained to them how the law was being played out. And they agreed that's not how the law was written, and that's not how they envisioned it. So I went through the executive branch by speaking to the OCM. I went through the legislative branch, and I even had them sponsor a letter and write a bipartisan letter with senators and assemblymen, Democrats and Republicans, all signing this letter stating that the conditional retail program was not a legal program and veterans were being left out and they needed to change. All right, so this letter was sent to the Office of Cannabis Management, and it was sponsored by the chair of the Veterans Committee for the Senate of New York State. And I was really happy that I was able to get that done. This took about months of meetings and months of. You guys know how difficult things could get, especially when we're talking about a bipartisan letter. Things could get really, iffy and touchy sometimes. But we had about 12 senators sign on to this letter, and it's something I was really proud of getting done. And unfortunately, this letter went to deaf ears and fell on deaf ears, unfortunately. So I had no choice but to go the judicial route, because I knew otherwise we would not veterans would not get a choice. We would not get a voice in this industry at all, because we would be overlooked, and by the time we would get a chance, there would be either no property for any potential real estate owners, and we wouldn't have a chance in this industry when capital and real estate is so important. So I got together with a bunch of veterans that I knew, and we spoke to a few lawyers. And the money that we all had invested originally into our businesses, we decided to invest into a lawsuit, and that's what we did. We started a lawsuit, and we settled on that lawsuit in the beginning of December, and I received a license in that settlement, as well as getting a lot of support for veterans across New York State. Um, yeah, it was 120 days that the lawsuit went on for, and at the end we got a lot of advocacy in New York State. We created a veteran task force for veterans in New York State, and a lot of the veteran task force is to help business development. Um, so I've have a little experience with this as well. I've helped other veterans across New York State, and now with this settlement that I was a part of, New York State has a task force to help veterans through business development, through education and training, and through community engagement. So now we have that written in black and white that the New York State Office of Cannabis Management has to help veterans in specific ways across New York State. So now it's not just pancakes and handshakes. Now they actually have to get down and really get to the VFWs, go to the American Legions, meet the veterans, and tell them, hey, we have a law and you were prioritized in this law. Come and see where you fit in. And we need veterans in the New York cannabis industry to really fill in these positions all across the supply chain. And yeah, that's the synopsis of the lawsuit.
Well, as the first veteran-owned cannabis dispensary myself, I salute your efforts and appreciate your dogged persistence to finally come up in the end. When you take that jump into the legal world, even though how much support you have, the questions are still in doubt until you have permit in hand. So congratulations on navigating the process, but navigating the process successfully. And I know that required lawyers. So a tip of the hat to your counsel as well, and helping making sure that you arrived where you are. And I'm enheartened to hear that there was veteran support around you the entire time, and that veterans will have further access in the future in New York State. Great on setting precedents there and maintaining it. So again, much respect. Next up will be Council Member Michael Crowitz.
Thank you, Etienne. It's great to meet you, Carmen. I really appreciate you coming on. The question I have for you is sort of tapping into vision. A lot of the time that we've spent sort of thinking about, the future of cannabis has been on the delivery side inside the VA. And that's, of course, a pretty big challenge to try to figure out how to eventually, handle that and get cannabis into the hands of vets that will actually benefit from it throughout this massive system. But really have a question that's a little bit different for you, kind of applying the vision in a little different direction, given your experience and your vision, your perspective from where you're at in New York. How do you see military veterans fitting into the cannabis industry, not just now, but into the future?
Oh man, great question. And I love this question because a lot of people ask this question. What can veterans do in the cannabis industry? What do veterans have to offer for cannabis? They're not the ones, and honestly, veterans come to the table with a lot of skills. Besides mentioning veterans being a shoe-in for the security aspects of dispensaries, for the security aspects of delivery, for the security aspects of distribution, cultivation, and processing, besides aspects of, security being a major regulation in all states that are legal for cannabis, veterans come to table with a attention to detail attitude. And if anyone's ever done an NCOER before or done any paperwork with the military, we know how attention to detail looks like on the military end. And we bring that to the table when it comes to management style, general management, store management, accountant management, marketing management. We need these members who are disciplined and can follow a structured protocol for how to act when things happen and how to react when things occur, as well as a attention to detail person. And that's why a lot of military NCO, supervisors, NCOs, are really a shoe-in for managerial positions across the supply chain, whether it's a store manager at a retail dispensary or a cultivation supervisor or at master grower, a master genetics, a technician. There's a lot that veterans have to offer. It's the way we work and the way we operate that makes us stand out in any sector of business, really, because we come to the table day after day and we produce day after day. And whatever that looks like in your business, that still holds true for veterans.
There is a question that came from our internet from the name Matthew Gregg. If it's written, it can be changed. What do you need specifically?
Can you repeat that?
If it is written, it can be changed. What do you need specifically?
It's not about what I need anymore. I am blessed enough, to have an adult use cannabis license in New York State. It's what veterans need right now in New York State, and veterans right now, they need representation in the industry. I would love, to do what I can and help any veteran I come across 100%. But specifically on the Cannabis Control Board and New York State, we have something called a Cannabis Advisory Board, where we have a group of professional individuals that get together and we advise the state regulators on what they should do. Unfortunately, there's no veteran on that board either. So veterans across the board in New York State don't have state representation in the cannabis industry. Now, with this settlement that we have because of the lawsuit I was part of, we have a task force, and hopefully that task force can grow into some type of representation. But I would love for it to be written into law that every social equity group should have a state representative on the Cannabis Control Board, because this Cannabis Control Board will be setting the regulations for how we operate. And we should have representation on that board as well. So I really think we should have that.
Yeah, it's an important part, and to maintain it. We don't want to end up like VFWs. All right. Next up will be Council Member Jones.
All right. Thank you, Carmine. My next question is, New York seemed to have a disproportionately large amount of counterfeit products claiming to be Cali products, etc. How is New York doing regarding this? Patient access to quality cannabis products. Thank you.
Peggy, great question. Recently, I want to say as of a week and a half ago, New York State Governor Kathy Hochul did a phenomenal job, and she passed into law the padlock law. So now anyone that has an illicit cannabis shop in New York State will be subject to being padlocked with severe penalties, and these are enforceable by law. Before, these illicit cannabis shops were operating in the gray area. For example, New York State, it is legal to gift someone cannabis, but I cannot charge you for cannabis. So the way these illicit markets were working around that law is people were buying a sticker for $50, and then I would gift you $50 worth of cannabis. So that's why they call it the gray market, the gray area, because they were operating in that gray legal loophole. So now New York State created this padlock law in order to enforce any operators that are operating in that illicit gray area. So you won't know. So now well, when you're walking down the street in Manhattan, in New York City, if you see a cannabis store, it's a legal cannabis store, not an illicit shop that is selling non-tested product. because all products, that are regulated are. So
All right. Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Laughter.
That was question number 7, if I believe.
Yep. Correct.
Okay. Oh, yeah, this was good. So Carmen, you have a dispensary. How would you see catering to any specials for veterans that might not be currently seen in the industry? And I sort of had a follow-up question on the counterfeit product. As a dispensary owner, I'm imagining you do occasionally see folks who are trying to sell you things that might not be 100% legit. How do you deal with that? And are you encountering that? So that's 2 questions. Have fun. Thank you, Carmen.
Yeah, no problem. My dispensary is not open yet. It'll be opening end of September, beginning of October. More to come on that. But yeah, regarding the illicit market question, yes, they have been illicit distributors trying to offer you product to sell on your shelves, and they give you enticing terms like I'll front you the product and you just pay me back whenever you want, hoping that I'll pay them back that product and also make a reorder. The way I deal with that is just I ignore them. I don't listen to their sales pitch. I say thank you, but no thank you. But if you're interested in selling me products, send me, email me your license number to this email, and I just deal with them that way. If they can't do that, then they don't get a follow-up call from me. And what was the other question, my man? I'm sorry.
You're on mute, Wade. We can't hear you. Wade, you're on mute.
Yeah.
There
Sorry.
you go.
Specials
I
for
was asking
veterans.
about special products for veterans.
See, that's
special
one thing.
preparations and/or special deals, if you will, as a way of getting the veterans access. Here in California, for example, we have a compassionate use program that allows a lot of folks to access cannabis at no cost. Yeah, how do you see being able to serve veterans in the context of a dispensary owner? That's, I guess, my question. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. I would love to, but right now, New York State regulations make it illegal for any legal dispensary to offer specials or discounts to anyone in that store. So whatever I wish to do and wanted to do, I cannot legally do. It is a shame, and that's something that I wish was changed, and that's something I will most definitely be advocating for in this New York industry, because I sincerely believe that a lot of veterans will be coming to New York State recreational dispensaries, to get a different menu of cannabis for their medical ailments, because it's an adult use dispensary. It's not a recreational dispensary. People using it for adult use reasons, whether it be medical, spiritual, or wellness. So for not allowing specials for veterans, disabled veterans, or disabled first responders, is unjust in my opinion, and that's something I would be advocating for in New York State. But unfortunately, it's illegal for me to offer any specials or discounts to anyone. But I would like to speak to anyone that has any ideas how to lobby for that. I would love ideas and recommendations how to go about it.
Oh yeah, we could have here in California. We can provide you with the language that we have. We're changing it right now. It was SB 34. It's now Assembly Bill 2555, and it's to allow us to. I've been giving away free cannabis for 25 years now, and that's because we had done this before the law changed, Carmine. So that's part of the luck of pioneering is we got in there before rules were written. However, once the law did as Proposition 64 in 2016, we lobbied for at the state level SB 34, which allows for donations and allows product to be donated directly to the dispensaries or to organizations to be distributed to veterans or other low income individuals. In Berkeley here, we have a law that states we give away up to 2% um, um, per year to Berkeley residents. So that's how we've included it in our community by working in the community as well as working then together at the state level, of which we're still working on together and will continue until we see the reality of continuing to give away, because we find it very important, as we know, and for people who are watching, why does it matter, especially to disabled veterans? Well, yes, we do get a paycheck from the government monthly. However, it's very limited given general living and how people exist. And then add in the high cost of cannabis, it's very challenging to afford the quality of medicine you want to see. So we have
Yeah.
found it to be exponentially important to be able to guarantee it. So I know New York hates California to a certain resolve, but we're happy to provide you with the language accordingly that you can take to Albany and let them handle it from there.
Please, yeah, please definitely email that over to me. I know Joe's the person to show this information, SB 34 and the AB 2555. I would love to take a look at that. Yeah.
Councilmember Laughter, you got a follow up?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in that there's really two components to Senate Bill 34 and 2555 that would be relevant for your work, Carmen.
Okay.
Part of it is allowing all of the folks along the supply chain to designate their work as for donation. And it can pass through the system without taxation, which is the second part of it. So that by the time a dispensary is giving product to a qualified patient, they can give it at no cost, free of taxation. That's the real key to me, because in California at the retail level, the tax burden can rise as high as 38 to 40%. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
All right. Well, Carmine, thank you very much for taking the time and educating us on what's happened in New York State. And in the future, come back and tell us how it's going. Please take this time now to plug your dispensary. What's its name? What's its location? If you have an opening date, or, I know you gave some, some vagues there. So I understand in the land of build out that it's its own set of challenges to arrive on time and on budget. So I wish you Godspeed there and success navigating the waters of planning, uh building and planning commissions. They're a joy.
Oh man, Etienne, thank you so much. I am going to take this time right now to defer my plug because we're still in the middle of build out and we are still awaiting the launch of everything right now. I'm speaking with architectural designs right now to get everything done up, especially for this launch. But I will tell people that who are interested in a veteran-owned dispensary in Manhattan and New York City, please follow me, Carmine Fiore, either on LinkedIn, on Facebook, or on my Instagram. And I am here for any veteran or first responder that has ever struggled with PTSD and or addiction. As somebody that has struggled really, really bad with PTSD and addiction, I want to be a resource for everyone that's out there. Cannabis has saved my life, and I want to be able to pay it forward to others today. So I want to thank you guys so much for giving me this time and asking me these great questions. And I hope to come back soon.
Absolutely. Thank you. We appreciate the time you took to share your story. It is unique and uniquely yours, but we can't appreciate it more, and we hope that people got an understanding about what's taking place. And we look forward to seeing more veterans in the New York cannabis industry. And wish you success and longevity, Carmine. I wish you the same 25 years that I've experienced, but of course without the headaches and the lawsuits. But I want to see everybody succeed, and especially veterans in their community. And I hope you can build on that. Your community embraces you the way that it should. So, all right, everybody. Thank you very much. I want to thank our council members, Peggy Jones, Wade Laughter, Mike Davis, Leslie Fries, Michael Crowitz, myself, Etienne Fontan, and our guest, Carmine Fiore, for VAC Roundtable number 75. We'll see y'all in 2 weeks. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment for the tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, you look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
sneakers, green leaf pins on our shirts, waiting at the crosswalk, counting out the hurt. Name tags, diagnosis, story written on our skin. They called it a crime. We call it medicine. We walk for our medicine. Feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience, teaching patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We walk for our medicine.
risk on our backs, but we still step in. If care is a crime, then here we are again. Kitchen table, late night, printed study, highlighted lines. Grandma's hands shaking, but she still reads every sign. Ask me why I'm here on cardboard in a grid. They threatened her freedom, she tightened her fist. Hands up, sleeves rolled, scars out, stories told. Arrest us for healing. Say it loud, say it bold. White coats watching, but the waiting room's the street. We bring the clinic to the concrete.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Hello, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm rolling.
You're rolling?
Yeah, some nice smelling stuff that I got from a friend from Ontario.
Oh, really?
Wonder who that was.
What's
I
it
just
smell
tried-
like?
It smells fruity and yummy and yeah, almost like lemony. I don't know. It's got a yum smell to it. That's all I know. Actually, I just took because I just rolled my hubby a doobie from the other stuff that we had, and I just took it out of his hand and said, "Hang on, I'm just rolling some of this stuff. I'll give you another drink." So we are sampling right now.
Oh, good. Sampling.
Yeah.
And did that
This
have a was it
GK.
labeled?
Yeah, this is the GK. You said it was GK and then G. This is the
Okay.
GK. You'll have to let me know
GK?
what the strains are.
GK is grape kush.
Grape kush. I figured it was a kush of some sort, just even by the density of the buds. And I was
Yeah.
like, this has got to be a kush in the smell. I'm like, yeah. So we kind of figured it was a kush of some sort because, like I said, that and the density, man. Kudos to you, Al.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. These are top notch. These should be actually, probably maybe even like judged in a cup because
Oh, really? Well, thank you very much.
yeah, no, I'm thinking here. I got this phantom behind me. That's why I've got the background on.
Oh,
Yeah, well, he's just had hernia surgery on Monday, right? So he's still
Right.
mean, at day 3, he's like, yeah, stitches or whatever. They got scary strips on him.
Right.
14 days and then they come off, but he can't do much, right? So we just had
Right.
to,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
rip
that's
her-
a painful.
Yeah.
That's not fun and exciting surgery.
No, he is in a fair amount of pain, and he's pretty stubborn. And they only gave him Tylenol 3. It's not like they gave him some extraordinary.
Well, hopefully this gift
Will be-
can help relieve some of that pain from him.
Well, that's what we're, like I said, that's why we couldn't have come at a better time, right?
Yeah, that was actually that was the first time that I've used the vacuum seal machine.
It was open when it got here. It wasn't sealed anymore.
Oh, what was open? The package or the box?
No, it was all sealed, but the vacuum itself, like the vacuuming itself, had popped. Right? I find
Yeah.
that happens a lot. Like with those vacuum sealers, like even when I was sending candy,
Yeah.
people say, "Oh, it came like, did you?" And I vacuum seal it so it was like tight, right? Like there was no air.
Yeah.
And then by the time they got it on the other end, it was like I hadn't vacuum sealed it, and that's
Yeah,
what
what
happened.
was-
I got nailed.
Okay, well, that was like the first time, or maybe the second time I had used it.
Yeah.
So now that I know that, I'm going to assume that probably if it broke loose, it would have broke loose on the seal that I would have had to put on it, and that being that was like time 1 or 2, it probably wasn't done right.
No,
I'll talk to the expert who's used it a lot since then.
Yeah.
And she'll let me know what I did wrong.
It's not, sometimes it can be just from bouncing. Like, I know you have newspaper and stuff, but sometimes just different in barometric pressure too, because it's coming from Ontario to British Columbia. So it could be just elevation different, right? There could be so, but like seriously, that's how I got nailed before, guys. But now it's legal and nobody would.
Well, it was a thing. Yeah. Like I wasn't doing anything illegal. I was gifting you the legal amount. Actually, it was only 28 gram ounce, so it wasn't. I still had another 2 grams to spare.
Right. So nothing you did was illegal, and it would be no problem. Even with, I know even the post office does offer smell-proof envelopes for whatever. I think it's 20 bucks or whatever. But then you're just kind of like, alerting Canada Post that, hey, this is weed, right?
Right.
I just don't find that really particularly appealing. That I want to go to the post office and pick up an envelope that screams, "Hey, I got cannabis in me."
Well, did the box smell on the outside?
Nope, didn't smell a damn thing.
I didn't smell anything. Okay,
No,
that's good.
didn't smell nothing. And like I said, it was delivered, and like none of my, and especially here, anybody smelled weed. The post office probably reeks like weed every day because half of them smoke it. In fact, not all of them.
Right.
I had a conversation today with a lady. It was quite funny. She come in for her cigarettes, and she's an old lady. She's only been in there a couple times, and she goes, I said 4 packages of Next Smooth, and she goes, "Oh, you got quite the memory, eh?" And I started snickering. I says, "Yeah, not bad for a pothead, eh?" She kind of looks at me. She goes, "What did you say?" I said, I got a pretty good memory for somebody who's in medical, and I said, "I'm a patient. I can't use cannabis for medicine, and I have since 2012. "Really?" So then she got really intrigued and wanted to know a little more. And she's got a kid, an older lady. And at my store, we don't sell cannabis or have anything to do with it, but I've got the ability to still tell people and talk to people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I think you've told me in the past that your employer doesn't have a problem with you, talking about cannabis.
No,
So
none. Like,
take the opportunity to educate people when you have
Right.
that. That's right.
Right. And there's a lot of seniors that come into my store because there's a seniors home that's 2 blocks away, right? Like that's a long-term home, right? So there's quite a few of them that come in with their walkers and stuff. But she thought it was, and she just kept asking questions. And I've got a couple friends that use CBD. I go, you know what, CBD is great. I says, but really, if you're wanting pain relief and you're wanting sleep, you need full spectrum. Like you need a little bit of THC too. Like, so I kind of explained to her, it's like tearing a carrot apart and eating the inside, and not really getting the full benefits of that carrot if you don't keep in the full spectrum. I says, you can get oil, but you can just put a little bit under your tongue. I says, and you don't even have to smoke it. I says, but that little bit under your tongue is going to help you with pain. It'll help you with sleep. I says, then you can take that oil and you can make your own edibles if you'd like to. So I was kind of like, and she goes, and what's your name and when do you work again? So I assume that there are going to be a lot more visits and a lot more questions.
Yeah, there's a product that's coming out
I believe June, I think. And you'll be able to take that and stick it in between your lip and your teeth, your gum, so like chewing tobacco.
Oh, like a Zion or a Zonic or whatever they are, those little tobacco pouches.
I don't. Yeah, it's just a little packet.
Yep.
And you'll be able to stick it in there, and then it'll dissolve, and you pull the packet out. And yeah, for somebody
is that,
like
is that recreational or is that medical? Like what
well,
is?
that, it's at a it will be at the recreational stores.
Oh, I see.
This is something that is I look at it as a new technology, anyways, that would
Well,
come in for handy for people like
it's great.
this
I think
lady.
it's fabulous. Actually, it's funny too because I had the owners of Rocky Mountain Cannabis that come in my store all the time too, and she comes over and she says, "So you know any trimmers?" I says, "Well, yeah." She goes, "I know you." She goes, "But you know anywhere else?" I says, "Well, my husband's home." I says, "Why would you need? What do you get?" She goes, "Well, we need to come down in 2 weeks." She goes, "And I want it banged off in 2 days." I says, "Tell me the days." I says, "And I go, well, what are you paying? Minimum wage?" And I started laughing. I go, "Look, I make more than that here." I says, "You got to pay me at least what I'm making here."
Yeah, really.
But yeah, like they're looking for trimmers. Because they hand trim, right? They want people that are going to come in and
Oh.
hand trim and do it properly. They don't do, and it's a micro craft, right?
Right.
And then they usually All Day, which is the name of the branding that they go under, All Day, which is
Yeah.
a BC distributor, is usually picks up their cannabis and sells it. And I've had some of it; it's pretty good. But yeah, 420, I'm seeing it's getting closer and closer because I keep forgetting about 420 because I'm working and it's like 2 days or 3 days away, and I'm like, holy fucking Asia's doing all these things for 420, and we're supposed to be going, but apparently we're not because Alvin can't drive that far.
Well, yeah, you got a husband there who just had surgery. He's not going to be healed by Saturday.
No, he's like 4 weeks minimum, 6 weeks.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
4 to 6 minimum, like kind of thing, right? Like he can't even lift anything for like 4 weeks, over 10
Yeah.
pounds, like nothing.
Mhm.
So it's supposed to be going, like he's supposed to be keeping it pretty, yeah. But, okay, this is
Yeah.
really tasty, y'all.
Is
Yep.
it?
Oh yeah.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I'm really enjoying this. Like I said, nothing better than the first one because this is my first doobie of the day because I work.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Well, that's good then. It's
So this is the first joint of the day, and then I got, like I said, I got home from work, and my bed has been an issue. Like the plyboard, I think whoever sold it to me, it got wet, right? So the other night we were in bed at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the fucking thing folded like a cracker.
I saw that and I thought, fuck, that's a new
We have
bed. You just got that one.
Well, they bought it last August from the brick, but then her son had it, right? And then they moved, and it wouldn't fit in her house, whatever. But it was out on her deck, so I'm thinking that it might have got a little bit wet because there's no way plyboard, even when it's this thick, is going to fold like a cracker like that, no matter how much you weigh, right? Anyways, so then we're like, every time we get into it's creaking and I'm worried that okay, we've moved the bed, we've moved the boards back and whatever, it's going to snap again, right? So we took it all apart when I got home from work and added some more screws and put some fucking underneath the board. I put some cores and some 2x4s and fucking so it's sitting on something solid.
Yeah.
But in the interim of putting it together, we realized that it's missing pieces. And that's probably why it wasn't. Yeah, it's missing several pieces to the bed.
So no wonder.
Anyways,
That's why it's falling apart.
we've taken screws and screwed everything. Me and Taven, because Alvin did what he could, but he can't be lifting stuff. So Taven and
No, I know. Yeah.
But we got her done. So I made it in time.
His position now is to sit in the chair and put opinions out because he can't like you say, you can't lift him.
No, and he's I think more comfortable laying in our bed kind of rather than even sitting up because he's cut from here to here, right? Like he's got he's got no belly button left. Like they've taken his button right out because that's where the hernia was. It was actually like protruding out of his belly button. So what they did is they've gone in and they did laparoscopic, right? Laparoscopic surgery, but they went in and they pushed everything back together and then covered it, like put a mesh around him, right? Like stuff on him and then closed him back up and basically just stitched him up with no belly button. So he's gonna have no belly button left.
No belly button. Yeah, there's the mesh inside there.
Right. And so
Trying
that
to hold everything together.
right.
It's like
And
the
he's swollen,
full-time garter belt.
right? And
Whatever, yeah.
it's gonna take some time for it to cohese to the inside and hopefully his body doesn't fucking reject it, right? Because
Right, yeah.
right, because that's always it's not always a possibility, but some people's bodies just don't take well to foreign
Right.
objects in
Yep.
it. Him on the
Yep.
other hand, he's got a plate in his head and he's got, whatever in his hands, and I don't think we're gonna have an issue, but again, you never know, right? So yeah, but he's pretty much, he's pretty sore. Like, and I can empathize. I had a C-section. I remember. It's not fun.
No. Any surgery
No.
is always in, dealing with healing afterwards. It's never
Right. And day 3 after
Good.
surgery, we all know that day 3 is when all the pain and all the fucking really swelling and all the gross shit really happens, right? Day 3.
Yeah.
And this,
I got a couple things here to discuss tonight. We got a big thing going on this weekend. It's 420. Also, we got some new shows here on the network that we can talk about.
that's awesome.
And I seen this on Facebook, and I thought, what the fuck is this all about? So I went and did some investigating on it, and it just didn't make sense to me. But a lady by the name of Dee Reed, she's a bud tender. She was up for a bud tender award this spring. She posted something on Facebook about people saying, "Stop microwaving your weed."
What?
Oh yeah.
Or you microwaving your weed.
Said the same thing. What?
The only time we ever microwaved our weed was back in the 80s when we got to cut the branch and throw it in a bag and either had to let it sit on a plate for fucking 2 days before it would dry, or you were really desperate and you put it in the fucking microwave. And
To
then
dry it.
To dry it. But again,
Apparently this is done to increase its potency.
What? You like decarbonization? You're just cooking the weed before all the THC off it, you dumbasses. That makes no sense.
Oh, I know. I wasn't the only one that responded the same way. Like, she was telling them she was telling them to stop microwaving it, and
Jesus Christ.
Apparently increase the potency. And I'm thinking, what the hell? Like, no.
How is that even possible?
Yeah. Well, basically, what you're doing is the same thing as when you're smoking it. You're put it in the oven. You're just decarboxylating with the microwave.
Decarbonate.
I could. What else are you're decarboxylating? You're decarbing it, but what are you overcooking in the same process?
All you're doing is cooking the THC, the CBDs.
That's all you're doing. Yeah. You're smoking decarbox. You're smoking decarbox. Yeah.
That would be the radiation you just infused into your fucking weed, you dumbass.
I was gonna say it's already microwaved because most of the, not all, but most of the cannabis is
eradicated. Yeah.
You're right. Now it's not. I don't think it's not the exact same process, but it is. Microwave to a point.
Here's my question with that: if you're growing clean weed in a clean facility, why would you need to worry about any of that mold and bugs and shit that you would have to eradicate it for? Unless you're growing in a healthy facility that you just don't give a fuck.
Or what I've heard over the years is that the numbers are pretty low. They pharmaceutical grade as far as the numbers when it comes to the bacteria, so on and so forth. But that's what they are, and they are meaning it. But with that, most of them, anyways, are zapping it. So I'm thinking, well, these people are already buying zapped weed. Why would you want to zap it again?
But they used to, like, if they're zapping it,
Yeah. So I read a few. I read a few articles on it, and it says, oh yeah, it makes it more potent. It converts it from THCA to THC, delta 9. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, they're doing the same thing when they're smoking a joint. So how are you making it any more
We know that
potent?
there have been people that have had adverse side effects from just smoking Delta 9 or eating just specifically Delta 9.
Oh,
There's
just straight up.
right? There's that smoking, like I said, back to the carrot, right? Ripping the cannabis plant down into just Delta 9s or just THCA or just whatever, depending on what you're using it for, can be harmful. And we've already seen that there have been articles that THC Delta 9 specifically by itself can be harmful.
See, now there was a recent study out about CBD too, about it not being effective by itself.
It's
And
not.
everybody in
I will
comments was saying, well,
110%
it's
that I don't
the whole plant, right? It's the whole plant.
I've been saying that for a while. And like I said, we wanted the government to legalize cannabis. So we fed them a whole line of shit about CBD because it won't get you high. And it fucking worked, didn't it? We got cannabis that's legal now. And now we're going to tell you the truth. CBD is a hoax and it's a bunch of shit. It's like snake oil. It does fuck all for you by itself. You need a full spectrum.
Here's the here's the this is one of the articles on the microwaving. And when I first started reading this, because the question was, come on, does putting weed in the microwave make you more high? And I started reading it, it says that it can result in a stronger high. And I'm going, what do you mean? And then it says, that's because when you put it in the microwave, you can activate specific cannabinoids and the precursors of cannabinoids, such as THCA and CBDA. As a result, the process will convert inactive acidic cannabinoids into active ones like THC and CBD. Really?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Like when you add fire and puff.
Like, yeah, like, it doesn't say anywhere. I didn't see anywhere in here at the beginning about
the microwave's getting high, dumbass. Like,
yeah, they said that the big risk is that you can burn it.
I don't know why anybody would do that. I just think it's Again, I think people that smoke cannabis with tobacco are ridiculous too. I think, why are you mixing your? And my son does it. He says they're called what? I don't give a fuck what they're called. It's ridiculous that you're mixing tobacco and ruining your good.
Don't be mixing tobacco with it.
But they do. It's something that's younger generation. My son, like I said, he's 27. They call him poppers. I'm like,
yeah, poppers.
I can't. No, you're not, dude. You're addicted to tobacco.
Yeah, it's got
You're not
tobacco
addicted
in
to
it.
cannabis. Shut up.
You're getting because you don't. If you don't smoke tobacco normally, somebody who smokes tobacco, will get a buzz off of the tobacco.
Yeah.
It's all those chemicals, the formaldehyde and rat poison.
And you're going to get addicted to the tobacco because you're mixing it with the cannabis.
Yeah.
And then if you don't have tobacco mixed with your cannabis, you're going to get that anxious, gross, withdrawal feeling because you don't have any nicotine. And then you're going to assume that you're withdrawing from cannabis because you don't have. It's not the cannabis; it's the nicotine from the.
Yeah, it's nicotine. It's the tobacco. Oh yeah. No, what that's mixing death with something that's preserving life.
I know. I agree. I think it's ridiculous. But these kids are doing that. And I think in Quebec, it's quite prevalent that they'll mix it and put it in a bong. And again, I've heard this. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew some people who were doing it. And it gagged me.
Yeah. And I smoke tobacco. Okay. Like I am a smoker, but I'm still not going to waste my weed mixing it with tobacco. It just seems pointless. You're not even going to get the flavor, the terpenes out of the cannabis. You're mixing with tobacco. Like, it's not a thing. I don't get it.
I'm just continue reading this little bit of this article here. It says here, they say that this conversion, we're talking about THCA and over to THC delta 9. It says this process occurs when cannabis is heated at high temperatures between 100 and 120 degrees Celsius. The heat helps by quickly facilitating the process. Without heat, this process can occur naturally, but it can take weeks to months depending on how long it's stored. Well,
Who wrote this?
I'm just not into this microwaving cannabis thing.
And I mean, who wrote this article? What did they do their research? They could
Well,
seriously who wrote that article and who published it. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's bad. That's bad journalism. It is. It's bad journalism. I'm sorry. That's
It's it should be explained that just by heating it up, by smoking it, you're doing exactly the same process.
And if you really want to do that, it's safer to probably do it in a toaster oven or your oven and decarb it because that's what.
I'd much rather do it in. I read
Again,
one
like-
article that talked about doing it in hot water, where you put it in a jar inside hot water. Yeah.
Oh,
So there's
okay.
no water on
Why would you
cannabis.
put your weed? Like, why would you put your weed in hot water?
No, you put your weed in a jar, and you put the jar into the hot water.
So you're steaming it,
Yeah.
warming it up.
Yeah.
Well, that might be, you're doing the same thing when you light it with a frickin' lighter or like that's.
Or just put it in your regular oven. That doesn't do funny things with molecules.
Or you're using a volcano, or if you're using a bong, or if you're using any sort of heat source, it does
Mhm.
exactly the same thing. It seems
Yeah.
really, it just seems redundant and ridiculous. But hey, what do I know?
Yeah. The one article talked about how back in the day, people were using it to just basically to dry their cannabis, but it seemed like now it's from her posts and the comments afterwards, and
See, I've heard lots of people that don't dry their cannabis. They cut it off the branch and they throw it into their deep freeze. And then when they want it, they pull it out and they dry it and then they cure it. And I'm thinking, what the fuck?
yeah. There's people who do that. Yeah, they freeze it.
I'm like, but wouldn't you dry it before you froze it?
No, live frozen.
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
the live frozen rosin.
I guess, right? Because then you can press it
Yeah.
with high heat.
That's
Yeah.
how.
I
Yeah,
just
it's
thought that was weird.
frozen.
Too. Thinking, like,
Yeah, right off the bat, right?
but then again, when I make honey oil, I always freeze my ISO, right? Always.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And then
it
I do a
helps.
quick rinse, and it's golden, and then it gets heated up, right? But
Yeah, because the cold helps remove the trichomes.
yeah, and that's exactly you want that quick raw, like you don't like. I don't know. I've got a whole different opinion on some people. I don't soak mine for 48 hours. I don't leave mine on a stove for anywhere than 45 minutes when I make it.
Yeah.
The chlorophyll kills me. Like I cannot do the green, right? So then again, why I shock it with ice water because I
Yeah.
make it into a ghee. I cannot do the green. It kills me.
No, I had no problem consuming the green oil, for years on paper and stuff like that, and rolling it in the joint. Now, when it comes to doing anything like with dabs or, with my shadowrizer, no, I want the quick wash stuff. I don't want the green stuff. Yeah. No,
It's like I said, you're just leaving the chlorophyll out, and the chlorophyll really has no benefit. It really doesn't. Like I said, the acidity of the THA, right, in that plant is well gone after it's no longer a sprout. Because that's where the acidity.
You've decarboxylated it before you've put it into your whatever you're putting into it. You put it into coke or making it into.
The sprouts are raw and not cooked. They're heated.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as the cooking end
So
of
the
things.
raw cannabis has got acidity. As soon as it's dried,
Yeah.
it loses the acidity, right? And it's the
Yeah.
acidity in the cannabis that some people need for their health. And that's
Yeah.
what they're finding is the acidity in the raw plant and plant matter itself is what's beneficial. More so for some aspects of some, than others, right?
Yeah.
Not just getting the dry flower, but again, no research has been done. This at least is being researched, a group study being done on it on a small basis, right? But we'll see what the outcomes are because I don't think she's got the final results quite yet. Because once she has the final result, she's going to come back on my show or come back on our show. Like I told her either one, because if there's some time between when you were on my show, then why don't you come on Pace rather than just, then it kind of gives a broader audience. You know what I'm saying?
This is the microgreening.
Micro sprouts, like bean sprouts. Like we're talking, like we're talking, the little alfalfa sprouts that you buy to put on your sandwich, like in those containers. We're talking those. And the best effect, I've been told by her, is that the best effect for Haley. I'm not saying this will be for everybody. It possibly is the best time, but for the acidity that she needs in her keto diet, for the epilepsy that she has, right? The sprout is best between 10 and 14 days. So you don't keep it for very long. Like you're just going to be consuming it continually. But again, she was looking at the outcome of 10,000 seeds to be sprouted a month. So technically, according to Health Canada, that's 10,000 plants. And nobody's going to be licensing for 10,000 plants. Even though they're never going to flower, they're never going to come to maturity. They're never going to be a clone. They're going to be, but again,
not really going to be a plant.
No, they aren't. But according to Health Canada, as soon as that seed's popped,
root,
considered a plant, right? And that's $1,000 per plant, blah, blah, blah. It would just be, if she ever got caught, it would just be a fucking nightmare for her. So she's trying to keep people away, which is becoming increasingly more difficult because of the fact that that's a lot of 10,000 seeds a month, right? So trying to find somebody that can help her produce that, or even have it so that she can, because it's kind of a shit show.
Yeah. Well, talking about show, I see it's the bottom of the hour. We've got some more things I want to discuss in the next segment, and one of them will be 420.
Awesome.
And talking about that, I've got a little promo going on here. I'm going to run Legacy 420. Our sponsor is holding an event on Saturday, and it will include indigenous foods that will be cooked right there on spot.
Didn't they have one last year too that we were live at?
Yeah. It was last year, the year before they went down there. Yeah, and there'll be some vendors there, some crafts.
But it's your anniversary too, isn't it?
Correct. It's my 39th wedding anniversary on Saturday, and it wasn't planned to, and I had nothing. I agree.
You weren't even a consumer when you and Gail got married, so the date meant absolutely.
No, I was a consumer, but I was a consumer, but I didn't know about any 420 celebration. Like as far as like,
you probably didn't have it
in Canada. There wasn't even a 420 parade. Like
I don't think there probably wasn't anything going on.
No, there was none of that was going on. Yeah, I knew about the 420 as far as cannabis and meaning cannabis and everything, but as far as parades and things, I don't think that was even really happening at that point.
I don't think it really was a thing until
because
in 2005, I think really.
Yeah, it was right around the early 2000. I got sick in 2003, so I'm gonna say 2003, 2004 is when I started hearing about them being done.
Levine, I think, did one in Edmonton back in '98. I think that was because he was living in Edmonton back then, if I remember correctly. I think it was 1998. I think Malmo tried something at the Edmonton Ledge. I think that's when he got arrested, actually.
And I know when I found out about it, it had already been going on for a few years. Marco from Treating Yourself magazine, Marco Renda, he was involved with it then. There was a few other groups that were involved in it over the years. But so it's my anniversary, so it's just I'm going to be probably at home having quiet time. I have to play both sides of it, right?
So you have another event coming up in May anyways that you're kind of so that's something we'll talk more of too. So let's go. Better get to your break.
We get our break, and here's a bit of a promo here on what I was talking about with Legacy 420 and what they're doing for Saturday's 420 celebrations. Talk to y'all after the break. See you later. Hey, what are you doing this 420? Whatever you're doing, make sure to stop into Legacy 420 because the Indigenous owned and operated organic medical cannabis company is having an Indigenous themed 420 celebration. When you arrive, stop into the vending area featuring the local artisans and check out the fish, corn soup, Indian tacos, and other Indigenous foods that are being prepared throughout the day. Whatever you do, also make sure to bring your pets as they have their own area to bounce around in. And while you're there, take some time to talk to Ollie Dog, who will answer all your pet-related cannabis questions. And for you, don't forget to check out the free cannabis-infused samples this 420. Make sure to stop into 346 York Road on the Tioga Mohawk Territory, home of Legacy 420, where the Indigenous medical cannabis legacy continues.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop. And in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tioga.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and if you miss our live shows, you can always catch your broadcast afterwards as a podcast at our website. Well, Tamara, going into that commercial break, I played the clip there on the Indigenous 420 Day down at Legacy 420. As far as 420s go, myself, anyways, other than I think out west there in British Columbia, I'm not seeing any big outdoor events like in the past with the rallies that were held. Because at one time, like there was only one in Ontario for the longest time. That was the one that was held at Victoria Park Avenue and Highway 420. Correct. That's what the highway number is, 420. And then went marched down Clifton Hill on the big tourist area down there. And people from all over the country, like, well, I would see Dana Larson. He appeared, David Melvin Levine, and others came from out west and came to this 420. And then eventually more of them came into the province. Like in Oshawa, and Peterborough, Toronto, which became very large. But it doesn't seem like there's any of those type of events going on.
In Alberta, Keith Fagan of Calgary 420 was kind of my mentor, and 420 was never a big thing for him. We would go to Edmonton sometimes because the Edmonton crew up there would hold a 420, and Global Marijuana March was more of our thing, right? We waited because we were in Alberta in April, like the weather could be shitty. Like we drove to Edmonton in a blizzard one year, right? And then after I got my medical licensing, we did do a 420 in Lethbridge, but it was just gathering at Galt Gardens, marching down from Bob headquarters and sitting in the park and smoking cannabis all together, right? Now I know after I left Lethbridge, there was a big event afterward. Now I'm not sure if it goes on anymore either.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some. I got some pictures here.
But yeah, we always 420 was never a thing for, like I said, in Calgary. So I always went to Edmonton. Alvin and I went to Edmonton a couple times for 420. And we all did. We all kind of traveled to Edmonton. I don't know, because that's where our legislation was. Like that was the capital of Alberta's Edmonton. Right? So.
I know I got some here in my photo album of past 420s that I attended. Yeah, well, in the early days, it was I went down to
wasn't it like
Falls, right? That was the only spot. But
the hash mob with Goodwins and stuff, and didn't they throw the great big party in downtown Toronto?
Oh yeah. Even at library, there was one year they had like a seminar thing, not seminar, but speakers at the Hamilton Library, and Rosie Rothenbaum, the guy who served 20 years for hash in jail there, he spoke about how he worked his business, how he was able to smuggle hash into the country.
Wow.
So, and then they would have, draws and not rallies, but draws and raffles at that event. And I'd come home with a box of papers, stoked stones, and all kinds of goodies from buying raffle tickets.
Well, I'm seeing some disdain going on at the West Coast as there's a few parties, but in one breath you see them originally, because originally 420 was always held at the Art Gallery, right?
Yeah.
And it decided to go big that one year and have the great big bash on the beach, right? And then after that, they had the issues, and then there's been nothing but issues. Now I see it breaking down once again, where there's a bunch going to be at the Art Gallery again, and then there's a bunch going to be at this 420 live party that Asia's doing, and then there's other things too going on. And then I saw Mr. Larson saying that he'll be at his mushroom store. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
So I don't know what the actual FDU double hockey sticks is going on out there, but I'm glad I'm not
Right.
there.
The here, this is some pictures I've got here. Okay, here we go. And this is from a Peterborough 420 rally. This was from 2013.
I know,
So
right?
9 years ago, this was the beginning. Like we were all at the park, which was like a block south of the police station. There, you can see it says Peterborough Police, and we were just a block away from them. And we walked up past the police station, and
Taking
on
the
the
signal away. You know what it is? Before we'd walk down there and we're all like anticipating big, bunch of cops. We're all going to get busted for smoking a joint. And, the adrenaline rush of all the cops being there. They've taken the thrill away because now it doesn't matter.
well, yeah, yeah. That's the thing. There is,
anymore.
yeah. But you can see here, we're not thousands of people, but we've got a group of us that are going around and make our way past City Hall. There in the photos, and we're heading downtown with our group there. Flags are going. We're downtown there now, through the lights, past the businesses. There's Pipe Dreams.
I've been to that store.
Yeah,
I
sure
bought-
you have. Look at that. Hey, come in. Get 420 off.
That's the Peterborough head shop that I went to with Vicky when I went out there for my
Right.
first trip, my second trip actually. About my first Q boxer. Yep.
Yeah, it's still there. Still there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that. With legalization, you're kind of worried about some of these places shutting down because they sell bongs and papers and everything in the stores too, right? But I'm glad to hear that they're still
Right.
kicking. That's good.
So the sign says come in for 20% off. So you got 20% off on 420.
Awesome.
Okay, whizzing along. There we go. Still downtown, amongst all the traffic, and everything was good.
Even in Lethbridge,
Yeah.
we never had any issues with the cops. Even with the global marijuana march, like we didn't impede traffic, we didn't hold up traffic. They didn't even really give a shit because that's what we were told. Like as long as you don't, cause any traffic
Yeah.
impairment, you guys can do whatever you want. Like, and I mean, not like they didn't want to smoke it out. We were, kind of mindful about smoking in public. But we also, like, my kids showed up and they were underage and I told them to beat it. I said, as much as I love you for showing up, you both are not 18 because Alberta's 18. You have to go. I don't want you here. Like, yeah.
So here we are, downtown Peterborough, and these are the two local radio stations.
Oh yeah,
owned by, yeah, and so they've moved from this location now. But you could look right in the window where the DJs were, right? So that's what we did. We got around the window, so the DJ, to say something, right?
They were probably part of Bell Media, and they probably got shut down.
Chorus Radio is what they're part of.
It's funny. We've got Vista out here, and our local radio station's not going anywhere. But the other one, that's Palace. What's his name? Jim Pattison Broadcasting. That one might be going.
What else we got here? Okay.
I wish that we had gotten more mainstream media coverage because we did for a bit, especially the big ones out in Vancouver. But remember, we would always say they always put the kids with the bong on the, that are underage on the lawn on the front page of a newspaper.
Yeah.
And that was always like the bad PR we always seem to get, which caused the stigma that goes along with cannabis, right? Look at those kids; like they look like a bunch of orphans, smoking the bong on a lawn, right?
Yeah. There's Wayne and Shallon. They're the ones who organized the 420 rally up there. They're also the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop that advertises here. That we run a promo for them. They own.
Yeah, he's always been really supportive, right? Like even when you first were asked a place to put the grassroots and for on TY Magazine, he was more than happy to take your promotions, right?
The information.
Yep.
Yeah, going to the different flea markets and stuff, and you can see right here in this photo where the ladies are here,
Oh yeah.
handing out information through from Pace,
Right.
and then you can see the people standing around the booth there that um, uh, Shay and Wayne are in, and you see the people all standing around. And this is, like I said, this is like just a block south of the police station.
Mhm.
That was there.
Well, having
So
a
it was
business.
always a good time. So, but
I mean-
and then I had when I was going to Niagara Falls, I got to I don't have any photos of it because it was so long ago. That I got to speak twice. I was one of the speakers, and that was because of partially 1 year was because of Wendell Grant, the reefer reporter on the Belleville terrestrial radio station. So they had me speak about that situation, and then Marco had me come down and speak 1 year on behalf of Treating Yourself.
Yeah, it's funny how things were, a little more laid back in certain aspects, and things got really, weird about cannabis again, and they kind of loosened off a bit. And, it all kind of depended on who was the Prime Minister of Canada, to be fair. Because when Chrétien was in, like, everybody's just kind of like, whatever.
It was more like he had that line he always liked to say, "Oh, I'll have the money for my fine in my hand in my other pocket with the joint I'm smoking in the other one."
Right? like Chrétien was so pro cannabis, and like to be fair, like in the 70s, they were looking at legalization, and then the Senate report
Yeah.
came out showing that there was no harms. They did an extensive study, in 2000.
Yeah.
Senate report that came out, showing no harms and that they really should legalize cannabis. And then we got a bunch, we got Mulroney, and then we had like with Reagan, right along that same, anti-drug
Yeah.
kind of situation, right? And
That
then
was the Ledane report.
yeah, the Levine Commission, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and again, like I said, and then Chrétien, and he was like more laid back, and then it became like Martin, and then yeah, it was just kind of weird all through that. And then you had Harper, which was an absolute fucking nightmare.
Well, you gotta look at what were the cannabis laws under the last time.
The conservatives were in
When
power.
Harper was in, that was less conservative.
Mandatory minimum jail sentencing
Yeah.
for minor offenses, like like a 3 strike and you go out deal,
Yeah.
right? Liberals
Six
said,
plans got you 6 months in jail, mandatory minimum.
and I know people that actually did time for that.
Wow.
Right? So again, in the 90s too, who was our prime minister in the 90s? Who the hell was that?
Before him would it be Joe Clark?
Yep, that'd be it. He was a pretty hard
He was
ass.
a conservative yet,
Yeah,
conservatives have always been against it.
Anything.
I just did I just shared today on Facebook. It was a quote from Rona Ambrose.
Oh God.
Yeah, I shared it on my Facebook.
All of a sudden, it's like, oh my God, a flashback. I remember that douchebag. She's like, oh, well, because macros, right? John and Bob Sear. And she was an instrumental like nightmare for them because they got busted. It was the first Compassion Club in Edmonton or in Alberta, right? And John is still, Bob's passed away now, but yeah, like she was a fucking nightmare. Yeah.
Here we go.
Why
It was
did
the
that
letter of the day. It was letter of the day. This was April the 17th, 2015, 9 years ago. And it says Tories oppose selling marijuana in stores because it harms kids. That was the title of it. That was the undertitle. The main title of the letter says "Put a lid on pot." So, and normally those come by the person who is not submitting the article. It's put up by the editor who's doing the layout and all that stuff, right? Doing all that stuff. But it says, as health minister, I'm very concerned about the health risks associated with smoking marijuana, especially for kids. Kids aren't smoking cannabis. It's not for kids to smoke cannabis.
No, and we weren't pushing it ever on children. But here's the funniest thing we found out after the fact. Her great-grandfather was a hemp farmer in
really?
Alberta, because Jan and Bob would go to the farmers markets with their hemp products, right?
Right.
And Donna Ambrose's grandparents.
Oh.
They didn't like her much either.
Now, she goes on to say that a new Statistics Canada report confirms conservative government's approach to combating cannabis smoking is working. It states that the past year, use has gone down by nearly 1/3 of youth aged 15 to 17. Now, you would probably know about the UNICEF report that showed that Canada's youth were leading the industrial world in consumption.
Right. Right. And to be fair with that too, like they were actually, the study I think was done like on age groups between, I think it was 14 and 24, right? So it's not really little kids. And if you look at the size of the way, you know, let's put it this way, when you were 14, what the fuck were you doing? Right? And if they expect at that point in time to, you know, girls had consent at 10, you could have babies at 10, they're worried about a kid smoking cannabis, Rona. Like, come on.
It goes on to say the evidence is clear that when you smoke marijuana, their risks of developing mental health issues, including psychosis and schizophrenia, increase, and that regular long-term use in youth can harm concentration, memory, and the ability to think and make decisions, can also produce anxiety, paranoia, fear, or panic.
Where's this research? Because as far as we know now, there hasn't been any done.
You know, there are some people that, you know, have some issues, and there's some people that I would say that are, you know, predisposed to some conditions. You know, just like cheeseburgers aren't for everybody, cannabis isn't for everybody.
No, it's not everybody's cup of tea, and nobody's
Correct, exactly.
And if you,
it doesn't mean that it's the cause of
no, and it shouldn't be restricted for everybody. It'd be like restricting chocolate.
Correct.
Coffee.
Yeah, coffee. At one time, coffee wasn't a banned substance back in like the 1600s or something,
right?
Because of the fact that it was a stimulant,
right? So, where are you going to where are the prohibition of anything has never done anybody any good. You know, at the bottom end of things, it's prohibition, right? And you always know that when you tell people what they can't do, they want to do it twice as much. So why just?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I know we have to have murder, steal, and do bad things. But I mean, if you're not harming anybody or even yourself for that matter, what does it matter?
She goes on to say that we oppose the Liberals' deeply irresponsible scheme to make it easier for our children to access cannabis by selling it in stores.
Yeah, just like they can access liquor more, efficiently and easily too, because they sell it in stores too.
What's that?
Alcohol. They sell that in stores too. But that's going to be more appealing to children, and they're going to be able to walk right in and get it. If you got age restrictions.
Yeah, our provincial government has announced that they are changing our alcohol laws effective in 2026. Alcohol will be eligible to be available in corner stores.
I thought he was doing that before.
No, it's in some like grocery chains locations, like Walmart, for example. They have, I know the one in Belleville. It has an alcohol section.
What's the benefits? What's the purpose of putting liquor into corner stores? What's the benefits to the people for that? so it's more accessible. So you can just
More
use it
accessible.
more. So you can have more abuse of it because it's more accessible.
So yeah, well, I know here in Ontario we have more cannabis stores than we do.
We do too. Like, to be fair, we have more cannabis stores, we do liquor stores too. But
Yeah.
again, I just don't understand the purpose of that. Like, what do you think it's going to do? Well, I guess they're looking at more access,
You want to make access.
more tax,
Access.
more
Well,
taxes, right, for their liquor.
well, okay. Is that now something that that people could say, well, okay, if cannabis is if alcohol is now available at convenience and corner stores, why can't that same person ask for ID for someone who wants cannabis?
You should be able to.
If that, yeah.
But again, they've always said they will never put cannabis and now liquor in the same.
Well, no, but they could use that same model in a convenience store.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're selling tobacco, if you're selling tobacco already in your convenience store, you should be eligible to be able to sell cannabis at the store because you're already registered with the gaming and tobacco. Like, same thing for cannabis. It's still all under cannabis, alcohol, gaming, and tobacco.
You still have to know how to ask for ID, right?
Right. So if you're absolutely selling cigarettes at your your convenience store or at your grocery store, then and lottery, because you have to be 19 or 18 and over to sell lottery, why aren't you able to sell anything like that? So I'm not against having liquor in the stores. I just think it's like, I don't know what the big hoopla is about it. Oh, we're doing this for you. No, you're not. You're doing
yeah, but it is a because here it's always been here in Ontario. It's
You're
always been
simple-minded enough to fucking vote for Doug Ford because he put liquor in a fucking corner store.
Well, hey, people voted for a buck of beer. That lasted like 6 months or a year, maybe.
There can't be that many simple people in Canada.
Well, it's time for a commercial break. There must be people are voted in. People vote for it. Okay, I'll have to pay you with some bills when we return. Our discussion will continue, and that will be talking about some new shows that are coming here on the network. You're watching the Pace Radio Show live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. Hey, we doing taking a picture of us?
I'm doing a video for TikTok so that we can promote the show on that platform.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, well, hey.
Yeah, I'm trying to get at least enough people so we can start going live on this medium too. So yeah, so I'm just doing.
Oh, okay, all right.
Out, and I'm just telling everybody they can watch us on the Pace Radio Network and on Roku TV, and I'll be turning this off and we'll go back to the show because we're live.
And they can or if you're live, yeah, you can catch us right on our YouTube.
Yeah,
we're live on YouTube. We're live. We're live at our website as well, paceradio.net. We're live there as well.
There you go. So paceradio.net. So if you want to watch us live, come on down. All right. So we're just gonna post that. Yeah. So I figured why not show the commercials and stuff and do a quick little video.
Okay.
So I just do like videoing the commercials and stuff, and now I'm gonna put a video up and it'll go onto TikTok.
Oh, okay, to go on TikTok. All right. Okay.
Like I think because I do that with my show too. Like I advertise, like say, hey, if you want to see me live, I'll be on, at this time.
Is she texting? What's she doing there? Right?
No, I was trying to do this. Yeah, trying to do a video of commercials.
Maybe you're getting a selfie with the mountains behind you.
Yeah, no, that was no. My intentions was we can maybe get some audience going and add some more, add some more people because the more people, the better.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. All right. I have got everything I think that I need here. Okay. All right. As far as what I talked about before the break, and that was the fact that we've got some new shows coming here on the Pace Radio Network, and I'm just trying to line up the one here, and that way I get everything right. First up, this is the Veterans Action Council. Yeah, you can see it there. Okay, I got it up there. You can see that they've got a bunch of different interviews here that they've done this weekend. You can see right here. This one's Chris Conrad. He's been around for many years, doing advocacy in the U.S. He's coming up. You can see here Chris Bennett from British Columbia. Well, now Nova Scotia or New Brunswick. He's now on the east coast of Canada.
No.
Yeah. Al Byrne. He was a guest on there, and he was a guest. Al Byrne is a guest on the Pace Radio Show, and Al, who is the one who connected me to all three of these broadcasts that we're going to discuss tonight. So
nice.
Who else we got? Morgan Fox. You go back 7 months. Some of these just start getting older, but that's fine. It's still good conversation.
Right.
Michael and Michelle Aldridge. I had heard about them. You can see them there, the older couple there.
Mm-hmm.
Lily Dubois. She was on there talking with them. There's Dr. McNabb, Dr. Marion McNabb. Alice O'Leary Randall, and I believe she is the wife of the fellow who was receiving. I can't be 100% sure here, but was receiving his cannabis from the federal government at one time due to he was blind.
Oh yeah.
And yeah. Dr. Peter Grinspoon, that's
Oh yeah.
Dr. Lester's son.
Right.
Right. Yeah, and United Nations a year ago. They went down to the United Nations a year ago. They just got back from there. So it'll be interesting to see how they make out when they get one of those, when they get that posted. So basically what I'm doing is they get together like every 2 weeks and they have their meetings. So what I'll be doing is, playing some older stuff and putting in some new stuff.
Awesome.
Mixing it up. Other than it saying that, maybe tomorrow is Remembrance Day when it's in the middle of July, so obviously it's not. But the information is still important to share with you.
Absolutely. When you think about the UN, and you think that Uruguay had already legalized, but they're not part of the UN. Canada was the first UN country, G7 country, to legalize cannabis and to criminalize any small amount of drugs. But now Germany has as well. So I think that this is really opening the door for a lot of the Western countries in Europe to alleviate, and generate money. Because I think they're actually seeing the fact that there is money being generated in Canada because of cannabis, right?
Yeah. No one's making a profit, or the Ontario Cannabis Store is, but as far yeah. Okay.
Right?
So you got
Still
them.
PST, right? The provincial governments are still collecting the PST. No matter what, that's still money generated.
Yeah, it is. So the Veteran Action Council, they do advocacy. They help with veterans. There are veterans who got together over COVID to always talk and get together, right? Just to communicate.
Right.
And it's just grown from there. And they get involved in stuff within the U.S. and they go a little more worldwide, global. As I mentioned, they went to the UN last year. They went to the UN again this year on behalf of patients to speak up. So
yeah.
Now
that's awesome.
The next broadcast, and that show will air Sunday nights at 8:00. Okay. Now this next show, this is called the Humboldt Legacy Project, or the Humboldt Grace Project. It's connected. Lily Dubois, who I mentioned in the last at the Veteran Action Council, she's also a past past guest on the Pace Radio show. She's involved in putting a series of these interviews together with host Kevin Jodry, and they have these different people who they have interviewed over the last while, and they're going to continue to do so. This fella, Ryan Lee, it just aired this past weekend. He's a Canadian expert in cannabis botanist and geneticist.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, it gives you a bit of an idea, kind of.
Canadian, these guys Canadian, or are they American?
No, this comes from, as I mentioned, Lily. She is located in the Emerald Triangle in California.
Okay.
She's
I just think of the Humboldt. I think of the hockey players and Saskatchewan.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I
No,
was
this is
just wondering.
California. I can understand. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Lily is the Humboldt Grace, the Humboldt Legacy Project comes through that, and they get these different people come on and do interviews, and there'll be people, as well as the legacy people from right there in from the Triangle, right?
Nice.
Who are going to be involved in the interviews.
Nice.
So I look forward to that, and that's gonna that show's gonna rotate every other Monday night. It
Nice.
won't run every Monday night, so every other Monday night at 9 o'clock.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Fill them up. The
Yeah.
more the merrier. That's what I always say. The more the merrier. The more education.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we got one more show that is being added to the network, and I'm just getting that one brought up as well. There we go. Yeah, it's so the third show that's being added, it will rotate on the opposite Monday to the Humboldt Grace Legacy Project there. So this one will go every other Monday, same time, 9 o'clock. And this show has been assembled by a veteran located in the U.S. Okay, located in the U.S. and has been on the air as a radio podcast. I'm going to say for just over 20 years. A bit of a break the last few years, but it's been around for at least 20 plus years. Had also done some video podcasting before then, did interviews. And to tell you the truth, this is the 11th year of the radio show. And the reason why the Pace Radio Show got a home was because of Time for Hemp. I was a joint host with Casper Leach of Time for Hemp when he broadcasted every day through the week. And he asked me to start my own show. So I started the Pace Radio Show. I was running Pace, doing all the shows for TY and everything as far as going, face to face with people in the public. And so Casper asked me to do a broadcast, and that's where the Pace Radio Show got started back in 2013.
Right.
Yeah. So Casper, like I said, has been doing this for over 20 years, and he's got some episodes here of content that he's been able to put together and create the different episodes, such as you can see here. Global medical cannabis markets require constant research. Marijuana is good for you, and each one will have there's different shows where he's taken the information and put things together.
Awesome.
Eliminated the ums and the ahs and speaking of ums, and clean them all up. There's stuff in there that is older, can be older stuff, but the information is still important and relevant. to today. 30,000 hours of all audio podcasts.
Wow.
Is what Time for Hemp has done over the years.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so we're going to have access to that stuff and be able to broadcast it here. As well as there'll be some new stuff. I'll talk to them about coming on next week. Casper and Al Byrne, as I've mentioned his name a couple times. He's working with Casper on this. They have some terrific interviews with some very well-known people in the cannabis community that help spread the word for years, researchers and doctors and stuff. So it'd be good. It's just like, for example, if you took some of Michelle Rainey's stuff and updated it some to, I'm sure that her education could continue. And it's still available on YouTube.
Yeah, it is.
Right? So
Michelle's medicinal closet.
what's that?
Michelle's medicinal closet.
Yeah. Well, it's all stuff that taught us, and it's still important stuff. So, so Casper has all that audio, or I'll run it. It won't be like a broadcast, like a human broadcast. It's going to require some picture stuff or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it can generate something with AI. I know that Casper has on his website a 2.5-minute video that was done with AI, and I'm telling you, I was just like, holy shit! I would have this picture's mouth moved to the audio in the radio broadcast. It was like, real. Yeah. So I don't see me being able to do that.
That's
I don't
creepy.
know. Huh?
It's creepy. It's already creepy enough when you're watching videos and you're not sure if the person's real or not.
Yeah, because I turned. I had it on my phone, right? And I turned to Gail and I said, "Hey, look at this." And then I said, I said that's a picture that's talking to you. That's not a human, right? So yeah, she was surprised.
Yeah, I was watching what is it called? I don't know. It's on BBC, but they have robots.
Yeah.
That's
So,
fucking.
let me see. As far as I guess he's got an interview here that he did with Tommy Chong and Dr. Tim Leary. This one here. Okay, this is
in the U.S. and have the ability to have that different audience, right?
Yeah.
But being in Canada, you don't get the access to these, the people, right? Where we have such a small population comparably to the United States.
Well, here you go. He took different interviews and he put them together and created this Roots of Medicinal Cannabis Research. And Al Byrne is involved with him on this show. And Dr. Donald Abrams, he's HIV doctor, big on the cannabis. Dr. Ethan Russo. Do I need to say any more?
Dr. Russo, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Dr. Dennis Petro. The next one, Dr. Raphael Mushulin. I don't need to say much about him either. We all know about him. Dr. Andrew Well, Mary Lynn Mathry. She's a nurse. I believe she's a veteran, but I'm not 100% sure. I believe she is. Patients Out of Time, I believe she was involved with.
Right.
And lots of knowledge, obviously, with some of those doctors' names that I mentioned that were on his broadcasts over the years. And
I've never looked into Dr. Russo. What is, actual medical credentials are? They medical? Are they naturopaths? Like, what is?
oh, okay. Well, if you
What do
just
they? What do they? What are their stances on other
just
medications? Right?
well, I can
Is it all-
tell you.
Like, I'm all for a doctor that's all about, like, helping people
Yeah.
get access and information about cannabis. But I also am not into a doctor that's anti-vax and going to tell you to use oregano oil for meningitis, right? Like,
Yeah.
Dr. Izzy.
I'm just waiting for the page to do
I
its
know there's
thing.
lots of stuff that's come out. Dr. Russo says about cannabis, which is terrific. I always want to hear the information. But again, what else is he prescribing for people? Is he prescribing?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is he prescribing?
Yeah, unfortunately, StreamYard is taking its time on my computer right now.
That's right.
I can't bring it up. I have to.
I've never
I don't-
actually looked at that. And just because of the whole thing with vaccinations and all these people that are not willing to vaccinate their kids and meningitis and all these and measles and all these other regular diseases are coming back. Oh, I lost him. I don't know what the stance is on that. Oh, Al went away. I don't know what happened to Al. Good grief. Obviously his internet must have went down, which sometimes happens for him out in Ontario because he's out in the rural areas. So yeah, we were talking about Dr. Ethan Russo, and I was kind of looking through stuff. This is not Ethan Russo, permanent girl, Dr. Ethan MD. So it looks like he's a medical doctor, certified by a medical doctor. This is not Ethan Russo that I know. Oh, maybe. He looks way younger than I thought. Interesting. We'll have to bring that up. I thought Dr. Ethan Russo was old. This guy doesn't look old. Prague, Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic. Medical director. Oh, there you are. I thought, yeah, you must have disappeared. There you are.
I'm back.
I figured your internet must have went down. Now I found Dr. Ethan Russo online here, but it doesn't look like the same Ethan Russo that we would be talking to.
Oh, okay. Well,
This guy's from
on
the Czech Republic.
my website, okay, on the at pace-online.ca, which is if you went to paceradio.net and clicked on the menu,
Yeah.
you would see the homepage for pace-online.ca. And within the menu, on the drop-down menu, you'll see a tab that says Cannabis Researchers. And if you go in there, it has a bunch of researchers like Dr. Robert Melman.
I know, like that. Yeah, that's great. I know that all that, but I mean, I want to find out like what his credentials are. Like I
yeah,
said,
well, I'm thinking that might help you here.
yeah, well,
Okay.
I'm Google, and Google's showing me some young dude that's not.
Okay, well, here you can see right here it says Dr. Ethan Russo, full-time consultant with GW Pharma. This was when I spoke to you. I don't know how update. This information might be a little bit off.
Yeah,
as
well,
far
that's
as
what I'm looking at too, right?
Yeah.
But I thought that Dr. Ethan Russo that was advising us on, remember the old list, was a lot older than this.
No, I don't know.
Maybe I was just misconception. I thought he was
Yeah.
an old dude, and he's not some old dude.
Yeah. Well, he worked with for pain linked to MS and cancer, but he has a neurology practice for 20 years
Well, then there's a medical doctor. He believes in
and
science.
has previously published studies examining the history of cannabis. So to learn more about him, I've got a Google and a YouTube link right there. All you have to do is just click on them.
All right, I see them now.
All right.
He's talking about hypermesis syndrome, cannabinoid hypermesis syndrome.
I don't know what he's talked about lately or today or anything like that, but that's some information on him.
I know. Okay.
Is what but I got all kinds of doctors listed on here. Even Dr. William Brooke O'Shaughnessy. You know what he discovered?
No.
He discovered. Okay, there we are. Back in here. Okay, in about 1940s. Okay, 1840. 1840s. So like 185 years ago or 183 years ago. Okay. It says right here. It's just O'Shaughnessy established his reputation by successfully relieving the pain of rheumatism and stilling the convulsions of an infant with cannabis. The convulsions of an infant.
Right.
I look at that as like this guy knew back then that there was a benefit to cannabis.
They say the old LDS Mormons out here at Bountiful, the polygamists, they all have used CBD oils and tinctures and stuff with cannabis for decades, for menopause, menstrual pain, for. I've been told that, but you do divorce too, apparently.
Okay, there we go. Well, there we go. We talked about the microwave weed.
That's still just ridiculous to me.
We discussed some old 420s.
And
there are events happening in Toronto. There is the Canna Crawl that's going on in Hamilton. But yeah, there's no organized that I'm aware of. Yonge and Dundas Square or Nathan Phillips Square is in the past. I don't know of anything that's organized. Some people might just show up, see what's going on, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anything.
Let's set the Global Marijuana March. That's why you see me doing some promos, trying to, let people know what's still going on out there. Because just because legalization and COVID doesn't mean that cannabis law reform needs to come to an end. We still need to change laws, right?
Shouldn't be any laws.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Other than that, it's just about the bottom of the hour, and time for us to say goodbye.
Right.
How was the dib?
It's awesome. That's why I'm chewing on candy, because now I got the munchies.
Good. All right.
Munchies, and you're chewing on stuff because it was lovely. Like I said, I'm quite.
Okay. Yeah. All right. She says hi.
Hi, Gail.
I think maybe she's in the shower. All right. She's around here somewhere.
Maybe she took the dog out.
Yeah. All right. Other than that, we're done. We're heading home. And we'll be back next week.
See everybody on Monday.
Huh?
Monday, Coffee with Marijuana. I'll see everybody then.
Yes, exactly. Your broadcast. And I'll talk to Casper about joining us next week.
That'd be terrific.
And other than that, thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, who are a sponsor of the Toronto Global Marijuana March.
Yay.
This year. Thanks to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast. And before, as we say goodbye, here's just a reminder about the Indigenous Legacy 420 event. See you later. Bye-bye. Hey, what are you doing this 420? Whatever you're doing, make sure to stop into Legacy 420, because the Indigenous owned and operated organic medical cannabis company is having an Indigenous themed 420 celebration. When you arrive, stop into the vending area featuring the local artisans and check out the fish, corn soup, Indian tacos, and other Indigenous foods that are being prepared throughout the day. Whatever you do, Also, make sure to bring your pets, as they have their own area to bounce around in. And while you're there, take some time to talk to Ollie Dog, who will answer all your pet-related cannabis questions. And for you, don't forget to check out the free cannabis-infused samples this 420. Make sure to stop into 346 York Road on the Tioga Mohawk Territory, home of Legacy 420, where the Indigenous medical cannabis legacy continues.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Crack the window, man. Crack the window, man. It's funky in there. Got that loud in the jar smell hitting through the glass. Pass once, eyes low, whole crew finna crash. Ash on my shirt, got burns on the couch. Neighbor at the door like, what's that about? Sticky on my fingers when I break that nug. Whole block know when we spark that thug. That funk in the room, got the paint all wavy. Head so hazy, talking slow, move lazy. Yeah, stanky weed in the air, yeah. Funk so thick you can taste that play. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that prayer. Stanky weed in the air, yeah. Whoa, whole place jump when the smell get there. We just flow, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air. Back porch vibes, old boombox knocking. 2 puffs in, whole crew start rocking. Cousin in the corner trying to freestyle sloppy. Laugh so hard that the ash hit the lobby. Grease on the pan, cooking snacks at 2. Munchie run wild when the pack came through. Eyes like slits, but the grin real wide. Got funk in my lungs, got love in my stride. Stanky weed in the air. Yeah. Funk so thick you could taste that play. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that prayer. Stanky weed in the air. Whoa, whole place jump when the smell get there. We just flow, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air. Got me sinking in the sofa, mind on you, homie, talking about life like a old kung fu. Hit that. Room smell rich like $100 bill stack. Room smell rich like $100 bill stack. Stanky weed in the air. Yeah. Funk so thick you can taste that play. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that prayer. Stanky weed in the air. Whoa, whole place jump when the smell get there. We just flow, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air.
Coming to us from CTV News, mainstream media today, cannabis recall in Quebec. Elevated arsenic levels prompt withdrawal of Lunaire product.
Arsenic. Huh, there you go. There's the stuff. Quebec producer Great White North Growers Inc. has issued a recall for some Lunaire Nouvelle Lune dried cannabis products after tests showed elevated levels of arsenic, a toxic metal, heavy metal. Now, the recall notice posted on Thursday on the Health Canada website identifies the affected products as 3.5 gram packages of Lunaire Nouvelle Lune dried cannabis with lot number 1001470A, packaged on October the 31st, 2025, and sold through authorized retailers in Quebec, the Sûreté Québécoise de Cannabis. I don't see the date. That is scary. It's done on
In October
Halloween.
31st, yeah.
Yeah.
So some of it might have been out on shelves and consumed by people. I'm also
Yes.
curious because they say that it identifies the affected products as the 3.5 gram packages. Does it only come in 3.5 grams? Does it come in singles?
Yeah.
Does it come in pre-rolls? Does it come in bigger packages? Because that
Good
tells me that
question.
it might be the packaging.
Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arsenic is a naturally occurring element that can be harmful to human health if ingested at elevated levels. Prolonged exposure has been linked to an increased risk of cancer and potential damage to the skin, lungs, heart, brain, kidneys, and reproductive system, the notice says. It may also pose risks during pregnancy and breastfeeding.
Now, officials say the recall was triggered after Great White North growers conducted a non-routine additional testing on the lot, which revealed the contamination. Approximately 869 units of the product were sold between October the 31st and January the 13th through authorized cannabis retailers in Quebec. Well, there you go. It's been consumed.
It has been. But so far, there have been no reported health complaints or adverse reactions related to the recall. So that's good. But that's still 869 units. That's a lot. Health Canada and the company are urging anyone who purchased the recalled product to stop using it immediately.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Where weed,
We
toke cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy, and I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the Doobie.
Welcome to Moon Day. And coming up on today's show, we have
Mary Jane Strain.
We have our high five list.
Followed by Word of the Week.
We're being visited again by Tim and Janice.
Oh, yay. And of course, today I have a segment of What Gets Me Going.
I love the What Gets Me Going. Well, we're in for another great episode. I choose my words fairly wisely, I guess. But right at the very beginning, I was like, welcome back. Because my assumption is that people are watching and coming back, which is a fair assumption to make, I would think.
Is that the assumption, or is it because we've already recorded a couple podcast episodes today? So you're like, we're coming back. So you're just like, welcome back.
Yeah, no.
Maybe.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah.
But either way, we would like to hope that you've seen a couple episodes and you're enjoying yourself and you've found your way here.
Yeah, and I would encourage you, if you have, let us know. We've been receiving some great feedback, and it would be nice to know who else out there has been enjoying the podcast, whether in audio form or in video.
Or not enjoying the podcast.
I prefer the video form, quite frankly. I mean, we work a lot on some of our
Absolutely. Yeah, the
Yeah.
video, I've had people reach out to me and be like, "Oh, I love the podcast." And I'm like, "That's great." And someone said they went for a walk and just had it in their ears. And they said it was really great to jog to. And I thought, oh, but you're missing the best part because you're not getting the visual, I want to say, stimulation from all the craziness that
It's a
can
good
happen.
word.
Like, look at this outfit.
Forget the outfits. Just look at us.
Well, that's true.
Right?
But
Screenshot,
I'm
do it
wearing
now.
I am wearing a surf style.
That's yeah. You look. You actually. You look like a rapper.
What?
Yeah.
I look like I'm from the 90s.
You look.
This is from the 90s.
Yeah. No, it's classic 90s. You look like a 90s rapper. But an outer space 90s rapper, because I noticed you even have like a spaceman necklace.
Well, it's space day, so I had to bring my little astronaut.
Space day and moon day, depending on which way you wanted to kind of go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's the guy on your necklace? Who's that guy?
He's just an astronaut.
He's just astronaut guy?
Yeah.
Can we call him Astro Boy?
You can call him whatever you want.
All right, Astro Boy it is. And I love the jacket.
Thank you.
So that was the most spaciest thing you had?
Yeah, really, it started from the pants.
Oh, darn
my
it.
space pajama pants.
Yeah.
And
I forgot my pants.
you forgot to put your pants on.
I forgot my space pants.
Oh.
Darn it.
I thought you had on them under your jeans, and you were gonna do like some classic.
Yeah,
reveal.
that would have been a good reveal, when that would have made sense for all the hype that we said about how you should watch it on YouTube. But at least you can
That's
see your
true.
pants. But I should have my pants on.
Yeah. So then I went with because there's a little bit of blue somewhere here.
Yeah.
So I went with the blue t-shirt, which is the super soft. Was that the $5 softie from
Derek Tennant?
Thank you. Yes,
14
from
sleeves.
when he came down and did the tour.
Yeah.
And it's awesome because Derek he lives simply, and he literally he has 7 shirts?
7 shirts.
And each shirt says the day of the week. So
I
you
own
always know
7
what day it
shirts.
is when you have Derek around.
I own 7 shirts, but they don't say the days. I think I've gone one level simpler.
Yes.
It's just like, which black shirt? That one. That
Mhm.
one I can do.
Well,
so.
see, I like this shirt because it just says today.
'Cause
And
every
you
day-
can wear it every day because every day is today.
Every day is today. I just actually noticed, men, this is something to maybe make note of every once in a while. I'm going to give you a tip. I did notice that your eyes match your shirt and your jacket.
Oh, that's interesting because this is just the classic MJ eye makeup with the purple eyeshadow and the blue eyeliner.
Yeah, see, because at first it
That's
didn't.
sad that you didn't know that that's
Well,
classic
no,
MJ,
no. Here's the thing.
I'm just kidding.
It's what I'm used to seeing.
Yes.
So it didn't stand out right. But then as we began focusing on your outfit, all of a sudden it visually clicked.
Okay.
See what I did there, men? Right? Do that every once in a while. It looks fantastic.
Thank you.
I am sad. I might put on the pants later. Maybe
I just want to point out this is the actual jacket that I had when I was a kid. Like when it was like the one thing growing up that I wanted the hypercolor t-shirts.
Nope.
I wanted the shaved head at the back, but mom wouldn't let me do that either.
Well, that was a wise decision.
I still might do it. I still might. We'll see. But I wanted the surf style jacket, and I worked babysitting, and my mom said that if I could earn enough to pay for half, she would pay for the other half.
Right.
And
there you go.
And here it is. I can't even tell you how many years later.
That's a good. You could, but you
No,
probably
I'm not
won't.
going to.
But it's a nice jacket.
Thank you.
So you and I both, when we saw that it was Moon Day, we both have our perspectives on moon landings.
Yeah.
Or lack of moon landings.
Yeah.
I am boldly, I will say it here publicly. It is nothing ever been hidden. Clear as day, we never landed on the moon. A human being can't even get out of a certain part of like the barrier over Earth.
In the atmosphere.
The atmosphere. Can't happen, never did. Look back on it, they obviously, they were feeling inferior. America was feeling inferior. They needed a big win. They sped up the process. Fantastic theatrical event. It's just been building the theatrical experience ever since. I don't even know if there's actually space out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm at that level.
I'm I'm not saying one way or the other because I like to debate. Maybe I would just like to argue with people. I don't know.
That's true.
However, I'm open to the conversation to somebody who says, the earth is round versus the earth is a dome. I want to sit down and I want to be like, so why do you believe that? I'm not going to sit there and go, well, you're a friggin' crazy nut.
Yeah.
You could be a Barry.
What's a Barry?
Or a Tom.
What's a Tom?
Or a Mark.
I
Or a
don't even know what
Steve.
these are.
Or a Timmy.
What is that?
They're just people.
Oh, just people. Okay. Well, I think if you go online, the evidence is fairly clear that we never went. My biggest thing really has nothing to do with back then. It's all about the now of people saying we're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to Mars. It's like, well, wait, why don't you go back to the moon?
Well, apparently we don't have the technology now to go back to the moon.
Someone actually said it's too expensive to go to the moon. So you're telling me back all those times
but we can go further to Mars. I heard multiple countries this past year sent rovers to Mars. Multiple countries. Because Mars would have been close to the Earth, where they would have been able to send something there.
Yeah, they send rovers.
Past the moon.
If space is out there, they can send all these things. I don't think human beings going there, but here's.
Yeah, I don't understand it. That's why
would you
I'll
go
sit
there?
down and talk to
You know why they're going to Mars? You know why they're going to Mars? Because nobody can like prove they're not going to Mars. We'd be able to prove in a heartbeat whether or not they went to the moon.
That would be a great way to like fraud, like to get a lot of money, right? Like the government or whoever's paying for all this stuff.
Look, I know there could be a bunch of people listening to the show now who think the moon landing was real and are going to cease listening to our show. But we got to be us.
You know what? And to those people, you got to be you. And I got to be me. And like I say to those people, I say, bring your points.
All right.
Bring your evidence. I would like to see, and let's just have a conversation.
Here's my problem. My problem is that people have said, well, when they get to Mars and they broadcast it back, then you'll have to believe them. And I'll be like, I don't have to believe them. Transformers. You know the Transformers, like Optimus Prime.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you're talking about like those green boxes.
No, Transformers, the robots.
Okay.
That were found on the dark side of the moon, according to the movie. Okay. The movie / documentary.
Yep.
They come to Earth, interact with real people. Now, I am not going to say that I believe in the Transformers. Okay. But when I watched that movie, it was seamless. It looked like Transformers were side by side with human beings. So from this point on in history, there is no reason that whole thing of I'll see it when I believe it.
I was just thinking that.
You can't believe anything even if you see it anymore. And if I believe that they faked and they had the technology to fake the original moon landing, and they're 20 years ahead of us in technology, the government has stuff that's at least
have you
decade
seen
ahead.
deep fakes?
Yes.
Like so I didn't know what this was until TikTok I'm like, oh, Tom Cruise is on TikTok. And I wondered why he wasn't verified.
Yeah.
It wasn't Tom Cruise.
No,
it came out that it was somebody who looked not even very similar. Okay. He had brown hair and he was like, he just learned his mannerisms and they use this software program.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you've heard or seen Obama saying that Trump's whatever. And you're like, oh my God, Obama said that? No, he didn't. It's a deep fake.
Right? We could be deep fakes right now.
Oh my goodness. That's what I'm going to say. Anytime anybody has any footage of me saying anything wildly inappropriate, like maybe the moon landing didn't happen.
There is.
I'm just going to say it was a deep fake.
There is no way to verify anymore that something is even genuinely true unless they take me to Mars. But I can't believe it if I see it. I can't believe it if I hear it. You literally, there's the reality. People could be watching this right now on YouTube.
From Mars?
Well, they
from
would.
The space
if
station.
Let's say this: if there are aliens on Mars, they are definitely watching our show. Why wouldn't they? But my point is that if they were watching the show now, we could easily not be in a studio room.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, both of us might not even be in the same room. So you can do that stuff now. So I don't believe we landed on the moon. I believe that they refuse to go back to the moon because they know it can't be done. So therefore they're going to say we're going to go to Mars, because by the time they put a human being on a Mars ship and sends them off, they say it's going to take them 10 years to get there. By the time they get there, they're going to have technology so good that they'll be able to fake a Mars landing that's going to blow our minds.
I don't know. I'm really confused with what's going on space-wise, because I've heard a couple different stories that concern me. One is that they were looking for like 100 people to go up to Mars and like live for and like repopulate or whatever. And like you were going to be like lucky if you got chosen. And then there's this other thing where they're going to allow, I think it's like 20 just people, regular citizens, fly a spaceship with no crew. I'm like, if that's true, we're literally sending these people up into space to die.
Yeah.
Because astronauts go through school, they go through training, they go through, like, it's not like, hey, I'm going to hop on a plane and go to some other country.
Why not?
Is it going to get to the point where people are going to be able to pay to board a spaceship, to go up to the space station and stay in like a hotel?
Maybe.
Now I would go to that. That would, that would change a lot.
Well, I can honestly say that at this point in our podcast, we have already now definitely alienated people.
Alienated.
Oh,
and with that, no, it's not high five yet. It's the strain of the week.
It's the Mary
Jane strain.
MJ's strain.
Mary Jane's strain.
Mary Jane's strain.
Don't say MJ.
No.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so Mary Jane's, I'm not really.
She didn't want to come across as being truly threatening at that point.
MJ is not threatening.
No, MJ is not.
Mary Jane might be.
We're starting with Mary Jane strains today.
Yes.
What do you got?
I've got very related to the topic, moon or aliens. It's alien sin mint cookies. And it's from a company called Black Market.
Okay, so
Now,
you can't just go right into it now. Say the name again.
Okay, so what? The company is Black Market.
No, the strain is called.
Okay, I just want to point out that it is a legal company, even though their name is Black Market.
Okay, that's important.
Okay, it's called Alien Sin Mint cookies.
Okay, so it's got alien and sin in the same.
Well, instead of like thin mint cookies, right?
Okay, all right.
So it is an indica dominant hybrid.
Okay.
So if that gives you an idea of what it would look like growing.
Wait, hold on. Okay, you've taught me this before. You've taught me this, not in a Teaching Timmy segment. Indica was, it's like a 50-50 shot here, but it was indica, the tall, thin plant?
No, that's the sativa.
Oh, it's the short, bushy plant?
Yes. Yes.
See, I take in information. I don't retain it, though.
Well, this one is an indica dominant hybrid, so it's still a combination of
It has
both.
a little bit of both.
Yes, but a little bit more indica than sativa.
Okay, all right.
So the THC level is 20 to 26%. So it's extremely high when, like, it's definitely recommended for the more experienced user.
Okay, 20 to 26. Okay, so just give me
You want the average?
Well, give me something to gauge it by. Like, for example, for those of you who know, I'm the newbie, but I have tried cannabis. What would be the THC level of one of the strains that you got me to try?
Okay, so the one that you were feeling a little too much, too much not being able to focus, was about 23%.
Okay.
And the other ones were around 15 to 16%.
Right. So for me, if I was to ever smoke again, 23 to me felt too high.
Yes. For people that are just starting out, if you're going to smoke it, I would suggest start with, a lower, like a 10% THC. And if you can find something that has some CBD in it, that will help as well. There are strains, and even a lot of times gummies and stuff that have both THC and CBD.
So this one is for more advanced users, or
for hard hit, like you want a hard hit. It's extremely
right, or for aliens, like for advanced civilizations.
If you want to see aliens.
Oh, if you want to see aliens, there you go.
I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. Maybe you might see aliens, but
we don't know. We're not doctors.
Please send us photos and videos. I want to see that. Yeah. The terpenes found in this strain are pinene, caryophyllene, carine, and limonene.
Okay.
From the Ontario Cannabis Store, 3.5 grams of Alien Sin Mint cookies will cost you $54.95.
Okay, now if I can remember our weed math that you taught me, that seems expensive.
It's almost double
Yeah.
what some of the other strains on the market are. But just like when you pay for quality and exclusivity, you pay more. It is a craft strain.
Nice.
It's a craft cultivar. So you're not going to, it's like when you get a batch of wine, for example, you don't get the exact same, do you know what I mean? Like it's apparently it's like a different year or scotch. Or
So like, do you have the 1982 Alien Sin Mint cookie? That's a great year.
Well,
is it like that?
It's interesting because every time you test a new harvest, it comes in different because
so there could be more popular years.
Absolutely.
Of a cannabis strain.
Absolutely. And I think we seen that earlier when I did the ice cream. I think it was ice cream cake lot 4.
Right.
Because depending on which batch it is, it's a little different.
Okay.
It happens with flour. It happens with concentrates. Yeah.
So just like the moon landing, you can't ever really know for sure what you're getting with this.
You know what? With cannabis, it goes even further because if you have a mother plant, which is what you would have as a parent, and it flowers and it pollinates, and you get seeds, or it gets germinated and you have seeds. Each one of those seeds become a baby.
Okay.
Just like when you have babies, each baby is different.
Oh, it's a little bit different. Yeah, it has the same genetic code of sorts.
But each plant will look different, have different, profiles of cannabinoids. But here's where it gets even worse. I say worse as in because if you're trying to get a consistent product from every single time, this is what I've learned. And please, somebody, if I'm wrong, help me understand. But from my understanding, even if you were to take cuttings of that mother, you just take branches and you make it root, and it's the exact same plant. It's like taking my arm and putting it so it roots and it grows another plant, another me, except just like in nature versus nurture, where you put me or the plant, we'll say where you put the plant, because obviously my arm's not going to grow a whole other person. But
obviously,
but if you were to put that same plant in a different environment, the outcome will be different. Did you put it in direct sunlight? Did you grow it in what medium did you grow it in? The humidity in the room, what type of light you used. Like, just like in life, you take two twins and separate them, everything changes.
Every single episode we do where you throw it, and by the way, just so you know, like you mentioned words in that description that even though I don't fully remember what those words are, you've mentioned them, and so I'm slowly learning and going, oh, that's a familiar word now. But the more we're doing this show, the more I am getting a very simple concept, and that is weed does not equal weed. It's not as simple as, oh, that's weed. It is so much more complex. The variety is so, and now you're even going into the fact that even the strain name can break out into it, like that's crazy. It's not weed. Weed is not weed. There is a large complex system happening, and that's fascinating.
I'm super excited because now with legalization, there's a lot more testing going on, and we're finding out a lot more about these cannabinoids and what they do and how to use them to benefit.
Wow. Okay, so what was the name of that one again?
Alien Sin Mint cookies. And if you would like to try it, it is available on the Ontario Cannabis Store website, or maybe at your local retailer. There are quite a few around. And I will say, yes, it's expensive, but it's almost always sold out.
So people
So
are
if you
wanting
can
it,
get your hands on it,
right?
it's worth a try.
Right. Yeah.
It's definitely a top quality product for sure.
Cool. It's got a great name. That's one of my favorite strain names that I've ever heard.
Right. And I think that's good marketing too.
Absolutely. Just
Yeah.
like the newbie and the doobie. Yep.
Definitely.
All right. My high five list today.
High five.
High five. Just so you know, for our listeners, it's not just Moon Day today, Space Day, but when this episode airs tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
if you watch this on the day that it launches, tomorrow is my birthday.
That's right.
Tomorrow's
It
my
is.
birthday.
It is.
And it was like, oh, maybe we should just launch it on my birthday. But we've been really sticking. So if you've been listening to us for some time now, this is episode, I believe we are episode 14. We come out Tuesday mornings on YouTube and in podcast form. And we've kind of stuck to that. So it didn't quite land on my birthday, but my birthday is tomorrow.
You know, I was going to bring a present today to give you.
Cake.
I thought about it, and I was like, with the wait time was rushed, and
Yeah.
the donuts got squished, and I didn't want to squish a cake.
That's true too.
But
We did
I was like, if I get you a present now, then I'm gonna have to get you a present later, and it's hard enough to try and figure out what to get you for your birthday because I feel like you have everything.
I do have everything. I literally do. Now you may say, well, Tim, you don't have Lamborghini. Well, I don't care, nor do I want a Lamborghini. But I have heard that it's very difficult to buy me presents, and I actually concede that because there isn't a whole lot that I want. I have a pretty simple life. I really just want to keep doing what I love and be able to pay my bills and be able to eventually create enough income that will allow me to, vanish to a place where I don't have to really concern myself with life, but I can still then create. So I would still do, so don't fear. It's like, well, if we support the podcast, he won't do the podcast anymore. He's going to go and
No,
vanish.
it'll just be a different type of studio
Yeah, it would just allow me
on an island.
It will allow me to be completely free to just create. And we've already talked about that. If we can just create enough income that we don't have to worry about our daily bills, we would probably create even more content because the time spent trying to get that money. So anyways, the point of all this,
it's funny, get that money,
show me the money. What was that? No, let's make it rain. It's two different things. Anyways,
I don't know why, but the song just came into my head. Once upon a time, not long ago, I was a hoe, and I'm admitting it. Don't take it back, because I did the shit. I was a hoe.
See, you don't look, let's just be honest. You don't get that on every podcast.
I just realized how many swear words I said there.
Well,
sorry, Mom.
Yeah, and you probably got us demonetized because now we're gonna have to pay them money for that.
Oh, well, if they picked up that song from me singing that little bit, then
you nailed it. It was pretty much
I had to have nailed it.
Yeah, we'll wait for the cease and desist on that one.
Okay.
Very well done, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. So today's Timmy's high five list is connected to my birthday. And
nice.
Yeah. So this is 5 things that I want and could use.
For your birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I need to know this.
Right? So, and everybody does, quite frankly. And listen, I am not opposed. If it's not on this list, I'm not opposed ever to receiving gifts. You want to send me a gift? I love the 80s. So anything 80s related,
just send us a message. We've got an address.
Yeah, so do that. But here are 5 things. These would be the top 5 things currently on my list, not including things like give me $1 million. To me, that's like, it's like,
who doesn't want $1 million?
Right? Everybody wants that. So here we go. So number 5 on my list of gifts that Timmy wants. So it's gifts to give somebody who has everything.
Okay.
Number 5.
Give to Timmy.
Yeah, is an avocado tree. I love my avocados. I have avocados in my breakfast. If I could have an avocado tree, if someone could send me an avocado tree that I could plant and then harvest my own avocados. Ever since I became a vegan, I'm not a vegan now, long story. Maybe we talk about that in a different episode. But if I had my own avocado tree to be able to harvest my own avocados, that to me, it's one of the best. I love chopping my avocado up in the mornings, putting it in my breakfast.
Fun fact about an avocado is it actually does not start to ripen until picked from the tree. So you basically can use the tree as storage. You just leave them on the tree.
Oh, okay. So legit.
You need an avocado
I need an
tree.
avocado tree. So if somebody want to hook me up with an avocado tree, that would be awesome. Number 4 on my list is sorry, I switched one just recently. Number 4 on my list is the Batman suit that Michael Keaton wore in the 1989 Batman movie. So I have a cowl. I have the.
Yeah, we've seen that on Embrace Your Geekness Day.
Yes, last episode.
Yes,
I showed my my Batman cowl, and it's a exact replica of the 1989 Batman. I would love the entire suit. That would be a gift that I would really appreciate. So if anybody can find
I feel bad that I did see that online, but it was like maybe $4,000.
Yeah, it was expensive. So if we want to start a fund, that's what I would get. Number 3 on my list would be access, keeping in line with Space Day, Moon Day, access to Area 40.
49?
40, no, what is it?
It's 51.
Area 51. Area 41, 80 what? I want to go in and just see, like, if there is nothing there, if all this, alien stuff and moon landings, if moon landings happened and aliens aren't real and blah, blah, just let me in the door. Let me go in. That's all I'm at for a birthday gift. I think that's a fair birthday gift.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Sorry, the fly.
I know you're watching a bug. I know you're watching a bug. All right, here we go.
Yeah, no more bug.
Now we're down to the big ones though. Number 2 on my list, Timmy's high five, okay, of gifts that you can get me.
Okay. Sorry, what was the last one? I was busy killing that bug.
Area 51. I want access to Area 51. So
we can just storm
avocado tree, Batman suit, Area 51.
Okay.
Okay. And number 2 is I would love to just an evening, a dinner, a afternoon hangout with Alyssa Milano.
Okay.
If someone can arrange that.
Can I be there?
You could be there.
Okay.
I wrote a book and I autographed it for Alyssa Milano, and I met her once and I gave her the book and she smiled. And so I know that she read it. Okay. But we haven't been able to connect ever since then.
I don't know if that's.
Yeah, that's the way
But she
it works.
smiled when you gave it to her?
Yes. So I know that she probably read it at that point, but you can check online. I have pictures of that, but I would like to actually spend time with her. So if anybody knows her and can reach out and just say, hey, the star of Newbie and Doobie, one of the stars.
I heard it.
Look at that. I already said it. Let's just say it. No.
If you say it enough times, maybe it'll become reality.
That's awkward. So Alyssa Milano, and number 1 on my list of gifts to give Timmy, I would love somebody to come over to my house and just take however long it needs to be done and to dust off my entire G.I. Joe collection. I have a huge G.I. Joe collection, and I took it out of the boxes a few years ago because I finally have space to display it all. It had been in boxes since like 1993, and now they're all out, but they're all covered in dust. And I just don't have the time, nor the energy, or the desire to undust them, but they deserve to be undusted. So there you go.
They really do. And I think I attempted to one time, and your son was there, and I accidentally knocked off one of the stickers. And I was like, and he looked at me and he was like, that's why I don't touch them.
That's funny.
And I was like, don't tell him. And I licked the back of my finger and I stuck the sticker back to the propeller. And I was like, he won't know. But I just told you, so I guess now you know.
It's all good. It's all good. So look, and these are the types of gifts. When you talk about somebody who you can't get anything for,
yes,
start thinking out of the box. These are the 5 lists. They're on record now. So play it back if you need to. If somebody pulls off any of these, you might very well be my favorite person.
I might have to see if I can find an avocado tree, because that one would be the gift that kept on giving.
Right? Absolutely.
Yes.
So there you go. That's what you can get me tomorrow when I celebrate my birthday. Let's do word of the week. What do you got for us today? What is the word of the week?
So I have the word topical.
Topical.
Yeah. Can you imagine what a topical might be?
Yep. Today's topical is Moon Day.
I was going to say something we're talking about. No.
No.
A topical is any product that is infused with a cannabis extract. However, it's for external use only, not to be used around the eyes or ingested.
This was one of the ones that you said. Let me see if I can get this right. It was topical tinctures. Oh, there were like flour, topical tinctures, flour. That's it. That's the only three. I'm doing pretty good though. I'm a newbie.
So it's the different consumption methods.
Right.
Flour you smoke.
Yes. Topical you put on you.
Yeah. That's
Tincture you put
external.
under your tongue.
In your mouth.
In your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, edibles.
Yes.
And edibles you eat.
What else do you smoke? Or sometimes bake with?
Butter.
Yes, but what is a butter a form of?
A form of fat.
Extract or concentrate.
Extract and concentrate, right?
Yes.
We even looked. Okay. All
Yes.
right. Okay. I'm getting. Look, folks. Sometimes I just.
It was
need,
pretty good. You got 4 out of 5.
I just need to kind of remind myself every once in a while. So hopefully you're learning along with me. Okay. So
Yes.
topicals.
So a topical, extremely important. It's for external use only. Generally, a topical is a lotion or a bath bomb or bath salt or something of that sort.
Right.
The difference is when you put it, like when you smoke or eat cannabis or use a tincture, you get an internal, it goes like right into the bloodstream.
Okay.
It gets like, you get this psychoactive.
Which one?
Everything. By smoking and eating it.
Yeah.
It's like euphoric and
Right.
it hits you completely different. It goes through your bloodstream. Whereas when you take a topical and rub it, it's localized. So it really only works, like it stays in that location. Like some people swear by topicals. You know, I use it for my arthritis. I have a bad back. I have a bad knee. Like you'll hear me say a million times over, I cannot make any claim or efficacy. You know, like I can't talk about the efficacy of a drug or a cream or anything because I'm no doctor. But I know that some people have said, man, this bath bomb, I'm sore from a day of work and I put this bath bomb in and I get out feeling like $1 million. And to those people, I say, great. Personally, I
This
just
bath bomb is efficacy amazing.
I
Is
personally
that how you use the word in a sentence?
No. Okay, so I just like the way it makes my skin feel. And whether that's the cannabis oil in the bath bomb or it's whatever else, like it's a lavender or, you know, whatever they put into the product.
Is it connected to like CBD? Like, is that what that is?
Well, the product can have different.
Can a topical have THC?
It can, yes.
Okay, because I've heard a lot about people who use like the CBD oil, they call it, but it's specifically CBD oil, but a topical could be THC as well.
So CBD oil or CBD products generally, because of the information that people have been given, people immediately go, THC is psychoactive and I don't want to take it because I just want to feel like me and they don't want to feel disassociated from themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And what people don't understand is that in some cases, people can take CBD and feel disassociated.
Mm-hmm.
They feel some sort of psychoactive effect. So we're learning that CBD is not always a non-psychoactive.
Right. Okay.
We need to learn more. We need to study more and figure out what's going on. Why do certain people have certain effects to certain things and others don't? And you know, what makes that bomb tick, so to speak.
So for the people out there who are kind of like against cannabis because they're like, all those people smoking all the time,
mm-hmm.
The benefits of cannabis can be done through a topical cream.
I know many people that use multiple combinations of these methods of consumption where, you know, an edible or a tincture takes longer to take effect, but it lasts for a lot longer. So somebody who works in an office job, who's sitting at their desk for like, you know, X amount of hours, they only get a lunch, they have X amount of hours. Sometimes they'll take a little capsule, like an oil capsule, and just swallow it. You know, taking a capsule of oil is a lot more acceptable as a form of medicine than, you know, if you told your friend at work, yeah, I got to go take my medicine, and you went and took a bottle out with a pill and you took it, they would accept that.
Yep.
But if you went, oh, I got to go take my medicine and go out and smoke a joint, you know, but it works differently for everybody. The smoking is the immediate effect. It's like, if you have stomach acid problems, there is like Prevacid where you take every single day. And if you don't take it, then what happens is in a couple days, you'll get really bad stomach pains because it hasn't had the time to work consistently, keeping your stomach acids low. But then there's also a product called Tums. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's for immediate relief
Right.
that people take. Oh, I just ate that like spicy whatever. And then they pop a couple Tums. It goes down. It neutralizes itself, which interesting fun fact. One of the main working ingredients in Tums is actually sodium bicarbonate, also known as baking soda.
Okay.
So if you're ever having any sort of
Take some baking
stomach
soda.
problems
'Cause
like
you've
acid
done that.
reflux and you don't have Tums, because I don't use Tums, haven't used them since I was pregnant.
Mhm.
That's exactly what I do. I take out a shot glass, a 1 ounce shot glass, and I take half a teaspoon of baking soda in an ounce of water and mix it up real good. Now,
Well, you put baking soda in those little pills.
okay, so let me finish this. So I tried that, but because I had like I almost died on pharmaceuticals because of the prescriptions and all that stuff. And I have a mental problem. As soon as I put that baking soda into the pill and put the pill in my mouth, even though I know it's baking soda, I have trouble swallowing it.
Right.
So I've been doing the shot glass method, and it's disgusting. It's super salty, and that's why I say you really got to mix it up good. Like I'm stirring this as I'm getting ready to take it like a shot, and I shoot it back like you would like a vodka shot. And then instead of chasing it with pop, I would chase it with water. And what that does is it pushes the baking soda stuff down into my stomach, which immediately starts like going to work and neutralizing all the acid, and a lot of like gas comes up, and I feel better.
Cool. So on the topical thing,
I know that's a lot of information there.
no, it's all good. I'm sure there's people out there that are struggling with that same sort of thing. Can you get high with a topical?
Absolutely not. I mean, you could eat it, but you probably get really sick.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to eat it.
No.
Warning label on that.
No, you don't.
Don't eat.
Like a Tide Pod.
Yeah, don't
Not
eat.
for consumption.
I'm surprised they don't have that on like a chainsaw. Do not eat.
Well, it's funny because right here it says external use only.
Bold letters.
Yeah,
That's
bold
funny.
letters.
All right.
I'm sorry, I gotta take this off. I'm like sweating. I don't know if you can see the beads dripping down my mustache. You thought I was gonna say forehead. No?
Yeah. Okay, once again, man.
Or you
it's a
can see
trap.
it.
Trap.
It's a trap.
It's a
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Run!
It's a trap.
It's funny.
Trap. Okay. So topicals.
Yeah.
So let me try to run through this one more time here, and then we're going to bring in our friends Tim and Janice.
Oh yay!
So topicals, tinctures, flour, edibles, and why it's that last one that I can't get.
Is it because I gave you 2 words?
Extracts. Extracts or
Ah,
concentrates.
There you go. That's all you needed.
Sweet.
Good job.
I'm getting this thing. Soon I won't even be a newbie at that point.
I know. You'll
Just
be
like-
teaching.
It'll be like the doobie and the non-consuming doobie.
You know what we need to do?
That doesn't flow as well, though.
We need to bring on another newbie and have you teach them what you know.
Oh, newbie versus newbie. That would be a nice segment. Bring on a newbie and have her. So for those of you who did not see the episode a little while ago where we introduced you to Tim and Janice.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's too bad. You should go back and see that episode. It was their first time attempting to chat about cannabis.
I know, it's funny. I'm like, here's the topic of the show. If you could just do something around that. They're like, yeah, we got it. We got it.
They
So
always
let's
got it,
hope.
though.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
We gave them the topic of space.
That's right. Because today we told them today was Space Day.
Well, it's moon. Wait, did we say Moon Day or Space Day?
I think we said Space Day.
Oh no, I hope this didn't cause any confusion.
All right. Well, the last thing that Tim and Janice need is confusing messages, but
that's true.
Let's see what Tim and Janice have for us today on one more episode of Tim and Janice. Hi, I'm Tim.
And I'm Janice. Today we are going to be talking about space. So without further ado, take it away, Tim.
Fun fact, an organized kitchen
is the number one step to an organized life. I like to go big spoon, little spoon, big fork, little fork.
Tim.
Yes, Janice?
Not inner space, outer space.
Fun fact. A coordinated and well-groomed lawn is the second step to an organized life. I like to go blue gnome, yellow gnome, then blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome. Should we have said Moon Day?
I don't even know. I have no words.
We should have said Moon Day. I think that might.
I think it. Yeah, I wondered that because I was like, we said space, and then I was a little. Yeah.
Tim and Janice, the couple that you
keeps on
hate to
giving.
love. That's how you describe it? The hate to love.
Yeah, the couple you hate to love.
Hashtag Team Blue and Yellow. If you want to see more of Tim and Janice, you can go on to TikTok as their primary home, or the TikTok as they would say.
Yes.
And it's Tim_and_Janice.
Yeah, spelled the boring way, because she's nice.
Janice with a C.
Yeah, Jan nice.
Jan nice. Oh, Jan nice. Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yes.
So Tim and Janice on TikTok, check them out, and we're always excited. We'll bring them back on for some other things. We'll just be a little more clear in what we want them to talk about.
Yes. Although it is funny.
I don't know. Maybe we should tell them nothing. To say, bring us some information.
Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe
Next time
we should
bring
tell them
on,
to just be like, give us a fun fact.
Yeah, just give us a fun fact. We don't even care. That's what we'll do next time.
That's
So
awesome.
This now brings us.
Oh, yes.
To what gets me going. Not get what gets me going.
What gets
It's
me
what gets
going.
you going.
Which is so funny because I don't know if I've said this before, but you said, MJ, let's do this segment called What Gets Me Going. And I'm like, no, I got nothing. And it's very apparent that a lot of stuff gets me going because I sit down and I'm like, oh, you know what gets me going? And I think I've already got my next one picked out.
No, I was because of what I do know about you.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't difficult when I said we should do this segment called What Gets Me Going.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew full well you could find
I have
info.
very strong opinions, one way or the other.
And it's good.
And I will voice those opinions.
Yep.
However, I also believe that I am the kind of person that will listen to other people's opinions because I'm open to discussion. So, that being said, I'm going to jump right into it.
What gets you going?
Okay, so today I'm going to talk about, I don't know how to word this exactly, but there is differences in the regulations and rules around cannabis and alcohol in Canada, specifically Ontario, because we're in Ontario and that's what I focused on. So we have the AGCO.
Okay.
The Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. They control alcohol, gaming, right, in Ontario.
They're the
and
commission
cannabis, which
of
is funny
alcohol.
because you figured it would be alcohol, gaming, and cannabis in Ontario. But I'm pretty sure they've been the AGCO for a lot longer than cannabis was legal. But anyways, so there's the LCBO, Liquor Control Board of Ontario.
Yep.
Then you have the OCS, the Ontario Cannabis Store.
Right.
Which is funny because there's no physical store.
Right. Didn't they just get a big fancy new logo a little while ago?
When they first came out, yeah, you had to bring that up.
Wait, that could be another what gets me going. Maybe we shouldn't go there.
It really, yeah. So they
The
spent
fancy
way
logo.
too much money on this logo. And, any child could have done this. I'm sorry. I know they wanted to keep it simple, but a circle with the letters OCS in the middle for thousands of dollars is a little ridiculous.
It is a really nice circle. I'm going to stand
It's
on
a
their side
perfect
on this
circle.
one.
It's
perfect
not an
circle.
oval.
Yeah. I had a science teacher,
But it's not a sphere.
Mr. Vorvis would walk up and he would draw a circle with chalk on the wall.
And it was
or on
perfect.
the chalkboard. It was perfect. Like, I swear to you, it was like how.
You know what? How he did it? He spent every day for like 4 hours after school standing there at the board just doing circles after circle after circle and be like, I'm going to impress these students.
Right?
No,
No.
not right. He just had a gift.
The gift, yeah. The gift that baffled. Like there was a time. So when I was a human, like stuff like that, I'd be like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But I've seen stuff now, right? So you can't put that genie back in the bottle, as they say. But I was amazed at the time. I was like, that's outstanding.
I can't get over how long your hair is getting.
All right, isn't it crazy? This is literally COVID hair. It's going to be cut very, very soon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, sidetrack, derail there.
Yeah.
The perfect circle, but not sphere. It's like the
Okay.
world.
Right. Okay. So
Okay.
back to the main point. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
shouldn't have jumped in there.
so the Ontario Cannabis Store is 100% online sales, whereas with like retail stores that sell cannabis, right now there is 628 stores in Ontario that are open.
Right.
They have their windows covered, and they are not allowed to have children in the store at all.
Right.
You're like, well, yeah, MJ, why should they allow children in the store? It's a weed shop. Okay. But what if I have no car and I have no childcare and no other time because I'm a single parent to go and get my cannabis? I literally have to, I'm going to leave my 4-year-old, if I had one, standing outside while I went in to get what I needed. Now, fortunately, a lot of these ones are now doing curbside pickup. So that is, a way to work around that. So things are changing and improving. That's like I'm saying, these regulations I'm like picking at. I feel like we need to talk about them so that way we can make change. And who knows, on the backside, they might actually be working to change all of these things already.
Right.
Right. But these are the things that I'm saying that don't make
change
sense.
it after this. That's
Well,
how
it would be nice if, I could be a voice, but that's why I'm trying to like educate people. Like,
Right.
yes, it just doesn't, it leaves me scratching my head and wondering, why is it different?
So you can bring a kid into an LCBO?
So, and see, this is the thing. Since 1920, when prohibition ended in Ontario, the LCBO has over 670 retail stores with an online portal. You're like, yeah, okay, so it's about even 628,
Yep.
670. But they also have 400 outlets, which are independent local retailers that are in communities where access may not be so convenient.
Okay.
Now, let's keep in mind we're talking about alcohol, which is technically, it's a poison. If we drink too much of it, it's a poison.
Right.
That's why we have to make sure that we stay within our certain levels. From what I understand, nobody has actually died from cannabis consumption. There have been a lot of cannabis related deaths through crime and all sorts of other things, but nobody, I think, has ever died from consuming cannabis joints. I think it's like a ridiculous amount of joints you would have to consume. And I'm still waiting for somebody to go, I am willing to supply all the cannabis you would like to try and kill yourself in the like assisted death program, and be like, if you want to die, let's try and kill you with marijuana to see how much marijuana it would take to kill somebody. Like, I know that's a really morbid thing to even sit here and say, but I feel like we need to do a test, and we're not going to do a test on some random person that doesn't want to die. But I think a side effect might be that person might actually feel a little better after consuming the cannabis and go, wait, I don't want to die anymore.
And then they take one more puff and boom. He's like, oh,
now most
that's
likely they'd
depressing.
be a medical cannabis consumer forever.
But that's like that in itself though reveals something, doesn't it? That in your scenario you would be saying, I need to find somebody who wants to leave the world. So we can pump them up with enough cannabis to see if it works. Meanwhile, you got people who are quite happy in the world, have no desire to leave it,
and still pump themselves up with cannabis,
and have gotten alcohol poisoning. So
yes,
the amount of alcohol is already been tested as harmful,
Well, teens have
to a level,
alcohol.
but you're saying you can't even just take a regular person and do it. You need to find somebody who can handle enough that they're okay.
Well,
with
every
possibly-
person that died from alcohol abuse, like too much alcohol, never wanted to die from it. They just didn't know their limit.
Right, but that shows you that like in your scenario, you can't even just pick a regular Joe Blow to try to pump full marijuana to see. You need to find somebody who's like, I'm ready to.
Well, I
ready to
would,
go.
yeah, because I would never harm anybody.
Because the level
purposely.
of consumption is
Oh, it's massive.
yeah,
It's
okay.
massive for
Well,
sure. So, to me, it just doesn't make sense that they're putting them in to ensure that every community everywhere has access to this thing. And then it gets even better. There's 450 grocery stores that sell beer and cider.
mhm.
Out of those 450, 150 of them also sell wine. So they sell beer, cider, and wine. And like we had discussed before, no kids in the cannabis store. However, in Walmart, the one in the town we live in, the beer and wine is directly across from the chips.
Right. Yeah.
Who eats the most chips? Kids. Like, I'm sorry, I maybe adults eat them too, I'm sure they do, but like, you're going to a kid's party, what do you bring chips?
Right. Well,
if you're gonna
and-
keep the alcohol out of the sight of children,
and even if
then
it's not, though, I mean, people walk in with their kids in tow
in the liquor store,
in Walmart. So even if the chips aren't just consumed by children, parents obviously is going to have their child. And
well,
look
that's the
right
thing.
over and
There's no barrier. You can literally just
Yeah.
walk right past,
Yep.
and all the alcohol is there. It's a teenager could pick it up and shove it in their jacket or in their bag and walk out with it. Like that's concerning to me. Yeah, there's almost 900 manufacturer retail stores as well on alcohol, and I don't even know what a manufacturer retail store is. I asked Alexa, and she's getting pretty dumb in her old age. I might have to.
I would assume it's
fix that.
It's like those wine stores, right? Where you can make your own wine and then they sell it as well. I would think something like that. Make your own beer.
Maybe, yeah, okay, that makes
Right?
sense.
Make your own beer.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I don't think we have anything like that for cannabis yet.
No, you don't have like a come
there-
cut your own
No,
pot?
it would probably be bring your flour and
Right.
we'll help you turn it into a concentrate.
Okay,
We'll
yeah,
help you make
yeah,
it
yeah.
into a butter or an oil.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
there's nothing like that. So you're saying there's a discrepancy, and so it looks good on the first surface of how many retail shops there are currently.
Yeah.
But in terms of
But then when you
how
delve
those are
into
accessed
it,
and
yeah.
how other options
And like I said, the Ontario Cannabis Store is done strictly online. So it's done through a mail model system. Not like
I'm a mail
mail
model.
models, but like, the mail, like through the mail, old school mail.
If I wanted to be a model, I could have been, but I chose not to. Want to win the comedy.
I say old school mail, but like a guy shows up at your house and he like checks your ID.
Mhm.
And you get a like email or a text message that says your like courier will arrive from this time to this time. And like it's definitely more convenient than back in the day when you had to call Buddy,
Yeah, buddy.
because this guy's actually reliable.
Right.
However, let's talk minors. Let's jump into minors
Okay.
because we were talking about kids in the store.
Yeah.
So in Ontario, this is something I didn't know. I knew you had to be 19 to drink. However, I did not know that if you're a minor, but you're at home and you're in the care of your parent or guardian, and they say it's allowable, you are allowed by law to have a drink. However, you cannot, as a child, you cannot drink, you cannot open it or mix it or pour it.
Right.
Your parent has to literally hand you the cup, bottle, whatever, opened, and you can drink it. Now that I was like, okay, I've heard of like maybe sometimes parents give their kids wine at, dinner. Most of the time you don't like it. It's wine or champagne and it tastes like crap. But at a restaurant, you are the same thing from 16 to 19. You're allowed to drink legally. I could take my kid to a restaurant and order a beer and hand it to him, and he can sit there and drink it. Now, the minimum fine for buying or giving a child, a minor, alcohol, doesn't even matter if they're 18 and you know this kid, whatever, $500 if it's not your own child.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Now,
And you said you weren't going to have enough information for what gets.
I know
going.
I got like a couple cue cards here. So recreationally in Canada, same thing, 19 years.
Okay.
You have to be 19. However, other than medically, there are no exceptions. None.
Mhm.
If you are caught giving a child, does not matter if it's your own child, somebody else's kid, same thing. Penalty is up to 14 years of jail in jail. And the weird thing that I found is when I was doing the research for this, when I researched giving alcohol to a minor in Ontario, it says you will be fined a minimum of $500. And when you search cannabis, it says you will receive up to a maximum of 14 years. So I don't understand why they give the maximum for the cannabis and the minimum for the alcohol. It's almost like, well, the alcohol is more like we'll give you this slap on the wrist. But if you dare give a kid a joint or a cookie or, anything,
Right.
you're going to prison for 14 years.
You could get a slap in the wrist, but they're promoting the maximum.
Exactly. They're putting the fear into you that it's 14 years.
Yeah.
Now, with all of that being said, I have a 16-year-old who has asked me about cannabis, and I will give him and every other child the same response. You're not meant to have cannabis or alcohol before you're 19. That's just the way it is. That's the way the law says it is. And unless medically you need cannabis, it shouldn't be a thing, because there are, like we talked about with Maddie, when I was younger, I didn't think about the growth and development of my brain. And I'm extremely fortunate that I'm sitting here and not drooling and I'm actually able to have a conversation, like I want to say an educated conversation, but I couldn't think of the word. So don't know how educated that was, but you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not something I promote, but I just would like to see the differences. Like even sex stores don't have their windows covered anymore.
Right.
Like you can look right through the window and see blow up dolls and Justin
Bieber.
Bieber.
Some time staring in windows before
and Spencer's, the store Spencer's. I was mortified one day because they have the posters and the wallets and the tie-dye t-shirts and the sex toys and the lingerie, like literally all in the same area. And my kid was like, what is that? And I look at it and I was like, oh my God. 7-year-old looking at like a toy, an adult toy. And I was like, oh my God, how did this even get in here? So like, I believe there's a place and a time for everything. Mm-hmm. And I do believe we should do everything we can to keep cannabis out of the hands of our youth. However, I feel like not enough is being done on the alcohol side. Exhibit A. It's an LCBO booklet that I've had it for a while, because it says the price offers are in effect from January 3rd to the 30th of this year. But this came in my mailbox, not to me, which means they sent one to everybody. I don't drink. I didn't ask for this. Why are you sending me pictures with fruity drinks? And why do they look so tempting? Like this one here even has a cupcake on it. If we're trying to not appeal to younger audiences, then why are we putting a cupcake on it? We're adults. We don't need to see the dang cupcake.
I like cupcakes.
So do children. Maybe it's because they know that none of this stuff actually tastes good.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's like tobacco ads back in the day. They used to promote a certain lifestyle and a certain, you're not a man like me if you don't smoke Marlboros or whatever it was. Meanwhile, they all died of lung cancer, throat cancer, whatever. And now they're like, oh no, smoking's bad. We don't see smoking ads, and you definitely wouldn't see a booklet come to your house. So anyways, that's what gets me going.
That certainly did.
Okay. Can I do one more thing before we go?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Okay.
You
This
think
has
like
to
I'm going to
do-
stop you now.
I know. This has to do with carry limits, cannabis carry limits.
All right.
And I just learned this because I'm working as a legal bud tender
Yep.
or as a bud tender in a legal store. And I knew you're only allowed to carry 30 grams of cannabis on you, but that's dried flower. So there was always a lot of confusion for me of what happens when I have brownies or, topical, for
Mhm.
example. So 30 grams of dried flower is the equivalent to 150 grams of fresh cannabis. So
Mhm.
if you have like plants,
Mhm.
450 grams of edible product. So if you use like a heavy flour or whatever into the baking of the brownies, you have to take that weight into it's not 450 grams of cannabis in that, it's 450 grams of product,
Mhm.
cookies, whatever. In a liquid product like a drink, it's 2.1 liters, which is 2,100 grams, 7.5 grams of concentrates,
Mhm.
which is in liquid or solid form, and 30 cannabis seeds, because they count one cannabis seed as a gram.
Okay.
And I just want to point out, if I walked into the liquor store, do you think there would be a limit on how much how much alcohol, I could purchase at once?
I don't know. I don't buy alcohol either.
There's not. People have gone in and bought enough alcohol for their weddings, for their backyard parties, it's enough alcohol for 200 people. And nobody ever asked them, what are you buying all this booze for? I mean, maybe they do, but when you get told it's for a wedding, it's just moved on.
Right.
And the thing that I was thinking about the other day, and I think I mentioned this to you, as a salesperson, I like to upsell. If somebody comes in and they're talking about, oh, they love a bath bomb or whatever, they want to try a bath bomb. If they've already picked up their, 28 grams or their ounce of weed, I can't really sell them anything else. I have to walk that customer up to the till and check them out. And that's not really good from a business standpoint. If I was my employer, I'd be like, how am I going to sell more stuff? Right? So there's a lot of regulations that need work. And like I said, I hope they're working on the back end to change some of these things.
Right. Okay. So it basically comes down to there's a discrepancy between two products that should be handled more similar, is what you're saying. In a short.
Here's the thing. I don't think they should be handled more similar because I
Okay.
think they are different. However, I feel like they're being all loosey goosey with alcohol, and they're being all
Right.
tight with cannabis. When if you're going to compare alcohol to cannabis and say that they have very similar rules and they're run by the same people,
Mhm.
then have the same rules.
Right.
Like I don't know.
Well, it clearly got you going.
It did get
So
me
there's
going.
another episode of what gets me going right there.
It was awesome.
I'm glad you can get that off.
Was
your
my
chest.
face red from like
You looked a little intense. At one point there, I was
It
going.
is warm.
I was going. No, she's looking a little intense here. But that's how we want to end it, right? We want to end it on that note. Thank you for spending another hour or so with us. Check out all our other videos. It was a good moon day, space day, and
Yes,
I'm looking
and it's going to
forward.
be a great birthday tomorrow.
I'm going to be celebrating my birthday tomorrow. So send those gifts if you can. Send me an avocado tree. Contact us. We'll give you a mailing list. That would be amazing.
Or a maid.
Oh, a maid would be good too.
That's insured, because I tell you, if you knock another sticker off Timmy's helicopter.
Yeah, the cameras. I'm Timmy Boyle.
I'm Mary Jane Baker. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
Opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Cannabis leaf on my lanyard, box of TY by my feet, exhibitors and large crowds to educate. Cannabis plants on display, real green, yes, real green. Old man stops, says what you selling. I laugh, just clearing the haze with TY on the table. That's what's changing minds. Cannabis plants at the Home and Garden Show. TY pages in your hand. Take it home. Learn about natural medicine. Watch your knowledge grow. Yeah, we bring the truth and patient stories where they never thought it would ever go. Cannabis plants at the Home and Garden Show. People advocating cannabis education, brochures, links to bigger hope. Beside the grills and garden gnomes, we're talking tinctures. Talking, smoking, talking alternatives. Kids walk by with cotton candy. Mom, slow down. Dad's leaning close. Is this legal? Is this helpful? Let me tell you what we know. Cannabis plants at the Home and Garden Show. TY pages in your hand. Take it home. Learn about natural medicine. Watch your knowledge grow. Truth and patient stories where they never thought it would ever go. Watch your knowledge grow. We bring the truth and patient stories where they never thought it would ever go. Cannabis plants at the Home and Garden Show. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for January the 29th. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. Oh my God, January 29th. We are already at the end of January.
Yes, yeah, exactly. We're already 1/12 done of 2026.
That's insane. Wow.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you know, people used to always tell me when you get older, the time goes by faster. Now that I am older, I have to agree.
You're right. Crazy. Crazy.
Oh, I know. It is. It is crazy. And so is the snow that just keeps coming down.
My only hope is we have like some pretty major snow happening, and I'm kind of hoping it goes into Groundhog Day. So there's no sun and no way in hell that groundhog can see its shadow. And that means it's going to end early. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, I can tell you around here, there's too much snow.
Yeah.
He wouldn't find his way out of the hole. All right,
Yeah.
what do you say we get on with the news?
We might as well.
All right, first story of the day comes to us from CBC News. Mi'kmaq bans drafting own law amid province's cannabis outlet crackdown. Exactly right. First Nations chiefs in Nova Scotia are developing their own law and regulations on the retail sale of cannabis on reserves in defiance of a provincial crackdown on unlicensed outlets. Member 2 Chief Terry Paul, who speaks for the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq chiefs on the subject, said the First Nations are opposed to provincial regulations of cannabis sales and are exercising their right to self-government. They say we can establish regulations ourselves, of course, in concert with the provincial and federal governments to make sure that the laws are compatible, but we have a right to do that, he says. Now, it goes on to say that the Member 2 has been developing its own cannabis law since 2021, and other bans have been as well, according to Paul. Goes on to say that there are some that are working on them too. But we've met lately as an assembly of chiefs, and we have been discussing having a common cannabis law throughout the province. Now, many are on reserve land, and some Mi'kmaq feel that they are being targeted, although the province denies them. Now, earlier this month, Justice Minister Scott Armstrong said that the province intends to continue enforcing the Cannabis Control Act. Armstrong said that under provincial law, First Nations can sell cannabis products under the same rules as the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation and keep the proceeds. Now, Paul says that Wagamatuk First Nation was considering that, but has since agreed with the other bands that that model is unacceptable. He says, we need to be able to exercise our right of self-government. It's the principle of it, that we have the right to do that, Paul says. Now, in an email statement, Houston's office says that the status quo is not working, and the province simply wants to treat cannabis the same way that it treats alcohol. There you go, Cindy. I knew there'd be a follow-up to the stories lately, and I was wondering what was going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The government, the Nova Scotia government. Oh my God. I'm excited that the Mi'kmaq are banding together. Like all of their nations are banding together, and they're doing this, and they're going to continue to do it. I can't wait for it to end up in some sort of courtroom. I can't wait for the battle to go down, because there will be a court battle. And I am, I'm very secure in my feeling that the treaties will win, and the Mi'kmaq will be allowed to create this. It's not like they're trying to create something crazy. They're like they said, they're trying to work with the government laws and rules on both provincial and federal federal levels. And I feel that they are trying to work hard in doing this. And so I'm excited to follow this story. I was very excited when I saw that you found that earlier. So it's just fingers crossed. I look forward to the outcome that will come eventually.
Yes, exactly. We have, as some people say, high hopes that will go in their favor, and I can just see if there is a loss, probably on either side, it'll keep going up the courts.
Yep. Yeah, and it'll be something that becomes a precedent for the rest of Canada and the rest of the Indigenous nations. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. Go Mi'kmaqis.
Exactly. All right. On to the next story we go.
On to the next story. This one is coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. British Columbia observes a 22% cannabis sales decline in the fiscal third quarter. British Columbia's legal cannabis market took a serious hit last year. According to Mugglehead, cannabis sales in the province dropped 22% in the third quarter of 2025 fiscal year compared to the year before. But this wasn't because people stopped buying cannabis. It was because the system stopped working. The decline was largely caused by a prolonged strike by the BC General Employees Union. The strike shut down the provincial cannabis distribution warehouse and all government-run BC cannabis stores for several weeks. With no product moving through the official supply chain, both retailers and consumers were left scrambling. As a result, legal sales numbers plummeted, and Canada's national cannabis sales figures also dipped because BC plays such a large role in the market. Interestingly, some private delivering services and direct-to-consumer models saw huge growth during the shutdown. This showed that when the government system fails, alternative supply routes quickly fill the gap. This story highlights how fragile the centralized cannabis distribution can be, and how resilient consumers are when access is disrupted. It also raises important questions about whether provinces should rely so heavily on a single system for legal cannabis. I kind of agree with that. What do you think, Al?
Yes. As you can see, the numbers, sales went down. A lot of businesses, I'm sure, suffered from that, not having a good supply. Some of them, constantly running out of stuff and nothing on the shelves to be able to sell to anybody. And I know that they have the direct system as well, which helped, but it obviously wasn't the answer to everything, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's, strikes are going to happen, unfortunately.
They are.
Some people, right? So,
yeah, something to think about.
That's right. All righty. From that, we're going to move on to our next story. This one comes to us from MJ Biz Daily. Headline says, Trump Republicans backing Arizona marijuana adult sales repeal. Yes. repeal. Now, in defiance of President Donald Trump, two prominent Arizona Republicans said they're opposed to cannabis rescheduling and are keen on recriminalizing adult use cannabis sales. Arizona is the third state, along with Massachusetts and Maine, where a voter initiative funded by a prominent anti-legalization group proposes eliminating adult use sales, which is $1 billion market according to the most recent data available. Now, interviews with Marijuana Moment, U.S. Rep. Andy Biggs and U.S. Rep. Paul Gosar signal support for repealing adult use sales and cast doubt on downgrading cannabis status under federal law. Now, Gosar backed the sales repeal bill and told Marijuana Moment that he hopes to ask the president to reconsider cannabis rescheduling. Now, on top of that, Gosar explained or claimed that an unruly cannabis industry has disobeyed the rules and resisted every which way with the regulations. Now, Attorney General Pam Bondi has yet to act on the executive order which directed her to reclassify cannabis in the most expeditious way. Now, Biggs, who told Marijuana Moment that he's inclined to support the repeal bill, added that he opposes rescheduling because cannabis users are more likely to need welfare benefits. The repeal effort would need to collect nearly 256,000 signatures by July of 2026 to qualify for the November 2026 ballot. Cindy, the stigmatization continues.
Wow. I'm just
Cannabis users are people on welfare. Like, some people will never learn.
Yeah, no, that just kind of insulting, to be honest.
It is. Exactly. You know,
I mean,
hopefully they
straight up
don't
that-
get their signatures.
Yeah.
Hopefully but yeah, that's not good. It'd be interesting. It must be interesting in caucus meetings when if they ever talk about the cannabis file. If you know, because there's some people that are for it, and obviously there's some reps that are against it as well. Yeah. And as you said
what's that?
and as we said the other day, just because you legalize where you are now doesn't mean that it can stay there.
No.
Because there's people fighting against bringing them back to the old ways of doing things. Right?
Yeah, I'm baffled. I really don't even know what to think about that, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. So, all righty. Next story.
This story is coming to us from Green State. Microdosing psychedelics jumps in the U.S., according to a 2025 report. A new report shows that psychedelic microdosing is no longer a fringe practice. It's becoming mainstream. According to Green State, the 2025 RAND Psychedelic Survey estimates that about 10 million Americans have microdosed psychedelics in the past year. Microdosing involves taking very small, subperceptual amounts of a substance like psilocybin mushrooms or LSD. Users say they do it to boost creativity, improve focus, reduce anxiety, and support emotional well-being without having a full psychedelic experience. The report found that psilocybin is now the most commonly used psychedelic in the U.S., and its popularity continues to rise. Researchers believe the numbers are increasing not only because more people are using psychedelics, but because stigma is decreasing and people are more willing to admit it. The surge comes alongside growing legalization and decriminalization efforts across cities and states. As public awareness expands and clinical research continues, psychedelics are being discussed more openly as mental health tools rather than taboo substances. For policymakers, the takeaway is clear. Millions of people are already engaging with psychedelics, often without legal frameworks, medical guidance, or regulation. This raises urgent questions about safety, access, education, and how society should responsibly integrate these medicines. What do you think, Al?
Interesting. And as more people are learning about psychedelics and more research gets out there, more information gets out there, obviously more people are trying it as an alternative to normal pharmaceutical medicines.
Absolutely.
Now there's one there. They list the top 5.
The top
and
5.
MDMA, the magic mushrooms, MDMA, ketamine, LSD is in there. There's another mushroom. It's called the Amanita
muscaria. Yeah. It's not necessarily psychedelic in the same sense that psilocybin is. It doesn't contain psilocybin, but it's a very healing medicine that can bring on its own psychedelic state. It's what we see a lot of it popping up usually around pictures of it around Christmas, because it's the red one with the white dots on it.
Yeah, I know that one. Seen that all over the place.
All over the place.
Yes, exactly. All right. It's time for us to take a break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes as you get to hear from those who make our voices louder.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bombs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
That way. I'm having enough someday, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, and you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Well, Cindy, we got 4 more stories to cover. We're going to talk about some Canadian cannabis prices. And we got some really exciting news about entertainment place, which I think should spread all across North America and the world, actually, to tell you the truth. So, but when we get there, we'll learn more. So, all right. So to get started here in the second half, first story of this half is going to come to us from StratCan. And the headline there says, Canadian cannabis prices level off as retail sales continue to climb. That's right. Retail cannabis sales in Canada bounced back in November 2025 following a significant decline in October due to a strike that led to significant lower sales in BC and from late September to late October. Now, after dropping to 448 million in October, retail cannabis sales bounced back to 478 million in November, according to the most recent figures from Statistics Canada. Now, that's up 5% year over year from 457 million. Now, unsurprisingly, Ontario had the highest sales in Canada at $178 million, down from 184 in November 2024. Now, Alberta continued to rank second highest in cannabis sales in Canada at 81 million, which is up from 79.5 million. Now, while retail sales continue to show growth in Canada, the consumer price of recreational cannabis in the country has continued to decline slightly, although at a slower pace than in previous years. In December of 2025, prices across Canada declined by just 0.1% from the previous month and by 1.7 percentage points from December 2024. Now, each province, though, shows much more fluctuation. The monthly declines in December of 2025 were due to a 1% decline in Alberta and a 3% decline in Whitehorse, Yukon. Now, offset by a 4.7 percentage point increase in PEI, and now all other provinces stayed basically level. Now, year over year, nearly every province showed declines except for Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador. In Atlantic Canada, they had the highest annual declines in cannabis prices. There you go. Prices are going down slowly. They're going down still.
Yes. Yes. I was just, continuing to read for like 5 seconds and see that Nova Scotia showed the largest year-over-year decline at 9.7 percentage points, almost 10%.
Almost
per
10%.
year for Nova Scotia. That's really amazing. And, honestly, I've seen it. I'm a 50-50 shopper. I get some from the legal stores, some from the Indigenous stores. And I've noticed a decline in prices in the legal stores. And it's been really nice to see, and one was quite like there was a 0.5 gram joint that was selling for $5.95 at one point in time, and it's down to $3.97 now. That's huge.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
That's a big jump, right?
Yeah.
Now, mind you, it was years, and it was probably about a year and a half in between buying that joint that I did that. But I mean, to see that jump happen in about a year to a year and a half is that's.
And if you had wasn't that big gap in between it was just a slow decline, it might not have been so dramatic.
So noticeable
all at once. Yeah.
Yeah. It was just one of the ones that I was actually not very long ago. I was heading into a store in Halifax, and there were a couple of panhandlers out front. And the only thing I had on me was plastic, and I said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any cash. I'll buy you a joint." And they're like, "Yeah, that'd be awesome." So I went in and I bought them each a joint. And I remembered that this one was very inexpensive, so I specifically asked for it, and I couldn't get over it how it was like over $1 cheaper. It was, almost $2 cheaper. It was, I'm like, well, that's amazing. So I went out and gave them each a joint, and they were so freaking happy, right? For like $6 I spent. Well, sorry, $8 I spent. That was, it was a really good $8 spend for me to see, people so happy about medicine, right?
Put a smile on someone's face.
Put a smile on someone's
without
face.
Even smoking, without even smoking it, they put a smile on someone's face. Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
All right. On to the next story.
On to the next story. You're up.
On to the next story. Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Oh, look, I hate it when they put these things up there. I wonder if I can close that out. No, it's not going to let me. Sorry. Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Massive winter storm sends cannabis sales soaring in 4 states. For legal cannabis retailers, The record-breaking snowfall blanketing much of the northeastern U.S. meant a record-breaking surge in sales. Ahead of the winter storm that arrived in force on Sunday, cannabis sellers in New York, New Jersey, Maryland, and Massachusetts rang up Green Wednesday level sales over the weekend, according to the cannabis industry data analytics platform Lit Alerts. Along with the April 20th sales rush, Green Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, is one of the cannabis retailers' strongest days of the year. The sales success shows that cannabis has become a staple for many adults on the prepping list with bread, milk, and eggs, a spokesperson for Lit Alert said in a statement. In New York, where snow falls in excess of a foot contributed to Governor Kelly Hochul declaring a state of emergency, cannabis retailers saw a rush of customers stocking up on cannabis alongside essentials like the breads, the eggs, and milk, of course, according to New York Post. Chris Cullen, who is the co-founder of Stoops NYC, a cannabis store in Manhattan's Flirtation district, said his shop recorded an $8,000 increase in sales compared to the same week last year. Wow. It's eggs, bread, milk, and cannabis, he told the Post. Cannabis has become the new staple at the cannabis place, a retailer with locations in Queens and Jersey City, New Jersey. Sales doubled with cannabis-infused chocolates nearly selling out, CEO Osbert told the Post. It's 100% because of the storm, he said, and continued to say, we doubled our staff to meet the demand. Since its adult use cannabis sales launched in December of 2022, 578 cannabis retailers opened across the state, including 245 in New York City alone. They're still not coming close to Toronto yet, though. Legal cannabis sales in New York topped $1.5 billion in 2025. And again, I say, Al, that they have yet to come close to Toronto, Canada.
No, not when it comes to numbers of stores, that's for sure. But they've still got good numbers, even though every once in a while something bad comes up out of New York. The Cannabis Control Board situation that they got set up there. Someone's getting fired or something's going on. It's always in the news. But those numbers are look good to me.
No, they speak volumes, and it's just going to grow from here. Like, I mean, New York is a very busy city, and if they start offering cannabis tourism, people like me, once I know it's safe for Canadians to go there, I'm already thinking like, oh, someday, like, I'd love to go down there and do a tour of some of the first cannabis dispensaries that opened up when it all changed.
And this was all because of the storm. People were anticipating being snowed in now we could celebrate the sales and all that stuff, but there might be other people on the other side of the spectrum saying, well, if it's in with the milk and the bread, then and it's a staple, does that mean they're addicted to cannabis?
Somebody's going to come out saying that eventually.
Yeah. There's a group that comes to mind. So yeah, see what happens down the road as things go on. Hopefully things get even better than what those numbers are.
Oh, well, fingers crossed, right? Like, I mean, you see all this happening down in the States, as you've read earlier. Trump put this forward to reschedule cannabis, and people are arguing, and it's made some people so mad that they're pushing for their states to recriminalize the plant again. So it's nice to see this coming out of New York versus the recriminalization. But the people who want it recriminalized are right across the country, and I'm sure we have those in our country as well. And it's for some reason it gave them a louder voice, or made them want to get louder, and it's being heard obviously in some places. And it's kind of crazy. I mean, with all of the research that's being done, that's out there, that's showing people how beautiful this plant is and what it can do. I'm just still baffled that this is going on, especially in North America. Right?
I think if one of the three states recriminalizes, I think it's going to be a bit of a wake up call to the cannabis community in the U.S. That, hey,
Oh yeah. Yeah, they got to get louder again. Yep.
Correct. All right, time for us to move on to the next story, and I look forward to going through this one, I'll tell you. All right, this one's coming to us from Marijuana Moment, and the headline there says that entertainment arena in U.S. partners with cannabis businesses to sell THC drinks at concerts and live events. Awesome. Now, the largest entertainment arena in the U.S. is entering into a historic partnership with two cannabis drink brands with plans to provide adult guests with a selection of hemp-derived THC beverages to enjoy. The brands, Senorita and Rhythm, announced the years-long partnership with the United Center in Chicago on Tuesday. Now, adults 21 and older will have a change to enjoy a variety of THC drinks for live events at the arena, which is home to the Chicago Blackhawks and the Chicago Bulls. Now, this product lineup of Sonoritas says that they will include 3 different flavors of its 5 milligram hemp-derived THC beverages: lime, jalapeno, margarita, mango margarita, and grapefruit. Now, Rhythm, for its part, will sell its caffeinated mandarin orange THC drink. And they say that bringing these two brands to the United Center reflects a simple truth. Consumers want non-alcoholic beverages. Who is also chairman and CEO of GTI, says that the United Center is one of the world's premier venues and continues to set the standard for live entertainment with the introduction of these modern responsible options. Now, the kickoff for these all started on February the 4th, just around the corner, folks. It's going to be at a concert featuring New Edition, Boys to Men, and Tony Braxton. And on February the 4th, Joe Mahara, CEO of the United Center, this fella is excited as he is saying that he is bringing fans a new way to enjoy their live entertainment experience. Cindy, you gotta love it when you can start now getting THC beverages in these large centers.
Like, wow, that's pretty cool.
You know, like maybe when you're at the Bell Center, maybe watching a Montreal Canadiens hockey game, you could have a THC beverage while you're there. Wouldn't that be? Should be doable. There's no reason why it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, right? And 5 milligrams, I think, is a respectable margin for that. Maybe offer 5 and 10, but 5 milligrams is a good start point for that. If somebody's going to be there for the duration of the evening, watching a show or a game or something, they're going to have, probably 2, 3, 4, 5 of these, throughout the evening. Because, they're the size of a little can pop, right? Like, they're not a big drink. It's like or it's like a little poured drink, right? Like, they're not big. It's not massive. And being at a stadium, that's one of the ways that they make money is they make money on the concessions. So, that they're going to overprice it and they're going to sell weak drinks to be able to, draw you back for more. But it's the same as alcohol, right? Like, they don't serve big, huge drinks of alcohol either. Like, you have to buy them in small little bits and, pay a gross amount for it. So I just think the fact that they're doing this is, a very large step forward. I was just as excited when, Alberta started allowing certain things at venues and whatnot. Right. And then there's a restaurant out in Maple Ridge, British Columbia, that when the deck is open, you're allowed to use your cannabis on the deck when you're there enjoying a meal. You can't smoke cigarettes, but you're allowed to smoke cannabis on the deck.
There you go.
Yeah. So it's really exciting. Makes me want to go down to Chicago, right? I'm not shocked that it's in Chicago first. That's really cool.
Well, it takes one place to do it.
One. Yep.
Right. And then others will see that. and they start talking amongst each other. And when they start saying that, hey, we sold X amount of THC beverages last year.
Yeah, this is our bottom line from it.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Something else when it comes to cannabis and entertainment, sort of kind of together. I don't know if you saw, but Edmonton, Alberta is about to get their first big, huge, massive cannabis lounge with the new Amsterdam Cafe soon to be opening up there. They just put up their sign yesterday. It's super exciting news for Canada too.
Good. Yes, exactly. Alrighty, on to our next story.
On to the last story of the day, which is coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. A major legal ruling out of Europe could reshape how countries align on cannabis reform. According to International Cannabis Business Conference, the European Union's top court has ruled that Hungary is violated the EU law by opposing the bloc's official position on cannabis at the United Nations. Back in 2020, the UN voted to remove cannabis from its most restrictive category, recognizing its medical value. The EU had agreed on a unified position supporting that change. However, Hungary broke ranks and voted against it, prompting legal action from the European Commission. The EU court found that Hungary violated the principle of sincere cooperation, which requires member states to act together in international matters. The ruling says Hungary had no right to undermine the EU's agreed stance, and as a result, Hungary must now pay the legal costs. This decision strengthens the EU's authority when it comes to drug policy and international representation. It also sends a message. Individual countries can't block scientific or medical progress of the plant just because of ideological resistance. For Cannabis Reform Act advocates, this is significant. It signals growing institutional support for recognizing cannabis as medicine, and it may accelerate research, regulatory shifts, and cross-border cooperation on cannabis policy throughout Europe. I don't know about you, Al, but I think that's pretty exciting.
Yes. Anytime that a medical wins is a win.
Yeah. I find it. I just found it a little shocking that they brought legalities against the country for not going along with it.
Yeah, because you think they would have, a vote. Everybody has a vote.
They did, and the vote won 27 to 25 with one country abstaining.
Right.
So everybody agreed that it passed, and everybody stepped into it except for Hungary.
And yeah. And taking medicine away from patients is never good.
No. So I am excited to see that the EU has decided to stand up. And I know that what they're doing is they're standing up for their policies, but it feels like they're standing up for cannabis. And it's really it's nice to see. And, I truly do believe that as things go forward, that will be a loud voice.
Yeah, especially in the past, it's always been against it, had a position against it. And, they changed that. Right. So, all righty. Anything else before I sign us off?
I don't think so. I think that's about it.
Yeah, same here. I agree. That's about it. That's it for today, folks. Thanks to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast, and as well to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And we will see you Monday. Yeah, I know. I think what day of the week it is.
Even February.
Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you next month. As always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.